and communication has been evolving rapidly. This ship has software-defined radios, and all of them are indigenous. And these radios have capability of communicating in HF band, VHF band, as well as we can receive communication in VLF band.
Beyond their impressive capabilities, these frigates underscore India's push for self-reliance in defense manufacturing. The Warship Design Bureau and Indian shipyards collaborated with MSMEs and supplier networks to deliver high indigenous content, strengthening the country's ability to build frontline combatants. The commissioning of INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri enhances the Navy's strike and air defense capabilities, reinforcing India's role as a stabilizing maritime partner in the Indian Ocean. These potent, stealthy platforms will operate across the Indo-Pacific, supporting coalition operations, humanitarian missions, and anti-submarine protocols.
Ladies and gentlemen, the commissioning of the warship will take place today. The program is to be started from 2:45 p.m. today. We're building up to that. But before that, we have other stories also to tell you about. This is about the death dowry that has shocked the nation. A case that had come to light from Noida has now become a national issue of whether women are safe or not. Even after demanding and getting dowry, this man that you see on your screens right now had still demanded for more dowry, after which he set his wife on fire. We'll get you a new twist to that story. Lot this and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. Chauhan sends a strong message on India's stance, says, "We love peace but cannot afford to be pacifists." Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates Udaygiri and Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic onboard INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess. The Enforcement Directorate has raided Aam Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj's home in the hospital construction scam. Big AAP versus BJP fight ahead. BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says Aam Aadmi Party is a habitual offender and has always questioned the central agencies. It is day 2 of Prime Minister's Gujarat visit. In a mega Make in India push, Prime Minister has flagged off Suzuki's first global battery electric vehicles. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Noida dowry horror case. We learned that the mystery surrounding the death of Nikki Bhati has deepened as fresh evidence raises new concerns about the sequence of events. Nikki's sister claims she was killed at around 5:30 p.m. The CCTV, however, shows the accused outside the house at 5:41 p.m. Now, as per the FIR, the victim's sister, Kanchan, has alleged that Nikki's husband, Vipin, set her on fire at 5:30 p.m. However, the newly surfaced CCTV footage from the village appears to challenge the victim's sister Kanchan's claim. The footage shows Vipin standing outside a shop with a child at 5:40 p.m. minutes after the alleged incident happened. He is then seen rushing towards the house after hearing commotion and reversing his vehicle into the lane, reportedly to take Nikki to the hospital. The police is now probing the time lag between the FIR statement, the CCTV footage, and also some crucial point of evidence in the case. Akhil, we'll try and see if we can get Akhil, who's reporting on the story. All right, Akhil is live with us. Akhil, there seems to be discrepancies as far as we talk about, number one, the CCTV footage, number two, the statement that has been made by the victim's sister, and number three, the statements that have also been recorded by the child. What is it that the police is now probing, and what is it that the investigation is now pointing towards to?
Well, as far as the investigation is concerned, Tanisha, what we have seen that 4 persons have been arrested. Earlier, what we have seen that initially 2 persons were arrested, and then after that, his brother, the main accused brother, was also arrested, and his father was also arrested last evening. And after that, what we have seen that the Gautam Budh Nagar police team has been constantly interrogating those individuals regarding that what actually transpired between 5:30 p.m. and 5:41 p.m. between that 6 minutes. Because if you see the information that we have received from the FIR report, in that FIR report, it's pretty clear that the incident took place at around 5:30 p.m. This is what the statement that Nikki Bhati's sister has given, Kanchan Bhati has given in the police record. And after that, what we have seen that there was a CCTV footage that has also come out from the very residence, just outside the very residence of the accused. From there, it is very clear that accused can be seen just outside the very residence. So the family of the accused has been constantly claiming that the accused was not present inside the very apartment, inside the very residence when that incident took place. And if you see, the kid also was not present at that point in time when that incident took place. So right now, the Gautam Budh Nagar police team, especially the Kasna police team, is trying to corroborate both the statements. And it is very likely that very soon, Gautam Budh Nagar team is going to record the statement of Nikki's sister as well, who has been identified as Kanchan's statement is going to be recorded by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Right now, I'm joined by some of the relatives over here. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए, ये मामला जो है इसके अंदर पुलिस ने अब तक 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि जिस वक्त ये दुर्घटना घटी उस वक्त जो विपिन भाटी वो कमरे में मौजूद नहीं थे और उनकी बेटी ने निक्की ने आग लगाया, ऐसा भी बताया जा रहा है।
ये तो जी केस को गुमराह किया जा रहा है। ये सब झूठ है, ये सब झूठ है। जो उसी प्रवृत्ति के लोग हैं, 2-4 लोग हैं, बस वही इस बात को बोल रहे हैं। और लोग क्यों नहीं बोल रहे इस बात को? और लोग कौन बोल रहा है इस बात को?
उस वक्त जिस वक्त ये दुर्घटना हुई, घर के अंदर क्या विपिन भाटी मौजूद थे?
मौजूद
था। उसमें दुकान में एक गेट भी है, उसमें से बाहर आ भी सकता है, फिर द्वारा जा सकता है। जो उसमें अंदर कैमरा लगे हैं उसकी वीडियो है, किसी पे भी नहीं है।
अच्छा, आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि किसी दूसरे गेट से अंदर, किसी गेट से?
दुकान में 2 गेट हैं उसमें घर में, तो उधर से आ भी सकता है, फिर जा भी सकता है।
अच्छा, पुलिस जो इस मामले में अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, कोलैबोरेट करने की कोशिश कर रही है, मिलाने की कोशिश कर रही है स्टेटमेंट्स को, जिसके अंदर एक वीडियो है। वीडियो के अंदर ये देखा गया है कि कंचन भाटी जो है, कंचन का कहना है कि बहन तूने ये क्या कर लिया। तो वो किसकी तरफ इशारा करिए? बहन ने खुद सुसाइड किया या फिर किसी और? क्या है?
बहन जब नीचे आएगी तो कंचन तो ऐसी कहेगी, बहन तूने क्या कर लिया, उसे क्या पता क्या हो रहा ऊपर, वो तो नीचे रही ना। फिर ऊपर उसे आग लगा के वो नीचे आके खड़ा हो गया।
आपके सामने ही कोई आग लगते हुए आएगा, आपका माइंड काम करेगा क्या?
तो जो
नहीं करेगा ना किसी का भी माइंड।
वही तो बोले जाएगा। उसने यही बोला कि बहन ये तुमने क्या किया, उसे थोड़ी पता कि आग लगाई गई है इसको।
Right. So here you see, right now, the victim's family, the grieving family, are saying that the police is investigating the matter. Let the investigation complete. Then only things will become clearer that what actually transpired between 5:30 p.m. and 5:41 p.m.
Right, Akhil, stay with me because we're getting in more breaking news that's coming in. An FIR was registered against the accused Vipin at the Jarcha police station in Noida on October 2024 by a woman who allegedly claimed that she was assaulted and exploited. Now, according to sources, Vipin was reportedly having an affair with the complainant, and the situation escalated when Vipin's wife Nikki and her sister caught the two together. In an alleged attempt to defend his actions and prove himself right, Vipin then assaulted the woman, leading to file a formal complaint. So, by the means of it, what we can know here from the breaking news is that this man, Vipin, who is an accused in the case now, who's said to have set his wife on fire, is now learned to be a habitual offender in the case. This is not the first time that a complaint was registered against him. In the past as well, this is from October 2024, that a complaint was already registered, and it was again of exploitation. Now, as continues, we learn that there are continuous cases that are coming before. An FIR, we learned, was registered in the same regard. We just learned that Vipin was accused of an assault in the year 2024. The woman who had complained of assault had claimed that she was exploited by the man, soon after which a video surfaced recently of 2024 where the accused Vipin was seen being beaten by the local authorities there, by the locals and by his relatives soon after his alleged affair was found out by his family members. On that note, I'm also being joined by Akhil. Akhil, by the means of it, it looks like this man, Vipin, has been a habitual offender. He had a complaint in the past as well. The question is, why no action was taken then? If an action would have been taken, maybe Nikki would still have been alive today.
Well, that's right. This is the main question that everyone is asking. We have spoken to the mother of the victim, the father of the victim as well as the sister. And all of them are claiming the same thing. And they have said that if you just go by the visuals that we have recovered from October 2024, in that visual, it's pretty clear that several people from the nearby region can be seen beating Vipin Bhati. So in that visual, it's pretty clear. When we again asked that what this visual is all about, then they gave us the back story. And in that story, it was pretty clear that there was an FIR which was registered back then in October 2024, and that has a connection with an alleged affair. So this was Vipin Bhati was in an affair with another girl, extramarital affair, and after that what we have seen that there was an assault which took place as well, and in that complaint a woman has gone to a police station and has registered an FIR. अच्छा मुझे बताइए कि विपिन भाटी जो है उसका अलग लड़कियों के साथ कई अलग लड़कियों के साथ रिश्ता भी था जो सामने आया। इस मामले में एक FIR भी दर्ज हुई। जब ये बातें बार बार परिवार के सामने आ रही थी तो आप लोगों ने अपनी बेटी को घर की बेटी को वहाँ जाने से क्यों नहीं रोका, क्यों जाने दिया उसके पास?
जब ये चीज़ें सामने आई, हम अपनी बहन को घर ले आए थे। वहाँ से 10-15 आदमी लोग इकट्ठे होकर आए और पंचायत करी यहाँ पे और बोला कि आगे से ये चीज़ें नहीं होंगी, है ना। उस बेसिस पे जब गांव परिवार इकट्ठा होता है तो हमारे समाज में क्या होता है, समाज की बात को माना जाता है। तो उस बेसिस पे उनकी बड़े लोगों के कहने पे हमने अपनी बहन को भेज दिया था। हाँ,
इसकी निकी की जो शादी हुई थी 10 दिसंबर 2016 को हुई, 9 साल तकरीबन बीत गए थे। अगर ये दहेज का मामला इतना संगीन था तो आपने पुलिस से कंप्लेंट क्यों नहीं की अब तक?
तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ, धीरे धीरे वो डिमांड करते थे कि अभी ये हो रहा है, अभी ये हो रहा है, अभी ये हो रहा है। हाँ, इस चीज़ में क्या होता है, जो हमारे घर की लड़कियाँ घर वालों को बताती है और हमारे समाज में हम जल्दी से ऐसे पुलिस पे नहीं जाते।
पंचायत से मैटर सोल्व हो जावे, 2-3 बार बैठी तो ठीक है अब के भेज दो, अब जब दोबारा भेजी तो ज़्यादा हो गया।
So here you see, Tanisha, what they are saying is that the demand from that family, the accused family, was very incremental. They used to ask not in one go. They have asked them regarding that money, because of earlier I have spoken to the father of the victim, in that he has said that initially during the marriage period he has given a Scorpio car, and then after that he has given cash worth approximately 10 lakh rupees. Apart from that, what we have got to learn that he has also given a Royal Enfield bike as well. So on an incremental basis he used to give dowry. So this is the case right now, and they tried to basically pacify the situation within themselves, across the family members itself. But the situation took an ugly turn on August 21st, in which what we have seen that an extreme step was taken, in which Nikki has lost her life.
Right, Akhil, thank you very much for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are more updates. For now, it's time for us to shift our focus and move to some other stories that we are tracking. As continuous heavy rainfalls have battled in Jammu's Dowry, we learned that conditions have worsened as many areas have been inundated. The land has also started to subside in low-lying areas. This has sparked concerns among the safety of the residents. Here's a report from Ground Zero.
Continuous heavy rains are creating havoc in the Jammu region, with many of the rivers crossing the danger and the evacuation level. The water level in the river Tavi is also increasing, and also you will see that many of the kettles, they are now being washed away due to the flash floods that are taking place. The locals, with the help of ropes, are trying to get these kettles out, but it is becoming really very challenging. You will see that risking their lives, the locals are trying to get these kettles out. These are the buffaloes that are there, and now with the help of these ropes they are trying to get them out, but the inclement weather condition, heavy rains that are taking place are making it really very challenging. Today is the last 36 hours of the weather forecast that has been issued in the Jammu, and here what you will see that how heavy rains are taking place and making it really very challenging for the authorities, because as we speak the rescue and the relief operation to get these kettles out is underway, but the heavy rains are now taking place in the Jammu, which is making it really very difficult. And
It's time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of the case in which the Enforcement Directorate is raiding 13 locations, along with that of Saurav Bhardwaj, where he has been under the scanner in the hospital construction scam. Details coming up after a break.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is all set to decommission its iconic MiG-21 fighter jets, which were known as the backbone of its combat fleet for over 6 decades. As a part of the symbolic farewell, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh flew solo sorties of the MiG-21 from the Naval Air Base in Bikaner, marking an emotional moment for the force and for generations of pilots trained on the Russian-origin fighter jet that served for 62 years. Indian Air Force Chief finally said a goodbye to the iconic aircraft fleet. Speaking after the flight, the Air Chief noted that MiG-21 had been the backbone of Indian Air Force since the 1960s.
MiG-21, yes, it has been the workhorse of the Indian Air Force. We've inducted it in 1960s and still continuing with it. And this has been actually one of the most mass-produced supersonic fighter jet, if I can say. About 11,000 or so were produced, and more than 60 countries have operated it.
Squadron leader Priya was the formation leader which flew the Chief of Air Staff as a wingman. She became the youngest woman officer to fly the MiG-21 to the very last of its operational sorties. This comes a month before MiG-21's formal de-induction ceremony is scheduled in Chandigarh. Historically, India procured over 700 MiG-21 aircraft of different variants since it was inducted in the Indian Air Force, and many were built domestically by Hindustan Aeronautics Ltd. As the Indian Air Force bids farewell to its iconic MiG-21 jets after 62 years of service, the spotlight shines on the indigenous Tejas fighter, which will replace the MiG-21 as the new backbone of Indian Air Force's combat fleet.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हम वहाँ पहुँचे तो हम बिटिया जल चुकी थी 70%। तो इन दरिंदों ने जलाते हुए दर्द नहीं लगा। ये तो आंखों सांस तेल गिर रही है। बेटा लाइटर से आँच लगा रहा है। किसी के बेटी को जलाना, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी होनी चाहिए।
जिंदा जला दो, बस मैं तो यूँ चाहती हूँ। दो माँ बेटा ने जिंदा जला दो, जिंदा जला दो दोनों माँ बेटा ने। दोनों के पीट पीट का उम्र कैद की सजा होनी चाहिए। या कि बेटी में भी ऐसी आग लगनी चाहिए।
Thank you for staying with Republic, and now on to our other focus story. There are glaring lapses that have been found in the hospital construction scam in which the Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj has been raided today. The Enforcement Directorate raids have covered 2 builders. These 2 builders did not complete the hospital projects. One hospital project was abandoned in the middle and the other unauthorized construction was carried out. The Enforcement Directorate is now investigating further, which has now revealed that the permission for the construction was not taken from the competent authorities. On your screen, viewers, are the visuals of those hospitals that are being raided currently by the Enforcement Directorate. These are the places where the construction had been left incomplete. And remember, this happened under Saurabh Bhardwaj's rule when he was the health minister, when the Aam Aadmi Party government was on power. We learned that there have been glaring lapses that have been found in the hospital construction scam. The unauthorized additional construction at government hospitals in Jwalapuri and Parnika Commercial and Estate Private Limited, we learned that the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at this builder who was given the project of constructing the hospital in that area. There are also searches that are being held in Madipur, which are being carried out without approval from competent authorities. Now, notably, the Madipur hospital project was to be completed in the year 2022 by November, but it remains abandoned and far from completion. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at premises of builder Rama Civil. There are other lapses as well that has come to fore. We learned that despite a public announcement in the year 2016 and 2017 by the then Delhi government, the Health Information Management System, a crucial tool for ensuring financial transparency in the health department, remained unimplemented. A free cost-effective solution from NIC, that is e-hospital, was deliberately rejected without justification. The polyclinic project, we learn, also indicated misuse of funds. Only 52 out of the 94 planned clinics were constructed, while the cost rose from 168 rupees crore to 220 rupees crore. Many of these polyclinics, remember, ladies and gentlemen, remain still non-functional. These are glaring lapses, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that has come to fore as far as the hospital construction scam is concerned. And all of this happened when Saurabh Bhardwaj was in power, when he was the health minister of Delhi, when Aam Aadmi Party was in power. Shambhavi, my colleague, is joining me live on that note. Shambhavi, I believe you're reporting from outside Saurabh Bhardwaj's residence. Talk us through what's happening on ground zero right now. Are there Aam Aadmi Party supporters who have gathered to call this a witch hunt? Because that is what the Aam Aadmi Party has been claiming so far.
Absolutely. Let me show you around. There are a lot of people collected here. The locals, the party supporter, Aam Aadmi Party supporters, and a lot of people from Saurabh Bhardwaj's village have collected here, and now a lot of chanting is going on. They're saying that the main allegation is that if the said person Saurabh Bhardwaj was not a minister at the said time, how can he be under the probe of ED? Because ED has been conducting searches since morning at around 13 locations, including his official residence and also at his office address in relation to the hospital construction scam. You can see a lot of people here. This has been the scene since morning, since ED has been conducting. ED is still inside conducting the raid. Even Saurabh Bhardwaj is inside with them. You can see this is where he lives with his family, with his has been conducting searches, conducting raids in regard to the more than around 5,590 crore hospital construction scam, in which there are 2 main hospitals, that is the LNGP hospital. It was around 488 crores, it was then increased to around 1,200 crores, and that is still not in
hospital, where the sanction amount was around
the sanction amount was around 1,100 to 1,200 crores. That hospital is still incomplete after 3 years. So there's been several such instances. This started back in 2018. When Vijendra Gupta, the leader of opposition party, he alleged that there is a large corruption on, and he alleged that there's embezzlement, there are construction delays, there is a lot of issue with the sanctioning and execution of the amount. which was due for the hospital. The public is still waiting for their hospital to be built, and we can see that this.
Stay on with us. It's time for us to now slip into a very short break, but after the break we'll get you the live updates from Ground Zero from outside Saurabh Bhardwaj's residence, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders have now gathered to call this a political witch hunt by the BJP, that they say that the Enforcement Directorate is now working on the behest of the BJP. We're getting you live updates on that top story right after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
India is preparing to launch the next variant of the Agni 5 missile, which is the Agni 6 missile.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हम वहाँ पहुँचे तो हम बिटिया जल चुकी थी 70%। तो इन दरिंदों ने जलाते हुए दर्द नहीं लगा। ये तो आंखों सांस तेल गिर रही है। बेटा लाइटर से आँच लगा रहा है। किसी के बेटी को जलाना, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी होनी चाहिए।
जिंदा जला दो, बस मैं तो यूँ चाहती हूँ। दो माँ बेटा ने जिंदा जला दो, जिंदा जला दो दोनों माँ बेटा ने। दोनों के पीट पीट के उम्र कैद की सजा होनी चाहिए। या कि बेटी में भी ऐसी आग लगनी चाहिए।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and our focus remains on the big conspiracy to tarnish the image of a holy site in Karnataka, that is Dharmasthala. All the conspiracy actors have now been rounded up by the SIT. Mahesh Timmarodi is being questioned. Samir MD was questioned for over 9 hours. There's a phone that has been recovered. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines.
We cannot afford to be left behind. So we have to be part of the third revolution in military affairs with modern militaries and developed nations. To win tomorrow's war, we need not one scholar warrior. Actually, we'll require hundreds of scholar warriors. Shastra and Shastra, they all have to be studied together.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends strong message on India's stand, says we love peace but cannot afford to be pacifists. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates Udaygiri, Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic Onboard INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess. ED raids AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj's house in hospital construction scam.
क्या है हॉस्पिटल घोटाला? हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर कंस्ट्रक्शन में घोटाला किया, इक्विपमेंट्स खरीदने में घोटाला किया। ये बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says AAP habitual of questioning central agencies. It's day 2 of Prime Minister's Gujarat visit in a mega Make in India push. PM to flag off the Suzuki's first global battery electric vehicle. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in yet another tragic case of dowry harassment. A school lecturer in Rajasthan's Jodhpur district set herself and her 3-year-old daughter on fire, and the child, Yashasvi, has succumbed to her injuries, while the mother, Sanju Bishnoi, also passed away during treatment. Now, this is another dowry tragedy that we're tracking from Jodhpur, where a school lecturer in Rajasthan's Jodhpur district, Sanju Bishnoi, has set herself and her 3-year-old daughter, Yashasvi, on fire. And this happened on Friday. And what we understand is that Yashasvi died at the scene, while the mother, Sanju Bishnoi, passed away during treatment on Saturday morning. And what we understand is that the police has also recovered an alleged suicide note revealing that she was harassed by her husband and in-laws for dowry. We have Brinda Adige, an activist, joining us live. Brinda Adige, a very good afternoon to you. Dowry is a social evil, and time and again we've seen repeated cases of dowry harassment, and this one back to back, 2 cases in less than a week. How do you look at the situation?
First and foremost, let us place on record, dowry harassment is a criminal offense. That taking and giving dowry is socially sanctioned, could be called as a social evil. But dowry harassment, dowry murders, dowry deaths are criminal offenses. And that is how police must look at it. That is how the prosecution must establish and argue it. And that is exactly how the judge must give the punishment. It is important to bring culprits to justice. It's enough of all of these excuses where we say that, you have to catch the parents. Why did they give the dowry? Why did they not come and report? All of that is a lot of loose talk, if you will agree with me. It is time now that is why we have a very, very strict BNS 85. It is very, very clear, cruelty in marriage. Cruelty in marriage must be punished as per BNS. There is no excuse for it. Look at this. This is the last resort, because she would have complained about it to so many people, beginning with her family, then her neighbors, probably her friends and other relatives, maybe, who knows, even the panchayat also. But all of them would have told her, adjust, compromise, go back. Now that means all of us as a society and the state have abetted in this death. She had no other option. So sad. that in a land and a country where we talk about protection and safety laws, continuously talking about Nari Shakti, here is a woman who found no strength from anybody to support her where her in-laws have been harassing her. Nobody should be spared. The husband, of course, must go in for life, and husband and his family must also serve nothing less than 25 years in jail.
Well, Ms. Adige, do you think that most survivors, prefer family or community settlement instead of law enforcement? Because most of these cases are not coming to light, and those coming to light are really, really gory in nature.
You're absolutely right. See, in a society like ours, every family, there are arguments and discussions and fights and all of it. Now, we don't come to talk about it outside with our neighbors for every fight and argument. But when it reaches a certain extent, then you want somebody to intervene. That time we talk to parents. And of course, there is a lot of counseling, good advice and all that, and saying, okay, to keep the family together, why don't you adjust? To keep the family together, why don't you sacrifice? To keep the family together, don't talk about the harassment. And that is conditioned. The stereotypical behavior, patriarchal behavior is expected. So nobody goes to the police station immediately. But in nearly 95% of the cases, even when it
Ms.
goes to
Adige,
the
where do you
police,
see the biggest failure? Is it policing, is it judiciary, or is it the societal mindset?
policy and judiciary.
All right. All right, Ms. Adige, thank you for joining me live on this broadcast. With that, viewers, we'll move on to another story that we're tracking. This one is a lorry that has been caught by the Coimbatore police, which carries around 20,000 gelatin sticks. The police has intercepted the truck that was going from Salem to Kerala, and the initial inquiry by the police has been found that the gelatin sticks were illegally taken for quarrying in Kerala. Inquiry by the anti-terror squad is also underway. More inputs are awaited. But what we understand is that driver Subish has been arrested, and the police are also thoroughly checking the vehicle that carried the gelatin sticks. The explosives were packed by Wetrivail Explosives Private Limited in Salem. That's the name of the company that has packed all of these explosives. And this is the truck. This is that truck, or rather the goods carrier that we are talking about, in which 20,000 gelatin sticks were found. Was it for quarrying, or is there a larger plot behind this? Sharda will tell us. Sharda is joining us on the phone line. Sharda, tell us what this development means and where this truck was headed to, and what could be the possible motive of carrying so many gelatin sticks?
Well, Deepak, what we've got to know in the first-hand information from our sources is that these gelatin sticks were carried by an explosive company, and it was a tip-off that the anti-terrorism squad received, telling that multiple gelatin sticks were transported from Coimbatore to Kerala through the Kochi highway, and that it was mostly illegal, and it was taken to a quarry in Kerala for blasting the quarry, is what we have heard right now. Also, these 20,000 gelatin sticks, which equals up to 2,000 kilos of gelatin, was taken illegally by the particular company, a private limited company, which was helping the Kerala Quarry Company to blast off. However, the anti-terrorism squad found that there are also bomb explosives in the truck that was being carried. So now the anti-terrorism squad, along with the NIA, has caught the driver Subaya, who was driving the
truck, and is also now under investigation, and the truck is now being seized by the police.
Right, Sharda, do you know where this truck was headed to, and who was the one to receive 20,000 gelatin sticks?
The truck started from Salem through Coimbatore on the Kochi highway, was traveling to Kerala. So the first-hand information sources that we have received is that it was a private limited company that had ordered for this many gelatin sticks, and the explanation given to the explosive company was that it was to burn down the quarry that is in Kerala, and the quarry that to help to burn down the quarry is when the private limited send these things. But however, it was only the anti-terrorism squad that found that has supplies that to create a bomb. The van was intercepted, and it was a tip-off to the anti-terrorism squad by the Tamil Nadu police.
Right, Sharda, thank you for joining me. It's time for us to move on, viewers, to a big statement coming in from General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defence Staff, because he has sent out a very, very powerful message on the importance of the Sudarshan Chakra, that is India's own Iron Dome. He said the aim is to develop a system to project India's strategic, civilian and national important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword. Let's listen it.
Second aspect which I think we could discuss in this seminar is about Sudarshan Chakra, India's own Iron Dome or Golden Dome. The Honorable Prime Minister had made a mention of this on 15th of August when he spoke about Sudarshan Chakra. That will enhance India's strategic defense, and he said that he expects it to be rolled out by 2035. Over here, I think the aim is to develop an indigenous system to protect India's strategic, civilian and nationally important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword. It will entail development of robust infrastructure and processes for detection, acquisition, neutralization of enemy's air vectors, including using soft skill and hard skill, both kinetic and directed energy weapons. In fact, 2 or 3 days back, you would have heard about DRDO testing a particular integrated system in which there were QRSAMs, V-Sharrods, and 5 kilowatt lasers. Actually, they were all getting combined into one. We'll have to look at multi-domain ISR, integration of ground, air, maritime, undersea, space sensors, all becoming a key necessity and integrating them. A colossal amount of integration will be required as multiple fields will need to be networked to provide a very fused picture to us. Colossal amounts of data will be needed to be analyzed for information and real-time response. Use of artificial intelligence, advanced computation, data analytics, big data, LLM, quantum technologies will be essential. For a vast country like this, like India, a project of this magnitude will require a whole-of-nation approach. But like always, I'm very sure Indians will do it at a minimal and a very affordable cost to us.
We have Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Major General. How do you look at this development? Because India is heading on a path of self-reliance, and we have our own Iron Dome that will be, deployed at very, very important locations. How do you look at this particular air defense system?
This is the need of the hour. And as you will recall, the Prime Minister himself, from the ramparts of the Red Fort, had announced the inaugural of this very ambitious scheme of Operation Sudarshan Chakra to give India its very own Iron Dome. Even the United States is trying to now to create a Golden Dome to defend the soil of the United States. Now, as we may recall, during Operation Sindoor, India's own nascent Iron Dome, that is the Akash Tir system, which uses the Navik constellation of satellites to get us the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance input, and that ties together the sensors and shooters and software. We have created an artificial intelligence program, so that our layered air defenses with the S-400, MR-SAM, Akash surface-to-air missiles, the V-Shorads, the Spiders, etc., are all linked in one seamless grid. And that grid proved so effective. 90% of the drones that Pakistan launched were all shot down. 100% of the missiles were shot down. The interception rate was 100%. 3 missiles were fired, 2 at Delhi, 1 Shaheen, 2 Fateh 2s.
एक प्रकार से टीन एज का आरंभ होता है और टीन एज पंख फैलाने का कालखंड होता है, सपनों की उड़ान भरने का कालखंड होता है। और टीन एज में ढेर सारे ख्वाब उभरते हैं। एक प्रकार से पैर जमीन पे नहीं होते हैं टीन एज में। मुझे खुशी है कि आज मारुति टीन एज में एंटर कर रहा है। गुजरात का मारुति का टीन एज में प्रवेश यानी आने वाले दिनों में मारुति एक नए पंख फैलाएगा, नए उमंग और उत्साह के साथ आगे बढ़ेगा, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की सक्सेस स्टोरी के बीज करीब करीब 13 साल पहले बोए गए थे। 2012 में जब मैं यहां का मुख्यमंत्री था, तब हमने मारुति सुजुकी को हंसलपुर में जमीन अलॉट की थी। विजन उस समय भी आत्मनिर्भर भारत का था, मेक इन इंडिया का था। हमारे तब के प्रयास आज देश के संकल्पों को पूरा करने में इतनी बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। साथियों, मैं इस अवसर पर स्वर्गीय ओसामू सुजुकी-सान को हृदय से याद करना चाहूंगा। हमारी सरकार को उन्हें पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित करने का सौभाग्य मिला था। मुझे खुशी है उन्होंने मारुति सुजुकी इंडिया का जो विजन देखा था, वो आज हम इसके इतने बड़े विस्तार के गवाह बन रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत के पास डेमोक्रेसी की शक्ति है और भारत के पास डेमोग्राफी का एडवांटेज है। हमारे पास स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स का बहुत बड़ा पूल है, इसलिए कि हमारे हर पार्टनर के लिए विन विन सिचुएशन बनाता है। आज आप देखिए, सुजुकी जापान भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रही है और जो गाड़ियां बन रही है वो वापस जापान को एक्सपोर्ट की जा रही है। ये जापान और भारत के रिश्तों की मजबूती तो है ही, भारत को लेकर ग्लोबल कंपनियों के भरोसे को भी ये आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। एक तरह से मारुति सुजुकी जैसी कंपनियां मेक इन इंडिया की ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बन चुकी है। लगातार 4 साल से मारुति भारत की सबसे बड़ी कार एक्सपोर्टर है। अब आज से ईवी एक्सपोर्ट को भी उसी स्केल पर ले जाने की शुरुआत हो रही है। अब दुनिया के दर्जनों देशों में जो ईवी चलेगी उसमें लिखा होगा मेड इन इंडिया। फ्रेंड्स, हम सब जानते हैं ईवी इकोसिस्टम का सबसे क्रिटिकल पार्ट बैटरी है। कुछ साल पहले तक भारत में बैटरी पूरी तरह इंपोर्ट होती थी। ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को मजबूती देने के लिए ये जरूरी था भारत बैटरीज का भी निर्माण करे। इसी विजन को लेकर 2017 में हमने यहां टीडीएसजी बैटरी प्लांट की नींव रखी थी। टीडीएसजी की ही नई पहल पर इस फैक्ट्री में 3 जापानी कंपनियां मिलकर भारत में पहली बार सेल मैन्युफैक्चर करेगी। भारत में बैटरी सेल के इलेक्ट्रोड भी लोकल लेवल पर तैयार होंगे। ये लोकलाइजेशन भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता को नई शक्ति देगा। इससे हाइब्रिड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स के कारोबार में और तेज गति आएगी। मैं आपको इस ऐतिहासिक शुरुआत के लिए अपनी अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, कुछ साल पहले उस समय तक ईवी को केवल एक नए ऑल्टरनेट के तौर पर देखा जाता था, लेकिन मेरा मानना रहा है ईवी कई समस्याओं का ठोस समाधान है। इसलिए पिछले साल मैंने अपनी सिंगापुर विजिट के दौरान कहा था, हम अपनी पुरानी गाड़ियों को, पुरानी एम्बुलेंसेस को हाइब्रिड ईवी में बदल सकते हैं। मारुति सुजुकी ने इस चुनौती को स्वीकार किया और केवल 6 महीने में एक वर्किंग प्रोटोटाइप तैयार कर दिया। अभी मैंने वो हाइब्रिड एम्बुलेंस का प्रोटोटाइप देखा भी है। ये हाइब्रिड एम्बुलेंस पीएमई ड्राइव स्कीम में पूरी तरह फिट बैठती है। लगभग 11,000 करोड़ रुपए की इस योजना में ई एम्बुलेंस के लिए भी बजट निर्धारित किया गया है। हाइब्रिड ईवी से पॉल्यूशन भी घटेगा और पुराने व्हीकल्स को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने का विकल्प भी मिलेगा। साथियों, क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी ये हमारा फ्यूचर है। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से भारत तेजी के साथ क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी का एक रिलायबल सेंटर बनेगा। साथियों, आज जब दुनिया सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन से जूझ रही है, ऐसे समय में लगता है कि भारत ने पिछले दशक में जो नीतियां बनाई वो देश के कितने काम आ रही है। 2014 में जब मुझे देश ने सेवा का अवसर दिया, उसके बाद से ही हमने इसकी तैयारी शुरू कर दी थी। हमने मेक इन इंडिया अभियान शुरू किया। ग्लोबल और डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर्स दोनों के लिए देश में अनुकूल वातावरण बनाया। भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एफिशिएंट और ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो, इसके लिए हम इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स बना रहे हैं। हम प्लग एंड प्ले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहे हैं, लॉजिस्टिक पार्ट्स बना रहे हैं। भारत कई सेक्टर्स में मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव का बेनिफिट भी दे रहा है। साथियों, हमने कई बड़े रिफॉर्म्स के जरिए इन्वेस्टर्स की पुरानी कठिनाइयों को भी दूर किया। इससे इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में इन्वेस्ट करना आसान हुआ है। इसके परिणाम हमारे सामने हैं। इसी दशक में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्शन लगभग 500% बढ़ा है। मोबाइल फोन प्रोडक्शन 2014 की तुलना में 2700% तक बढ़ गया है। डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में भी पिछले दशक में 200% से भी ज्यादा की वृद्धि हुई है। ये सक्सेस आज भारत के सभी राज्यों को, हर एक राज्य को भी मोटिवेट कर रही है। उनके बीच रिफॉर्म्स को लेकर, इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन शुरू हुआ है, जिसका लाभ पूरे देश को मिल रहा है। और मैं हर मीटिंग में, व्यक्तिगत बातचीत में और सार्वजनिक रूप से सभी राज्यों को कहता रहा हूं कि हमें प्रोएक्टिव होना होगा, हमें प्रो डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसीज बनानी होगी, हमें सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस पर बल देना होगा, कानूनों में रिफॉर्म्स को बल देना होगा। और ये कंपटीशन का जमाना है। जो राज्य जितनी तेजी से अपनी पॉलिसीज को नीट एंड क्लीन रखता है, इफ्स एंड बट्स के बिना रखता है, तो इन्वेस्टर का विश्वास बढ़ता है। इन्वेस्टर आने के लिए हिम्मत के साथ आता है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की तरफ देख रही है। ऐसे में कोई राज्य पीछे नहीं रहना चाहिए। हर राज्य ने अवसर लेना चाहिए। ऐसे कॉम्पिटिशन होगा, हिंदुस्तान में आने वाले इन्वेस्टर को सोचने में तकलीफ हो कि मैं इस राज्य में जाऊं कि उस राज्य में जाऊं। इतना क्लियर कट होना चाहिए कंपटीशन। इससे देश को लाभ होने वाला है। और इसलिए मैं सभी राज्यों को निमंत्रण देता हूं कि आइए, रिफॉर्म की स्पर्धा करें, गुड गवर्नेंस की स्पर्धा करें, प्रो डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसी की स्पर्धा करें और हम 2047 विकसित भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को तेज गति से पार करने में अपनी भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करें। फ्रेंड्स, भारत यहीं पर रुकने वाला नहीं है। जिन सेक्टर्स में हमने बेहतर परफॉर्म किया है, हमें उनमें और बेहतर करना है। इसके लिए हम मिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर जोर दे रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में हमारा फोकस फ्यूचरिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री पर होगा। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में भारत टेक ऑफ कर रहा है। देश में इसके 6 प्लांट्स तैयार होने वाले हैं। हमें सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और आगे लेकर जाना है। साथियों, भारत सरकार ऑटो इंडस्ट्री के लिए रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट की शॉर्टेज से जुड़ी कठिनाइयों के प्रति भी सजग है। इस दिशा में देश के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने के लिए हमने नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिशन भी लॉन्च किया है। इसके तहत देश में अलग अलग जगहों पर 1200 से अधिक खोजी अभियान चलाए जाएंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स को तलाशा जाएगा। साथियों, अगले सप्ताह ही मैं जापान जा रहा हूं। भारत और जापान का रिश्ता केवल डिप्लोमेटिक रिलेशन से कहीं ऊपर सांस्कृतिक और भरोसे का रिश्ता है। हम एक दूसरे की प्रगति में अपनी प्रगति देखते हैं। मारुति सुजुकी के साथ हमने जो जर्नी शुरू की थी वो अब बुलेट ट्रेन की स्पीड तक पहुंच चुकी है। भारत जापान पार्टनरशिप की औद्योगिक संभावनाओं को साकार करने की बड़ी पहल यहीं गुजरात से हुई थी। मुझे याद है हमने 20 साल पहले जब वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट शुरू की थी तो उसमें जापान एक प्रमुख सहयोगी था। आप विचार कीजिए, एक डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज का एक छोटा सा स्टेट, उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट और जापान जैसा डेवलप कंट्री उसका पार्टनर हो, ये दिखाता है कि भारत और जापान की नींव कितनी मजबूत है। और मैं आज जब ये वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की यात्रा की याद कर रहा हूं तब मेरे मित्र यहां बैठे हैं, वो पहले भारत में एम्बेसडर हुआ करते थे 2003 में। आज वो भी यहां मौजूद है। अब वो रिटायर्ड हो गए हैं, लेकिन उनका भारत प्रेम, गुजरात प्रेम वैसा का वैसा है। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। गुजरात के लोगों ने भी जापान के लोगों का उतना ही आत्मीयता से ख्याल रखा। हमने इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस जापानी भाषा में प्रिंट करवा कर दिए। जब मैं गुजरात में था, हर छोटी चीज पर मैं ध्यान रखता था। इवन मेरा जो विजिटिंग कार्ड होता था ना, वो भी मैं जापानी में बनाता था। जो वीडियोज बनाते थे हम प्रमोशनल, वो वीडियो को जापानी भाषा में डबिंग करवाता था। यानी मुझे मालूम था कि मुझे इस रास्ते पर बड़ी मजबूती से आगे बढ़ना है। और मैं सभी राज्यों को कहता हूं, आसमान खुला है भैया, आप भी मेहनत करो, आओ मैदान में, बहुत फायदा होगा। मुझे याद है शुरू में जब जापान के हमारे साथी आते थे तो मैं नया नया उनकी निकटता मेरी बढ़ती चली जा रही थी, तो उनकी हर चीज को मैं समझ पाता था। मैंने देखा है कि जापानी लोगों का एक नेचर है कि उनको अपना जो कल्चरल इकोसिस्टम है वो उनकी पहली प्राथमिकता होता है। उसमें जापानी फूड चाहिए। ये जैसे गुजरात के लोग हैं ना, उनका भी ऐसा ही है। वे गुजरात में कहीं शनि सैटरडे संडे को कहीं न कहीं रेस्टोरेंट में खाने की आदी है, तो वहां जाएंगे तो मैक्सिकन फूड मांगेंगे, इटालियन फूड मांगेंगे। लेकिन गुजरात के बाहर कहीं जाएंगे तो गुजराती फूड खोजते रहते हैं। मैंने देखा जापान के लोगों का भी ये स्वभाव है, और इसलिए मैंने यहां जापानी क्विजीन की व्यवस्था कराई। मैंने उसकी एक होटल चेन को बुलाया मुझे पता है, बाद में मुझे बताया गया कि भाई जापान के लोग हैं, गोल्फ के बिना तो नहीं चल सकता। मैंने उसको भी प्राथमिकता दी और अपने जापानी साथियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने, जो गुजरात में गोल्फ का नामो निशान नहीं था, 7-8 नए गोल्फ कोर्स डेवलप किए। देखिए, विकास करना है, इन्वेस्टमेंट लाना है, दुनिया को आकर्षित करना है, तो हर बारीकी पर देखना पड़ता है। और हमारे देश में कई राज्य हैं जो करते हैं। जो राज्य पीछे हैं, मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि आप भी हर बारीकी को अवसर समझिए और विकास की नई दिशा पकड़िए। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, हमारे स्कूल में, हमारे कॉलेजेस में, हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में जापानी भाषा सिखाने को प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है। बहुत सारे जापानी भाषा सिखाने वाले टीचर्स आज गुजरात में भी है। कई स्कूलों में जापानी भाषा सिखाई जा रही है। साथियों, हमारे इन प्रयासों से भारत जापान के बीच पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट बहुत बढ़ रहा है। स्किल और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स से जुड़ी एक दूसरे की जरूरतों को भी हम पूरा कर पा रहे हैं। मैं चाहूंगा मारुति सुजुकी जैसी कंपनियां भी इस तरह के प्रयासों का हिस्सा बने और यूथ एक्सचेंज जैसे प्रयासों को बढ़ाएं। साथियों, हमें इसी तरह आने वाले समय में सभी अहम क्षेत्रों में आगे बढ़ना है। मुझे भरोसा है हमारे आज के प्रयास 2047 के विकसित भारत की इमारत को नई बुलंदी तक लेकर जाएंगे। और मुझे भरोसा है कि जापान इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में हमारा भरोसामंद पार्टनर बनकर साथ चलता रहेगा। हमारी दोस्ती अटूट रहेगी। और मैं तो कभी कभी कहता था कि जहां तक जापान और भारत का रिश्ता है, ये मेड फॉर ईच अदर वाला रिश्ता है। मैं आज विशेष रूप से मारुति को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और अभी तो ये टीन एज की शुरुआत है। आपको पंख फैलाने हैं, नए सपने बुनने हैं। आपके संकल्पों के लिए, उसकी पूर्ति के लिए हम पूरी शक्ति से आपके साथ हैं। इसी विश्वास के साथ आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए। दोस्तों, गर्व से स्वदेशी की तरफ चल पड़ो। और यहां जापान के द्वारा जो चीजें बन रही है ना, ये भी स्वदेशी है। मेरी स्वदेशी की व्याख्या बहुत सिंपल है। पैसा किसका लगता है उससे मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो डॉलर है, पाउंड है, वो करेंसी काली है, गोरी है, मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। लेकिन जो प्रोडक्शन है उसमें पसीना मेरे देशवासियों का होगा। पैसा किसी का, पसीना हमारा। जो प्रोडक्शन होगा उसमें महक मेरी देश की मिट्टी की होगी, मेरी भारत मां की होगी। इस भाव के साथ आप मेरे साथ चलिए दोस्तों। 2047 में हम ऐसा हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे, आपकी आने वाली अनेक पीढ़ियां आपके इस त्याग का गर्व करेगी। आपके इस योगदान का गर्व करेगी। आपकी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस मंत्र के लिए, स्वदेशी के मार्ग के लिए मैं आज मेरे देशवासियों को निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। मैं आपको निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। आइए हम सब चल पड़े। 2047 विकसित भारत बना के रहेंगे। दुनिया की भलाई में भारत का योगदान बढ़ाते रहेंगे। इसी भावना के साथ आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। आपने न केवल गुजरात बल्कि पूरे भारत को मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड का मंत्र दिया है। आज का यह ऐतिहासिक दिन आपकी दूरदृष्टि का परिणाम है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our breaking news update coming in from the state of Karnataka after row over DKS praising the RSS prayer. Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has now issued an apology and has said, and I quote, he will always be a loyalist to the Congress party. This comes just days after he narrated and sang the RSS anthem in the Karnataka State Assembly, following which there was a massive war of words inside the Congress party, with some leaders condemning the act of D.K. Shivkumar. Subsequently, he had also given various sound bites in which he said that he understands the kind of work that RSS and their education institutions do. That's the visual from the State Assembly where he sang that RSS anthem, and following which this entire controversy erupted. And now, 4 days later, D.K. Shivkumar backtracking and apologizing to the Congress. Let's listen into what exactly happened.
ನಿಮ್ಮಗಳ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅಡಿಪಾಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಮೆಟ್ಲಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋನೇ ಹೊರತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾವನೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ, ಯಾರ ಭಾವನೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ನೋವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಅಪಾಲಜಿ, ಎಸ್, ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೆನ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೆನ್ ಆರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ of India Alliance, they may be hurt, they may love me. I still, if you feel that I have done a mistake which I have not done, but still I am ready to apologize.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a tragic incident, several bikes were turned into ashes after a fire broke out in a motorbike showroom at Pune. The fire was later doused. No casualties or injuries have been reported. The Indian Navy will be hosting the quote Emerging Leaders panel discussion under the aegis of the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium IONS from August 27th and 28th at the Southern Naval Command in Kochi. The two-day event will see a focus on engaging with young naval leaders from 18 IONS nations. Members nations will engage in discussions on maritime security, challenges and fostering collaboration in an era of emerging technologies. Heavy downpour in Kangra at Himachal Pradesh have led to collapse of several houses in the region. The roads in the district were damaged with minor landslides witnessed across different locations, leading to difficulties for several commuters. Several trees were uprooted due to the incessant rainfall which fell on the wire lines. Electrical poles were also damaged in some areas. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri at Visakhapatnam on the Eastern Naval Command. Also coming up next, Enforcement Directorate has raided AAP leader and former minister in Delhi, Saurabh Bharadwaj's home in the alleged hospital construction scam. More details following up on Live and Breaking. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific.
Viewers, we are often too focused on the 15,000-kilometer long land border for our defense. But we often forget that India is also blessed with a coastline which is 7,500 kilometers long, with the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the Indian Ocean to the south to defend India's national interests in. For a nation with 95% of its trade dependent on sea routes, where the first strike on national security emerges, it will be the blue that bleeds the nation first. And fortunately for India, it's its Navy that is ranked 5th in the world in terms of tonnage and 3rd globally, with 2 aircraft carriers that carries the baton of our blue water defense. For our Navy's true strength today lies in its indigenous prowess, be it INS Vikrant, the indigenous aircraft carrier, which transformed Pakistan into a landlocked country during Operation Sindoor, or India's state-of-the-art Visakhapatnam and Nilgiri-class destroyers and frigates. Today, we are getting 2 new stealth-guided frigates, INS Udaygiri and Himgiri. Take a look.
Modern warships are engineered for over 3 decades. The new F-34 and F-35 are future-ready multi-mission stealth platforms designed to deal with both conventional and unconventional threats across our vast areas of interest. Integrated construction with extensive pre-outfitting has enhanced efficiency and enabled a shorter build period for both ships. Each also carries a unique distinction. Udaygiri, crafted at Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Ltd, is the 100th warship designed by the Navy's Warship Design Bureau. Himgiri, built by Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Ltd, is the first stealth frigate constructed on the East Coast. Together, they will not only add firepower to the fleet, but also ignites the economy, with a significant plowback driving equitable growth and reinforcing self-reliance. Equipped with next-generation technologies, these platforms symbolize a strong and secure nation and mark another stride towards Viksit Bharat. Committed to the Navy's core values of duty, honor and courage, Udaygiri and Himgiri will soon hoist the ensign and stand combat ready to undertake any task, anytime, anywhere, anyhow.
So viewers, as you saw, the Indian Navy's family is getting bigger. Two new Nilgiri class frigates, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, are all set to dominate the blue waters of India with 75% indigenous content. When they will ride the waves, every drop of the sea will have a taste of what India is made of. Once again, take a look.
Every dawn propels India towards Viksit Bharat. Symbolizing this rising power is INS Udaygiri. Named after the legendary Sunrise Mountains in Andhra Pradesh, she embodies both a future-ready force and a glorious legacy. The erstwhile Udaygiri was commissioned in a ceremony presided over by the Defence Minister Mr. Bansi Lal. Over the next 3 decades, Udaygiri served with distinction, taking part in numerous large-scale operations and earning high accolades. In 2007, after 32 glorious years, F-35 came to rest. Her legacy did not. The new Udaygiri's advanced indigenous systems are tomorrow's technology today. As part of the mighty Eastern Sword, the Sunrise Fleet, Udaygiri will safeguard trade and project power across the Indo-Pacific. A warship is only as strong as her crew. The Rams have put themselves and F-35 through her paces.
Udaygiri is a legacy that has come full circle. 40 years ago, my father served on board the first Udaygiri. To command her new avatar is an honor and privilege. We, the proud crew, stand together to achieve excellence. Ever united, ultimate, unbeatable Udaygiri.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message on India's stance, says we love peace but cannot afford to be pacifists. Also coming up next, BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption and hospital scam case, says Aam Aadmi Party habitual of questioning central agencies. Details on all these stories when we come right back after this very short break. Do not go anywhere.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to ease.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyana Mitra. The Indian Navy, ladies and gentlemen, is commissioning 2 indigenously built stealth frigates. The public is reporting live from Visakhapatnam. We will be getting you the latest ground reports on that and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 1 p.m.
इन इंडिया अभियान शुरू किया, ग्लोबल और डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर दोनों के लिए देश में अनुकूल वातावरण बनाया।
Hours before Trump's tariff kicks in, Prime Minister Modi inaugurates first EV factory in Gujarat. India says, bring it on, Donald Trump. Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement saying, Make in India is for the world to see. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates Udaygiri and Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic on board INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess.
हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says AAP is habitual of questioning central agencies.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan sends strong message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. And we cut across to visuals coming in from Visakhapatnam, where I believe Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just reached the city to commission the INS Nilgiri and Udaygiri. Those are the first visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on your screens live from Visakhapatnam. Remember, viewers, it's a big boost to India's maritime defence as the Indian Navy is commissioning two indigenously built stealth frigates, the INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri today. And this is part of the Project 17 Alpha, and both stealth frigates are set to be a big boost to India's maritime defence. INS Nilgiri, the first warship. INS Himgiri is the first warship of the Project 17A. This was commissioned earlier this year with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in attendance. These frigates are a successor of the Shivalik class of frigates. And INS Udaygiri, viewers, is the second ship of the Project 17A stealth frigates that have a budget of over rupees 45,000 crore rupees. All right, viewers, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, two advanced stealth frigates, will be commissioned into the Indian Navy today, marking a significant milestone in the nation's indigenous warship construction capabilities. These sophisticated warships showcase India's growing prowess in designing and building complex naval platforms, enhancing the country's maritime security and reinforcing its role as a stabilizing power in the Indian Ocean. Republic is on board INS Himgiri and Udaygiri. Take a look.
The Indian Navy will mark a significant milestone in the indigenous warship construction with the commissioning of two advanced stealth frigates, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri in Visakhapatnam. Attending the commissioning will be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, highlighting the nation's growing prowess in designing and building complex warships. These Project 17A Nilgiri class frigates, built by shipyards in Mumbai and Kolkata using modular construction, showcase India's capability to deliver sophisticated warships on schedule.
Could you speak to us on the fact that one ship was built in Mumbai, the other one in Kolkata? Does this give a uniqueness to the ship, although they have a similar design?
Of course it does. I would say that we are same yet different. So if you go to one ship, you've just come across on INS Himgiri and you've seen the INS Udaygiri. So you will not find any difference. To a discerning eye, structurally there will be not much difference between both the ships. So both the ships have the same structure, same design, and that's the USP that both the shipyards have risen to the occasion and have achieved the standardization as per design which was made by the Naval headquarters. And both have achieved a similar amount of Aatmanirbharta, and they are absolutely same. Yet they are different. Why they are different? Because the people manning them are different. It's the man behind the machine. They're saying that it's the man behind the machine, man or woman behind the machine, which makes a difference. The man and woman are very unique identities. For example, I've got twin boys, and he's laughing because he knows that I have very naughty twin boys. They're identical twins. They're same, absolutely same. You can't to outsider they can't make a difference between both the boys, but they have difference because they are different characters. Both of them have different specialities. They have different strengths, different weaknesses. So in the ships also, the ship is the people who are manning the ship, and the way the ship is run, the spirit of the ship, it will obviously add its own character. It's not different in a bad way. It's a different because it's different. It adds character, and it gives a different option to the fleet commander, to the commander at sea, to deploy both the ships.
Blue water capabilities, our capacity to go beyond our shores, be very comfortable being at sea. So I think these platforms are the most formidable platforms as of today in the Indian Navy, which brings to the table huge sea legs. Even compared to its previous class, that is the Project 17 class, that is Shivalik ships, this ship is able to provide nearly 25% added endurance to it. In addition, these ships are much more capable because the weapon and the sensor capability of these ships are much state of the art and in keeping with the latest trends and the technology which is available, and thus it brings to the table a multifaceted capability in which these platforms can be deployed by the Indian Navy in multiple domains, in threats which are emerging in multiple domains across the above water, underwater, as well as the other roles which the Navy very regularly exercises, that is the diplomatic role, the benign role, and the constabulary role. I think so we are fully equipped beyond our core military role in those roles as well. These ships are very capable, and in the blue water aspects, we've got nearly a month's endurance with us without touching any base port or any port for any support. So I think so that is where our strength lies, and it's the best technology which we are imbibing right now. Very pertinent capability which is existing in the world. We can very proudly say that we are the world leaders now in those aspects.
Equipped with cutting-edge technology, these frigates boast the ELM 2248 MF Star ISA radar, capable of simultaneous multi-target tracking and fire control.
On board the ship, we have the electronic chart display and information system, which provides us the real-time position of the ship. Additionally, we can use the electronic chart display and information system to navigate anywhere in the world. The Indian Navy has progressed from the paper charts to the digital charts in the recent past. We are digitally compliant ship, on board which we can navigate using only the electronic charts. The bridge is specifically manned by people who are responsible for the safe navigation of the ship and with the external communication with other ships of the fleet. We are also responsible for controlling all the activities which are happening internally in the ship, be it the control of the engines or the steering of the ship. That is what is the responsibility of the responsibility of people in the bridge. The captain holds the overall command of the ship. when he is not in the bridge, the officer of the watch is in the command of the ship. So the captain rests his responsibility in the officer of the watch when he is not in the bridge. So then the responsibility comes to the officer of the watch, who is responsible for the safe navigation of the ship as well as the external and the internal activities in the ship. The bridge of the ship is the most ergonomically designed bridge of the fleet, and it is fitted with the most advanced systems which help us in the safe navigation. The equipment help us in speaking and communicating with the ships outside, as well as having a seamless communication with the people which are internal to the ship.
They are armed with Barak 8 surface-to-air missiles, BrahMos supersonic missiles and advanced close-in weapon systems. The ships also feature electronic warfare packages, decoy systems and anti-torpedo system providing layered protection.
We have world-class equipment in our ship like induction ranges, combi steamers and tilting frying pans. So many equipments are there. रोलिंग में भी खाना तो बनाना पड़ता है बिकॉज खाना बहुत ज़रूरी है, बेसिक नीड्स है और हमारे जो सेलर्स हैं, ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनके मोरल को काफ़ी ऊपर रखता है. तो जैसी भी हालत हो 3 मील्स बनाना ही है, पर सेफ्टी के साथ बनाते हैं हम. जैसे सेफ्टी गार्ड्स लगे हुए हैं रेंजेज में, किसी सेफ के ऊपर कुछ गिर ना जाए. वी हैव 2 टिल्टिंग फ्राइंग पैन्स जिसमें हम लोग जितना भी ऑयली काम होता है उसमें यूज़ करते हैं और उसमें खतरे की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. सेफ्टी यहाँ पे ये फायर फाइटिंग इक्विपमेंट है, ऑटोमेटिक फायर फाइटिंग इक्विपमेंट लगा हुआ है, प्लस पोर्टेबल फायर फाइटिंग एक्सटिंग्विशर अवेलेबल हैं और हमारा एक टीम भी रहता है, फायर फाइटिंग टीम भी 24 आवर्स रहता है. जब सेलिंग के टाइम में डिमांड रहता है लोगों का, काफ़ी टाइम तक घर से बाहर रहते हैं, तो बीच बीच में हम लोग लोगों को मोरल अप करने के लिए आइसक्रीम, जूस, वेरियस चीज़ें, पॉपकॉर्न ये सब प्रोवाइड करते हैं. पहले शिपों में इंडक्शन ये सब फैसिलिटी नहीं था. जो अभी नए शिप्स आ रहे हैं उनमें सब में इंडक्शन बेस्ड फैसिलिटी है. जैसे हमारा लिफ्ट दिया गया है, राशन को हम कभी भी ऊपर से नीचे लाने के लिए लिफ्ट का यूज़ करते हैं, प्लस स्टोर से राशन यहाँ तक लाने के लिए लिफ्ट यूज़ करते हैं. वी हैव चपाती मशीन ऑल्सो. ये मेरा 4th शिप है और मैं कमीशनिंग का पार्ट हूँ. ये मेरे लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है. इस शिप में मैं आया हूँ, कमीशनिंग का जिम्मेदारी निभा रहा हूँ और अपने डिपार्टमेंट का मोरल अप कर रहा हूँ.
The frigate's flight deck and enclosed hangar support 2 ship-borne helicopters, extending their reach for anti-submarine and surveillance missions. With a combined diesel or gas arrangement, these ships offer endurance and sea-keeping capabilities for blue water operations.
We have various equipment to communicate with our shore establishments as well as the ships in vicinity. So when we operate as a fleet, we are in continuous communication with the ships in vicinity, and there are various modes through which we communicate, which includes radios, tactical data links and satellite communication. Every military evolution at sea is first a communication evolution, and communication has been evolving rapidly. This ship has software defined radios, and about all of them are indigenous, and these radios have capability of communicating in HF band, VHF band, as well as we can receive communication in VLF band.
Beyond their impressive capabilities, these frigates underscore India's push for self-reliance in defense manufacturing. The Warship Design Bureau and Indian shipyards collaborated with MSMEs and supplier networks to deliver high indigenous content, strengthening the country's ability to build frontline combatants. The commissioning of INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri enhances the Navy's strike and air defense capabilities, reinforcing India's role as a stabilizing maritime partner in the Indian Ocean. These potent, stealthy platforms will operate across the Indo-Pacific, supporting coalition operations, humanitarian missions, and anti-submarine protocols.
the Indian Navy's family is getting bigger, as you saw on your screens, viewers. 2 new Nilgiri class frigates, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, are all set to dominate the blue waters. With 70% indigenous content, when they will ride the waves, every drop of sea will have a taste of what India is made of. Take a look.
Every dawn propels India towards Viksit Bharat. Symbolizing this rising power is INS Udaygiri. Named after the legendary Sunrise Mountains in Andhra Pradesh, she embodies both a future-ready force and a glorious legacy. The erstwhile Udaygiri was commissioned in a ceremony presided over by the Defence Minister Mr. Bansi Lal. Over the next 3 decades, Udaygiri served with distinction, taking part in numerous large-scale operations and earning high accolades. In 2007, after 32 glorious years, F-35 came to rest. Her legacy did not. The new Udaygiri's advanced indigenous systems are tomorrow's technology today. As part of the mighty Eastern Sword, the Sunrise Fleet, Udaygiri will safeguard trade and project power across the Indo-Pacific. A warship is only as strong as her crew. The Rams have put themselves and F-35 through her paces.
Udaygiri is a legacy that has come full circle. 40 years ago, my father served on board the first Udaygiri. To command her new avatar is an honor and privilege. We, the proud crew, stand together to achieve excellence. Ever united, ultimate, unbeatable Udaygiri.
The Himgiris, loftiest of the Himalayas, silent sentinels that have stood guard through the ages. From their snow-clad peaks flows the Ganga, lifeline of the nation. Inspired by the might of the Himalayas and born on the banks of the Hooghly, rises INS Himgiri, guardian of the seas, torchbearer of Viksit Bharat. This legend carries a proud legacy. The erstwhile Himgiri marked not not only our transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy, but also our tag from brown to blue waters. Himgiri returns, future ready and formidable, with cutting-edge sensors, next-generation indigenous automated weapon systems and intrinsic stealth. She is invisible on the battlefield, invincible in battle. Powered by a modern combined diesel or gas propulsion system, she has both endurance and speed. A modern helicopter landing system ensures 24/7 safe operations. Driving Himgiri is her crew. Inspired by the sure-footed Himalayan Tahar are the goats. Their spirit, grit, and professionalism define them and their ship. Capable of round-the-clock, year-round deployments, Himgiri features state-of-the-art crew facilities. A smart ship, she integrates AI-driven security and machine learning-based training and operational planning. As part of the Eastern Sword, the Sunrise Fleet, Himgiri will safeguard trade and project power across the Indo-Pacific.
I consider it a privilege to command this formidable warship and to lead the commissioning crew of INS Himgiri. I assure that Himgiri will always be at the vanguard and when called upon, will stand tall.
Arms to acquisition. Arms to acquisition.
And Republic is on board, the two warships getting you an exclusive sneak peek ahead of their commissioning. And here's that conversation that my colleague Ishan had with the commanding officer of INS Udaygiri and Himgiri.
Sir, could you speak to us on the significance of both the ships getting commissioned together?
So I would say the commissioning of two ships together is a big signaling by the Indian Navy about our capability, the capacity of India as the front runner in defense manufacturing in the world, and also for the fact that the prowess that India has in terms of the options which it brings to the table of two very capable shipyards across two seaboards of India, that is Mumbai and Kolkata, coming together under the design made by the Warship Design Bureau, and how that design, which was made centrally by the Warship Design Bureau of the Indian Navy, got executed into two very capable platforms, but yet so similar platforms. So the technology that we have been able to advance and the process and procedures that we have been able to evolve over these years to make such complex systems, complex platforms with such formidable capability on not just one yard but 2 yards across India is a big statement which we have been able to make, and we feel amazingly proud about it. And the fact that this ship can boast of nearly 75% of indigenous content. That means the government of India's initiative of Aatmanirbhar Bharat is ideally shown in these two platforms, that how 75% of these platforms are the product of various companies, big companies, small MSMEs, and nearly 2,000 plus people are actively involved across the 5 years of construction of these ships across the two shipyards, giving them so much of job opportunity. So this is a big statement that the Indian Navy is making of commissioning two platforms. Blue water capabilities are capacity to go beyond our shores, be very comfortable being at sea. So I think so these platforms are the most formidable platforms as of today in the Indian Navy, which brings to the table huge sea legs. Even compared to its previous class, that is the Project 17 class, that is Shivalik ships, this ship is able to provide nearly 25% added endurance to it. In addition, these ships are much more capable because the weapon and the sensor capability of these ships are much state of the art and in keeping with the latest trends and the technology which is available. And thus it brings to the table a multifaceted capability in which these platforms can be deployed by the Indian Navy in multiple domains, in threats which are emerging in multiple domains across the above water, underwater, as well as the other roles which the Navy very regularly exercises, that is the diplomatic role, the benign role, and the constabulary role. I think so we are fully equipped beyond our core military role in those roles as well. These ships are very capable, and in the blue water aspects, we've got nearly a month's endurance with us without touching any base port or any port for any support. So I think so that is where our strength lies, and it's the best technology which we are imbibing right now. Very pertinent capability which is existing in the world. We can very proudly say that we are the world leaders now in those aspects. As you would understand, that I would say that in the Eastern Naval Command, the capital platforms, roughly we had about 10 platforms which are capable of offensive capability of the nature which these frigates bring together. So with the induction of nearly 7, you can imagine that there is nearly 170% increase in the capability which comes to the eastern seaboard, and our focus towards the east and our presence in the Indian Ocean region. The strength, numeric increase in such numbers will have immense impact of our force projection in this area. In addition, the fact that these ships bring along with them huge reach and sustenance for long time at sea without any much support from ashore, and state-of-the-art weapons and sensors with much enhanced ranges. I would say that Navy is getting nearly 100% increase in their capability, and this will hugely bolster our influence in this region, and we'll be able to meet all the threats as well as the requirements which may be emerged and the responsibilities which the Indian Navy requires to discharge, which these 7 platforms will get along with them. One more thing which I would also like to bring to your notice is the fact that earlier the ship production was a relatively longer drawn process. But now with this modular construction, the capability of manufacturing these very complex platforms on 2 different seaboards by 2 different shipyards has increased the build cycle. It is much more faster, much more quicker, and within a very short span of roughly about 2.5 years, we would be having these 7 platforms with us.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QSMT achieved the world's foremost university rankings. Organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
Welcome, you're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Tanisha Avasti. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Navy is all set to commission INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, and we are getting you live and ground reports on board these 2 naval warship. Exclusive report only on Republic TV, but first a quick check of the headlines.
हमने मेक इन इंडिया अभियान शुरू किया। ग्लोबल और डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर दोनों के लिए देश में अनुकूल वातावरण बनाया।
Hours before Trump's tariff kicks in, Prime Minister inaugurates first EV factory in Gujarat. India says, bring it on, Trump. Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement, says, Make in India is for the world to see. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates Udaygiri and Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic onboard INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess.
करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये
The big face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital, says Aam Aadmi Party is a habitual of questioning central agencies, says the BJP.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is on. And starting this edition with the top focus story from Jammu and Kashmir, where flash floods have wreaked havoc in Noida of Jammu. 3 people have died, 2 people have died due to house collapse, we learn, and 1 in flash flood. Situation remains extremely grim. Rescue and relief operations are currently underway. Gursimran is joining us live from Ground Zero on that. Gursimran, talk to us about what the situation is. We learn at the point, at the location where you are, there are extremely heavy rains. The area is inundated. Please take us to what's happening.
See, right now we are reporting from the Jammu Tawi area, which has already crossed the danger mark. The Jammu Tawi is already flowing at 18.5 feet. 17 feet is the danger mark. It has already surpassed. Right now we are reporting, and here I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you. See, it's raining heavily, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you the visuals of this entire area that has been submerged into water. This used to be the residential area. There were the temporary sheds of the tribal community here that have also been washed away. We have some members of the tribal community also with us. चौधरी साहब, इधर कितने जो आपके शेड थे वो अब बह गए हैं? 30 गांव थे। तो कब पानी बढ़ना शुरू हुआ है? पानी रात में आया था कोई 1 बजे। तो फिर अब अभी घरों में सामान वगैरह वैसे ही पड़ा है? सामान वैसे ही पड़ा है जी, सब कुछ। तो 2-3 कूलर भी भाग गए, रोड गए यहाँ से। तो दूसरी तरफ जमीन भी कट रही है? हाँ, जमीन कट रही है। I'll request Sir Jeevan if we can show you on the other very other side. You will see that there is a structure there, that shed that has completely on the verge of getting submerged. Reason being that the land subsiding has started, and this is making it really very challenging. It is for the first time after 2014 flash floods that took place in Jammu and Kashmir that Jammu Tawi river has crossed the danger mark and is currently flowing at 18.5 feet. It is making it really very challenging for the authorities. Reason being that it is the nature's fury which cannot be controlled. That side that you see that there are still few of the houses that are still not submerged, but on the verge, because from both of the sides the water has now entered this very places. I'll request if Sir Jeevan can show you down there some of the members of the tribal community. They are trying to fetch their belongings. They are trying to get these livestock out. They are trying to get their belongings out because they know that after a couple of minutes or couple of hours, their water will also submerge this area as well, where they have their temporary sheds. So it is becoming really very difficult, and the level of the rains that you see, that it is making it almost next to impossible to even stand for a couple of minutes, because rains coupled with the strong winds that are taking place are making it really very challenging. And the water levels of the river Tawi that you see here, this has not been seen in the last 1 decade, but now these fury of the nature is showing its wraths in Jammu, and many of the areas have already submerged. Around a dozen houses have collapsed in the Jammu region. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also held a high-level meeting on the prevailing scenario, and Omar is travelling to Jammu to actually be on the ground during this time where we are witnessing that large-scale disruptions are being reported. Even as we speak, there are communication disruptions that have started beginning. The network jamming is also taking place. So an overall all challenges being posed to the administration when it comes to the nature's fury. But with this level raising, it is becoming really very challenging, and the weather is not opening up. Just in case there is a need of any air evacuation, it will not be possible in the present situation, which adds to the problems that the people are facing.
Right, Gursaman, thank you very much for getting us those details. Stay safe. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are more updates. For now, we shift our focus to some other top stories that we are getting in this edition. Days after Nikki Bhati, a woman from Greater Noida, was killed because the husband demanded dowry, her family demanded dowry. Shock from, this is another shocker from Nanded that has come to light. Nanded in Maharashtra has seen a very similar case like that. A father has brutally killed his daughter and her lover, tied their hands and legs and threw them in a well. The dead body of the girl has been recovered. It is from Karkala village of Umri Tehsil of Nanded district. The deceased married woman and her lover were caught in an objectionable situation by her in-laws is what we learn, after which the relatives of the married woman were called to this village. The family members, including her father, uncle and grandfather, took both of them with them and left for the village. And on the way, they killed both of them and threw them in a nearby well. The police has arrested all the three accused. Further investigation is underway that is being conducted by the local police. So after the dowry horror in the year 2025, we now see honor killing cases that are coming to light. This one is from the state of Maharashtra, Nanded to be specific. Meenakshi is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Meenakshi, has any case been registered against the relatives who are responsible for the honor killing? Because this is a very gory case that has come to light from the state of Maharashtra, and just days after the case that had come to light from Noida, the death by dowry case, another case from Maharashtra, but this time it is about an honor killing.
See, we got to know that police arrested all three accused, and further investigation is being done by the local police, as our source told us. Let me show you the incident, what happened in Nanded. Days after Nikki Bhati dowry murder, you know, shocker from Nanded in Maharashtra. What happened there? Father brutally killed his daughter and her lover, tied their hands and legs and threw them in a well. Dead body of the girl recovered already, and it is from Karkala village of Umri Tehsil of Nanded district, and the deceased married woman and her lover were caught in an objectionable situation by her in-laws, after which the relatives of the married woman were called to this village. The family members, including her father, uncle and grandfather, took both of them with them and left for the village. And on the way, they killed both of them and threw them in a nearby well. And police already started to investigate this matter, and already police arrested all three accused, as I told earlier. Further investigation is being done by the local police as we are getting information about this incident.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we're getting in reactions also on that story. Let's listen in to what the police has to say on the case that is under investigation.
आज उमरी पोलीस स्टेशन हद्दीमध्ये एका शेतशिवाऱ्यामधील विहिरीमध्ये आम्हाला 2 बॉडी आहेत अशी माहिती मिळाली. त्यावरून आम्ही शोध घेतला असता तिथे 2 बॉडीचा शोध चालू आहे. घटना थोडक्यात अशी आहे की संबंधित मुलगी जी आहे ती लग्न झालेली असून ती तिच्या नवऱ्याच्या गावी राहत होते आणि मुलगा जो
And yes, from Nanded to let's tell you what's happening in the state of Rajasthan. This one is from Jodhpur. After Noida, ladies and gentlemen, there's another case of dowry harassment that has come to light from Jodhpur. This incident is of Jodhpur, wherein a school lecturer in Rajasthan set herself and her 3-year-old daughter on fire. The child died on the spot, while the mother was shifted to the hospital, where she passed away during the treatment that she had to go through. This case from Jodhpur has sent shock across the nation, because this is a case of not somebody immolating her, but the woman here self-immolating along with her 3-year-old daughter after there were allegations of dowry harassment. We'll get those visuals on air now. On your screens, you will see how there is a burnt chair that has been kept inside a room. The exact same chair where the woman sat and set herself on fire. She had the 3-year-old daughter on her lap and she poured petrol. She burnt herself. And on the visuals on the other side, we have visuals of how the woman and her 3-year-old daughter lying on ground, completely burnt. 3 cases from 3 states. First one is from Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh, the Nikki murder case, where the woman Nikki was set on fire by her husband, by her in-laws. The other one is from Khargon in Madhya Pradesh, where a woman's hand was burnt with tongs after she refused to give dowry. The other one is from Jodhpur. Or that chair that you see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, is the same chair where a woman, a school lecturer, set herself on fire, sitting on that chair, keeping her 3-year-old on her lap. And all of these cases have one common link, that is dowry harassment, the dowry horror in the year 2025. And moving on to some more stories of similar nature that are coming to fore, ladies and gentlemen. This one is from Latur in Maharashtra. A body was found in the Vandhavana police station area of Latur on Monday, creating a stir. Seeing an unclaimed suitcase near the canal, people informed the police. When the police reached the spot and opened the suitcase, they found a dead body of a woman inside. A body was found in Vandhava police station area of Latur district of Maharashtra on Monday, creating a stir. A body of a woman was found in the suitcase near a canal near the Shelgaon region. As soon as the information was received, the police had then reached the spot and called the field unit to investigate the crime scene thoroughly. There is a suspicion of rape and murder of a woman, according to police. Today, that is on the evening of 25th of August, we learned that the statement was released earlier where the police said that they had received an information that a suitcase was lying on the side of the canal road going from Shelgaon to Vandhavana. It is suspected that the body of a woman is inside it. When the police had reached the spot and opened the suitcase, they found the body of an unknown woman that was aged somewhere near about 15 to 25 years of age. Injury marks were also found on the woman's face and body. The body has been sent for post-mortem and efforts are being made to identify her. The police have taken the body into custody and after preparing the Panchnama, they have started the legal proceedings in the case. 4 visuals, 4 different states and one common link, that is harassment that the woman has to go through either because of dowry or either because she chose to love a man that her family did not approve of. Yogita Bahana, she's an activist that is joining us on the phone line. All right, Yogita Pandey is joining us on the phone line. She's a woman activist. Yogita, 4 states, one common link, harassment against women, be it because of dowry or be it because she loved a man that her family didn't approve of. And this is happening in the year 2025. What are your first comments on that, Yogita?
I am not surprised, and this should not surprise us because we've been immune to all these news because every day, every second our daughters are suffering. Whichever corner of the country, we get such news every single minute. We get to hear few cases, we don't get to hear few cases, but this is horrendous and it's happening everywhere. And it's the highest time we need to wake up, shake ourselves and wake up to the reality and do something about it. By merely giving slogans that Beti ko bachao, Beti ko padhao will not help. You really need to help daughters. You just can't make slogans and do nothing about it. It's the highest time that we all need to work on it, like how we can stop such things from happening and how we can contribute as media, as activists, as government, as authority, as society, how we can stop this from happening. What are the steps to be taken rather than just making some lip service from wherever, we need to have our leadership doing something about it. I have been asking for 2 days in Parliament continuously from the government, discussing only women issues and addressing them. But my requests for last 8 years have been going in dustbin. So it is really high time we need to have our parliamentarian discussing women's safety, women issues in the parliament. Otherwise, we won't be able to see any difference.
But when we talk about cases like these, what do you think is the way out now? Because there are stringent laws, but none of them have been put into action. What, according to you, should now be done as far as we talk about these cases that have come to light?
Absolutely. So laws are there. Laws are there forever, and then you can change the name of any law and make it beautify by looking good. But implementation is done by manpower, and implementation is done by police and other authorities. But if they are not trained, and if they don't have zeal, and if they are not kind of trained to do such certain investigations or do things, nothing will change. And from authority, I would urge the government, how many posters they put of themselves, glorifying their, names, all the netas and all the politicians. They put up their photos all over country. They are making the country look ugly everywhere, putting posters of themselves. Rather, they should put posters on women's safety, awareness, doing some slogans which, can prevent the things from happening. And social awareness is the answer. And we should see more slogans on the road, in the society, on women's safety, awareness, rather than these netas themselves glorifying themselves all the time, dirting our city, dirting our country.
Thank you very much for sharing your views and joining us here on Republic. Meenakshi is also joining us live from Mumbai on that. Meenakshi, there are two cases that have come to light, one from Nanded, the other from Latur. Talk to us and share with us as what are the investigation proceedings that have been initiated by the police in both these cases.
The last cases, which is from Latur, police cases said the body has injury marks on the face and her body, raising suspicion of a rape and murder. So the field unit and forensic team were called there in the spot to examine the crime scene thoroughly. And they came there and they started investigation, but no one arrested from this case, from Latur case. According to official local notice, at first, unclaimed suitcase lying on the roadside and alerted police. After that, a team rushed to the spot and upon opening the suitcase, discovered that the body of an unidentified woman, believed to be between 15 to 25 years old, she was, and already the body has been sent for postmortem, and the police have registered a case, prepared a panchanama, and started legal proceedings already. Efforts are underway to establish the identity of the victim. So, two cases here, the Latur cases, police did not arrest anyone, but the previous case, which I told, that case already registered, and the police arrested the three accused from that case, and accused are arrested by police.
Right, Meenakshi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Let's also have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A Roman Catholic originally from Pakistan and a long-time resident of Anjuna has been officially granted Indian citizenship under the Citizenship Amendment Act, becoming the third person in Goa to receive the status through this route. The citizenship certificate was handed over in a formal ceremony. Amritsar police has arrested Amit Singh and recovered 5 Glock pistols, 4 magazines and a motorcycle. The accused has been arrested. He was in touch with Pakistan-based smugglers who were pushing weapon consignments to disturb peace and harmony in Punjab. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis flagged off the Ganpati special train from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus to Sawantaundi in Konkan. 367 special trains and 550 buses will operate to help residents travel to their hometowns in Konkan. With support from Prime Minister Modi and Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, in 2023, a total of 305 Ganpati special train trips were operated, while in 2024, the number had increased to 358. Uttarakhand Government Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh visited the disaster-affected areas of Dharali, Harsil and others in Uttarkashi district and met with the affected families. He also took stock of the situation of relief and security operations. During his visit to Mukhaba, the governor held discussions with officials from the district administration, army, NDRF, SDRF and other security agencies for the relief and security operations. In a series of joint operations across Manipur from August 18 to 23, the Indian Army and Assam Rifles formation under Spear Corps in close coordination with Manipur police carried out precise intelligence-driven operations across Jiribam, Bishnupur, Thobul, Imphal West and Imphal East. It's time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we're building up to the big moment when Indian Navy will be commissioning stealth frigates Udaygiri Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Also getting you the details of the case that Enforcement Directorate has raided the Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj on a big AAP versus BJP fight. Coming up next after the break.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज. I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्ट मसाला.
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean.
Thank you for staying with Republic. We are breaking some latest details that are coming in as far as the Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra is concerned. It has been suspended temporarily after there were flash floods that were recorded in Jammu. Remember, Noida has been the one that has been worst affected, and after which we learned that the administration has taken the note and has suspended Vaishno Devi Yatra temporarily. We, however, have no details on when the Yatra will resume, but this has been done as a safety and precautionary measure for all the Yatris that have planned to move and visit Mata Vaishno Devi. This has been suspended. Remember, 3 people have already been dead as far as we talk about the floods that have wreaked havoc in Doda. 2 people are still missing. Several temporary sheds have been completely washed away. Jammu Tawai has crossed the danger mark. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast. On that note, Gursimran, talk to us the details about till when is the Yatra suspended and when is it possibly going to resume?
The decision has been taken by Shri Vaishno Devi Shrine Board that due to the inclement weather conditions that are prevailing, the Yatra is being suspended with immediate effect. The decision has been taken to ensure the safety of the lives of pilgrims that are travelling to the holy cave of Shri Mata Vaishno Devi Ji. Now, when it comes to the resumptions, the decision will only be taken when the situation improves and these inclement weather condition moves to the clear skies, because what we see for the next 16-17 hours that it is going to be similar situation, and the situation is going to even worse. Reason being that the continuous rainfall is adding to the misery of the low-lying areas, with the water levels in the water channels increasing, and almost all the water channels that are in the Jammu all have crossed the danger mark, and now the low-lying areas and the land subsiding that is taking place is making it really difficult.
Very much for getting us those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you Gursimran, who's reporting live from Doda, where floods have wreaked havoc in the area.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्ट मसाला.
but we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. The countdown to the major boost to our naval power is concerned. That is going to happen very, very soon. INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri are set to be commissioned today, and it is a major boost for Make in India, Aatmanirbhar Bharat in defense, and of course, these are going to be next generation frontline stealth frigates. We'll get you everything on that. But first, the headlines at 2 p.m. India says, bring it on, Trump. Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement, says Make in India is for the world to see. Indian Navy to commission stealth frigates Udaygiri Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic on board INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess.
प्रदेशवासियों, हमें तमगा मिला है मध्य प्रदेश को कि महिलाएं सबसे ज्यादा शराब पूरे देश में कहीं पीती है तो मध्य प्रदेश की पीती है.
Congress leader Jeetu Patwari stirs controversy with derogatory comments on women, says women in Madhya Pradesh consume the most alcohol.
हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया.
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है.
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says Aam Aadmi Party habitual of questioning central agencies.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message to the world, says that Operation Sindoor is on. Viewers, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, two advanced stealth frigates, are set to be commissioned into the Indian Navy today, marking a significant milestone in the nation's indigenous warship construction capabilities. These sophisticated warships showcase India's growing prowess in designing and building complex naval platforms, enhancing the country's maritime security and reinforcing its role as a stabilizing power in the Indian Ocean. Viewers, so the flag off and the countdown has begun. New era for Indian Navy. My colleague Ishan is joining us live on the broadcast from Visakhapatnam. All right, Republic TV getting you the straight view from ground zero. Ishan, tell us more, how are the preparations going like there?
The preparations are in full of the Honorable CNS and the Honorable Rakshamantri. We will be coming to commission this ship. Behind me, you can see the INS Nilgiri, and these ships are being commissioned today. These are state-of-the-art stealth frigates with the latest MF-Star radar, Barak 8 missiles, and BrahMos missiles. You can see that these all the preps are done, and we are just awaiting the. I am live from the. And all the weapons and all systems are ready.
Yeah, there seems to be a problem with your network there. We'll just come back to you, Ishan. Now, viewers, this is this is one of this is a major boost, and very importantly, this is Make in India, and it is. INS Udaygiri is second of the 4 P-17A frigates. It's part of the project 17A, viewers. And Udaygiri is part of the 4 P-17A frigates. And Himgiri, on the other hand, is also one of the most important ones. Udaygiri, manufactured by Mazagon Dock Limited in Mumbai, and INS Himgiri, constructed by Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers in Kolkata. And it's, of course, there's been a growing threat in the Indian Ocean region also. And Indian Navy is now set to commission 2 new stealth warships to pack a punch, viewers, with this. They're adding more punch to the force's ability to strike and further augment Navy's monitoring of the sea lanes of communication, the critical sea lanes. In fact, viewers, the Indian Navy's family is only getting bigger. 2 new Nilgiri class frigates, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, are all set to dominate the blue waters. With 70% indigenous content, when they will ride the waves, every drop of sea will have a taste of what India is made of. Take a look.
Every dawn propels India towards Viksit Bharat. Symbolizing this rising power is INS Udaygiri. Named after the legendary Sunrise Mountains in Andhra Pradesh, she embodies both a future-ready force and a glorious legacy. The erstwhile Udaygiri was commissioned in a ceremony presided over by the Defence Minister, Mr. Bansi Lal. Over the next 3 decades, Udaygiri served with distinction, taking part in numerous large-scale operations and earning high accolades. In 2007, after 32 glorious years, F-35 came to rest. Her legacy did not. The new Udaygiri's advanced indigenous systems are tomorrow's technology today. As part of the mighty Eastern Sword, the Sunrise Fleet, Udaygiri will safeguard trade and project power across the Indo-Pacific. A warship is only as strong as her crew. The Rams have put themselves and F-35 through her paces.
Udaygiri is a legacy that has come full circle. 40 years ago, my father served on board the first Udaygiri. To command her new avatar is an honor and privilege. We, the proud crew, stand together to achieve excellence. Ever united, ultimate, unbeatable Udaygiri.
The Himgiris, loftiest of the Himalayas, silent sentinels that have stood guard through the ages. From their snow-clad peaks flows the Ganga, lifeline of the nation. Inspired by the might of the Himalayas and born on the banks of the Hooghly, rises INS Himgiri, guardian of the seas, torchbearer of Viksit Bharat. This legend carries a proud legacy. The erstwhile Himgiri marked not only our transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy, but also our tag from brown to blue waters. Himgiri returns, future-ready and formidable, with cutting-edge sensors, next-generation indigenous automated weapon systems and intrinsic stealth. She is invisible on the battlefield, invincible in battle. Powered by a modern combined diesel or gas propulsion system, she has both endurance and speed. A modern helicopter landing system ensures 24/7 safe operations. Driving Himgiri is her crew. Inspired by the sure-footed Himalayan Tahar are the goats. Their spirit, grit, and professionalism define them and their ship. Capable of round-the-clock, year-round deployments, Himgiri features state-of-the-art crew facilities. A smart ship, she integrates AI-driven security and machine learning-based training and operational planning. As part of the Eastern Sword, the Sunrise Fleet, Himgiri will safeguard trade and project power across the Indo-Pacific.
I consider it a privilege to command this formidable warship and to lead the commissioning crew of INS Himgiri. I assure that Himgiri will always be at the vanguard and when called upon, will stand tall.
Arms to acquisition. Arms to acquisition.
Anyways, controversy erupted at Kerala's Guruvayur temple after influencer Jasmine Jaffar was filmed washing her feet in the sacred pond, violating the temple norms. Now, authorities have halted darshan and performed elaborate purification rituals to restore sanctity. The influencer's reel at the temple has sparked a row. And this is an influencer called Jasmine Jaffari. And now she is in the eye of a storm because of what happened at the temple. You can see that visual. She visited the temple, and now the Guruvayur temple in Kerala is holding a purification rituals because she had apparently washed her feet in the water. That's what did not go down well with the authorities, temple authorities, and we'll just get you more on that as to what really has transpired. But the restrictions have been put in on darshan at Guruvayur temple after Jasmine Jaffar who's a Muslim. She washed her feet at the sacred Rudira pond and she made a reel. And the temple administrator says that there will be restrictions on darshan from 5 a.m. to noon due to the purification rituals to be carried out. As it's a non-Hindu woman who entered the temple pond and shot the video. Okay, so that's the objection. Devotees will be allowed to enter the four-chamber temple for darshan only in the evening now, after the rituals are over. And the administrator has asked the devotees to cooperate with the Devasam board officials. And 18-day puja will be performed again. Now, viewers, filming of video is prohibited in this sacred pond, which is part of the temple. And non-Hindus are not allowed to enter the pond. So there's violation of rules that has happened. And social media influencer and Big Boss participant Jasmine Jaffer had went there to shoot reels. All right, viewers, shifting focus now. The SIT has been conducting a search operation at the Timarodi for past 4 hours, targeting the houses of Mahesh Shetty and Mohan Kumar. Now, officials are documenting every item recovered, sealing them and preparing to send them for forensic examination with the SOCO team. Now, in the SIT probe, Chinnaya has also already named several individuals. My colleague Smita joins us on the broadcast from Republic Kannada newsroom. It's really an impact now that investigation, Smita, is picking up, and what we know is that there is a major role of these so-called activists also that is under scanner. Now they are being raided.
Sir, yaar mic on. English.
Smita. Smita, can you hear me? Smita, tell us more about the raids that have happened and the allegations against these activists, because now their role is also under scanner in this Dharmasthala conspiracy.
Actually, yeah, as you are rightly quoting, now not only the masked man Chinnaya, but also those who are behind this or under the radar of SIT. There is a continuous ongoing investigation in Mahesh Shetty Timarodi's brother house. Allegedly, it is the same house where this masked man was kept for more than 2 months. Even when this exhume process was ongoing, this masked man was allegedly staying in the same house. Now the SIT officers have, retrieved a mobile phone, Android mobile phone, which this masked man was using, and also they have, taken the hard disk of the CCTV, which was installed in the house, and now. On the basis of the statement given by this masked man, that is Chinnaya, there is a larger chances of, many others, maybe Timarodi and also Mazagon and many others might come under the radar of SIT investigation. Now we are also getting information from the sources that this Chinnaya has named a few persons in the investigation, so might be in a couple of hours or so, SIT officer will call upon those persons also for the investigation. And on the other hand, SIT will also take over the Ananya Bhatt missing case today. Sujata Bhatt is in SIT, office in early morning this day. And after the search operation in Timarodi's brother house, the same SIT officers will also investigate Sujata Bhatt. Before this investigation, they have collected many evidences regarding this Ananya Bhatt missing case. So they will put all those evidences in front of Sujata Bhatt and will take her statement, is what we are learning as of now from the sources. And about that YouTuber, Sameer, this will be the third day of investigation. He is still there in Beltangdi, and he will also be called by the Beltangdi local police for the investigation. So entire nexus, who are behind this anti-Dharmasthala campaign are under SIT radar as of now. So the tension in the camp is mounting, and now we can see that entire team is being shattered. Nobody is able to communicate with each other. Nobody is trying to, come to support each other. The entire infamously known as B gang, that is Bude gang, the Skull gang, is exposed now, and they are shattered into pieces as the SIT investigation is ongoing. The tension in the camp is, building, and the intensity of the pressure in the gang is building.
Right. Thank you so much, Vita, for joining us with those details coming in on the story. We shift our focus to breaking news coming in now. In the Nikki Dowry case, Republic has accessed the hospital memo. And as per the hospital memo, patients suffered burnt injuries and cylinder blast. That's the breaking news we have right now. The hospital memo has been accessed, and this has mentioned that the patient had suffered burn injuries after a cylinder blast. Now, you can understand now what's happening. The child has said that his father set his mother ablaze with a lighter. The violence is very much visible there. And this is now being called a cylinder blast. Now, cylinder blast happened, but there was nothing. You can understand what's happening here, how this case is being botched up. The cylinder blast has been mentioned now. This is what is happening in this probe. You can clearly see that his sister is filming her. I mean, cylinder blast cannot affect one person. You can see the whole house is not ablaze. This is one individual, a woman who was on fire, who was set on fire. Akil joins us live on the broadcast. From Akil, tell us more about this report that we have accessed. Now they're making it to be a cylinder blast.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. Initially, if you see, when the accused family took the victim to the nearby hospital, after that, what we have got to learn that at that point in time, the incident took place due to a cylinder blast. But right now, what we have got to learn from the Gautam Budh Nagar police team, that they have also basically met senior officials from the hospital as well, and they are collecting the CCTV footages from the hospital itself, and which will clarify the details that who was the person who basically took the victim to the hospital. One second thing which the police administration wants to clear in that direction, that who all persons basically took the victim to the hospital, because that's a very important part. Because earlier, if you see, initially what we have got to learn from the victim's family, that they are claiming that initially when that incident took place, the accused father and apart from that his mother as well and his brother, no one took her to the hospital. So that's a very big claim made by the victim's family. Right now I'm joined by the victim's father himself. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए, आप एक बात कह रहे थे कि जिस वक्त ये दुर्घटना घटी उसके बाद जो अक्यूज के फादर है, विपिन के फादर हैं, कोई उसको हॉस्पिटल लेकर जल्दी पहुंचा नहीं। हॉस्पिटल कितने लोग गए जिस वक्त दुर्घटना घटी उसके बाद कितने वक्त पहुंचे वो लोग वहां पे?
वो तो 6:30 बजे करीब पहुंचे हम। 6 बजे करीब, 5:30 बजे मुझे फ़ोन आया। 6 बजे करीब मैं नंगला गाँव में था। मैं 6 बजे करीब पहुँचा हूँ।
उनके पिता नहीं पहुँचे वहाँ? उनके घर से कौन कौन लेकर के गया था उसको हॉस्पिटल?
पड़ोसी लेके गया था।
घर के परिवार वाले क्यों लेके नहीं गए?
घर के परिवार के तो कोई है ही ना वहाँ, ना उसका जो पति है वो भी नहीं था, ना माँ थी। जो माँ ने पैदा करी वो तो यहाँ से पहुँच गई वहाँ छोटे बेटा को लेके गाड़ी में, और वो लोग 2 किलोमीटर दूर ना पहुँचे। सिरसा से 2 किलोमीटर है हॉस्पिटल होंडा चौक।
आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि माँ जो है, आप निक्की की जो माँ है वो पहले पहुँच जाती हैं, सास लेकिन पहुँचती नहीं है। क्यों, ऐसा क्यों लगता है?
सास की तो सारी कमी मीडिया पे दिख रही है। सास तो पिटवाती है, बाल पकड़ती है सास, और मारते हैं बेटे। सारा मीडिया देख रहा है। मेरा कहने का तो कोई वही नहीं रहा इसमें। बेटा उसका सारा बयान कर रहा है थाने में, सारे बयान बेटा कर रहा है। मेरी बेटी चली गया, मुझ पर रह क्या गया। बट
अभी जो मांगे हैं आपकी पुलिस प्रशासन से वो क्या है इस मामले के अंदर? आप जो है पहले कह रहे थे इनकाउंटर चाहिए हमें, उसके बाद आपने कहा बुलडोजर से उसके घर को ढाना चाहिए। क्या है जो जायज़ मांगे हैं? क्या
योगी बाबा से मेरी ये रिक्वेस्ट है, योगी मोदी से, कि इसका घर पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए। जिस घर में मेरी बेटी जली है वो घर ख़त्म होना चाहिए।
अच्छा, आपने उस घर में 2 बेटियों की शादी की है, दूसरी बेटी अभी कहाँ है? क्या इस वक्त अस्पताल में है? क्या पुलिस ने उसके स्टेटमेंट को दर्ज किया है? और तीसरी बात, क्या उसे दोबारा आप उस घर में भेजना चाहेंगे, नहीं भेजना चाहेंगे? क्या है आपका पोजीशन?
ऐसे दरिंदे को दोबारा क्यों भेजूँगा? ऐसे दूसरी बेटी को मरवा लूँ? ऐसे दरिंदे से दूसरी बेटी को भेज के मरवा लूँ? उस घर में नहीं भेजूँगा मैं। जैसा मैं खाऊँगा ऐसी बेटी को खिलाते रहूँगा।
तो ये शादी हुए 9 साल हो गए थे। 9 साल में आपको कभी एहसास नहीं हुआ कि मामला जब बिगड़ रहा है दोनों परिवारों के बीच में, तो पुलिस को कंप्लेंट देनी चाहिए?
पुलिस को कंप्लेंट हम जब देते हैं जब समाज से समाधान ना होता। दूसरा तरीका वो समाज कर देती है ना समाधान। जब समाज से चपर जाता, जब हम कोर्ट कचहरी जाते हैं।
Right. So, hey, you see, Rakshita, the victim's father is claiming that when basically society not able to resolve the issues, then only they go towards the police side to take action in that regard. And earlier they met with the Sarpanch and they have raised this concern, and after that between both the parties, what was the acrimony has been solved by both the parties at Sarpanch. And after what we have seen that Nikki was sent back to her in-laws residence as well, and things were working fine. But what we have seen that on August 21st, the incident took an ugly turn when her husband basically allegedly took an extreme step in which Nikki has lost her life.
Of course, things were not fine. Of course, Panchayat is equally to be blamed. And of course, that is another question that we are raising here. Thank you so much, Akil, for joining us. We shift our focus now to other stories. The Enforcement Directorate has searched 13 locations, including the residence of former Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj, in a money laundering investigation linked to alleged irregularities in hospital construction projects sanctioned during the Aam Aadmi Party government's tenure. Now, officials say that the searches had covered 13 locations in Delhi and nearby areas. Central Probe Agency, that is the ED, has not yet disclosed the details of the assets seized or specific financial irregularities that have been detected. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party calls this matter false, this case false. Shambhavi joins us live on the broadcast for more from outside Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence. Shambhavi, tell us what exactly has been found out in these raids. Has there been anything that has been picked up or any evidence that has been collected?
The ED has not closed the assets that were seized, or what is the update on this, but the ED has been on this search. Total 13 locations they have raided, and one of the locations is Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence, and they've been inside since around 8:39 a.m. and still continues to be inside, and Saurabh Bharadwaj is inside as well. So this is in regard to the alleged money laundering case in relation to the public hospital scam. Now, there were 24 hospitals which needed to be made, 11 new and 13 upgrades to the existing hospitals. But there were a lot of inconsistencies, and back in 2018, when the Leader of Opposition filed a detailed complaint saying that there is a huge irregularity going on in this infrastructure, health infrastructure segment, and there is alleged corruption. That is when the Anti-Corruption Board filed a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act, and they took cognizance of the matter, and that is when a lot of cases of hospitals being incomplete even after 3 years, 4 years, like LNGP Hospital, the original amount sanctioned for the same was around 488 crores, and from there it was raised to around 1200 crores, but it still remains to be incomplete after 4 years. Similarly, ICU Hospital, that was the original sanction amount, was around 1200 crores, and around 50% of it is complete, only 50%, and 800 crores on that hospital has already been spent. So there are these matters where around 5,590 crores amount in the execution and sanction of it, there are alleged embezzlement, cost cover-ups, delays in the construction of hospital. This is in which regard ED has been very active. ED is conducting search for hours now and remains to be inside Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence along with him. Back to you.
Right, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in, viewers, on that story. Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for coming on the story. Now, viewers, we have some more reaction coming in. It is a first response from former Delhi Chief Minister, Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi on the ED raids. She says that the case is 100% false.
अगर अब ईडी जो मंत्री नहीं था उन पर रेड करेगी तो क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी पर कोलगेट स्कैम में रेड होगा? उनके कार्यकाल से पहले के घोटाले में? क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर 2G घोटाले में रेड होगी? क्या दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी पर CWG गेम स्कैम में रेड होगी? क्या रेखा गुप्ता जी पर CNG फिटनेस स्कैम में रेड होगी? देखिए, ये बिल्कुल हास्यास्पद बात है। सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, viewers, in some more news from across the country. This is news coming in from Pune when a tragic incident happened. Several bikes turned into ashes after a fire broke out in a mobile motorbike showroom at Pune. The fire was later doused. No casualties or injuries have been reported. Indian Navy will be hosting the Emerging Leaders panel discussion under the aegis of Indian Ocean Naval Symposium from the 27th of August to 28th of August at the Southern Naval Command, Kochi. Two events will be seeing a focus on engaging young naval leaders from 18 IONS nations. Member nations will engage in discussions on maritime security challenges and fostering collaboration in emerging technology. The heavy downpour in Kangra at Himachal Pradesh have led to the collapse of several houses in the region. The roads in the district were damaged with minor landslides witnessed across different locations, leading to difficulties for local commuters. Several trees were uprooted due to incessant rains. All right, we will receive a short break, but we get you the latest on India once again staring back at the United States. India says, bring it on, Trump. Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement saying that Make in India is for the world to see. And CDS General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message and gives out a strong message, says that the Operation Sindoor is still on.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
India says, bring it on, Trump. Prime Minister gives a big message, says that the Make in India is for the world to see.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested.
All right, viewers, we'll get you more details. Okay, India says, bring it on, Trump. Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement, says, Make in India is for the world to see. Indian Navy to commission the stealth frigates Udaygiri Himgiri at Visakhapatnam today. Republic on board INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, getting you the exclusive sneak peek of the naval prowess. Congress.
प्रदेशवासियों, हमें तमगा मिला है मध्य प्रदेश को कि महिलाएं सबसे ज्यादा शराब पूरे देश में कहीं पीती है तो मध्य प्रदेश की पीती है।
Congress leader Jeetu Patwari stirs controversy with their derogatory comments on women, says women in MP consume the most alcohol.
हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says Aam Aadmi Party habitual of questioning central agencies.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learnt a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is on. Viewers, we start with one of the big stories today. Prime Minister Modi's mega Swadeshi push is coming in as the US issues notice on tariff. Now, as tariff deadline approaches, Prime Minister has sent out a very strong message. He says that he has in fact gone vocal for local, encouraging Make in India, and says that Swadeshi should be India's spirit, every Indian spirit. So this is coming in. Just to understand the timing of this statement, viewers. This comes in just with hours to go. The deadline of Trump tariffs to end. Tariff deadline is closing in, and India continues to send out a strong message that we will not bow down. And Prime Minister has sent out a big message that it's for the world to see how India is making strides with Make in India programs, self-reliance at the center of it all. And this is something that has irked. You've seen what Rajnath Singh said a few days back when Donald Trump was making those statements. He said that somebody's boss is having a problem. They can't see India's rise. Prime Minister also says that it's for everyone to see what Make in India is doing, and is in fact pushing for it. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों। गर्व से स्वदेशी की तरफ चल पड़ो। और यहां जापान के द्वारा जो चीजें बन रही है ना, ये भी स्वदेशी है। मेरी स्वदेशी की व्याख्या बहुत सिंपल है। पैसा किसका लगता है उससे मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो डॉलर है, पाउंड है, वो करेंसी काली है, गोरी है, मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं। लेकिन जो प्रोडक्शन है उसमें पसीना मेरे देशवासियों का होगा। पैसा किसी का, पसीना हमारा। जो प्रोडक्शन होगा उसमें महक मेरी देश की मिट्टी की होगी, मेरी भारत मां की होगी। इस भाव के साथ आप मेरे साथ चलिए दोस्तों। 2047 में हम ऐसा हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे, आपकी आने वाली अनेक पीढ़ियां आपके इस त्याग का गर्व करेगी, आपके इस योगदान का गर्व करेगी। आपकी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस मंत्र के लिए, स्वदेशी के मार्ग के लिए मैं आज मेरे देशवासियों को निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। मैं आपको निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। आइए हम सब चल पड़े। 2047 विकसित भारत बना के रहेंगे। दुनिया की भलाई में भारत का योगदान बढ़ाते रहेंगे।
And viewers, in the latest speech by General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defence Staff, he has also sent out a powerful message on the importance of Aatmanirbhar Bharat in defence, indigenously developed Sudarshan Chakra, India's very own Iron Dome. He said that the aim is to develop a system to protect India's strategic, civilian and nationally important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword. Listen in.
A second aspect which I think we could discuss in this seminar is about Sudarshan Chakra, India's own Iron Dome or Golden Dome. The Honorable Prime Minister had made a mention of this on 15th of August when he spoke about Sudarshan Chakra. That will enhance India's strategic defense, and he said that he expects it to be rolled out by 2035. Over here, I think the aim is to develop an indigenous system to protect India's strategic, civilian and nationally important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword. It will entail development of robust infrastructure and processes for detection, acquisition, neutralization of enemy's air vectors, including using soft skill and hard skill, both kinetic and directed energy weapons. In fact, 2 or 3 days back, you would have heard about DRDO testing a particular integrated system in which there were QRSAMs, V-Sharrods, and 5 kilowatt lasers. Actually, they were all getting combined into one. We'll have to look at multi-domain ISR, integration of ground, air, maritime, undersea, space sensors, all becoming a key necessity and integrating them. A colossal amount of integration will be required as multiple fields will need to be networked to provide a very fused picture to us. Colossal amounts of data will be needed to be analyzed for information and real-time response. Use of artificial intelligence, advanced computation, data analytics, big data, LLM, quantum technologies will be essential. For a vast country like this, like India, a project of this magnitude will require a whole-of-nation approach. But like always, I am very sure Indians will do it at a minimal and a very affordable cost to us.
And also speaking on the importance of self-reliance and defense, CDS says that Aatmanirbhar Bharat is significant not only in technology but also in ideas and in practice. Hence, he says that there is a need to increase awareness on all fragments of our society on doctrinal and conceptual aspects of war.
Serious research needs to be done on all dimensions of war, that is about leadership, motivation, technology, tactics, strategy. This, I think, is important as India's stature grows. As a Viksit Bharat, we also need to be Shashakt, Surakshit and Aatmanirbhar. And Aatmanirbhar, not only in technologies but also in ideas and also in practice. Hence, there is a need to increase awareness on all segments of our society on doctrinal and conceptual aspects. That's the academic pursuits of how war is fought and practical and actual war fighting, techniques and tactics.
All right, we were shifting focus to the other story that we're tracking now. This is the Dharmasthala story. It's breaking news coming in. The SIT has been conducting a search operation at Timarodi for past 4 hours, targeting the houses of Mahesh Shetty and Mohan Kumar. Officials are documenting every item recovered, sealing them and preparing to send them for forensic examination with this so-called team. In this SIT probe, Chinnaya, who's the so-called masked man, has already named several individuals. And if today's search yields evidence supporting his claims, the case could take a major twist. The SIT plans to summon those named by Chinnaya for questioning, and if allegations are proven, they may be taken into custody. So the probe is only deepening and widening, and the SIT has seized mobile phones. In fact, Chinnaya says that he did not have his own mobile phone. He didn't have access to it. SIT has seized Android mobile belonging to Chinnaya from activist Mahesh's house. So he's taking names now and highlighting the complicity, of Mohan Shetty and Mahesh Shetty, so-called activists. And this is after Republic Kannada's expose and continuous coverage on this story. This SIT searches continue in several locations. Nagendra Babu joins us live on the broadcast from Nagendra. There are multiple raids that are being conducted, and what we know is that Chinnaya ने कुछ लोगों का नाम भी लिया है यहाँ पर, इसमें महेश का भी नाम लिया गया है और मोबाइल फ़ोन भी मिला है. क्या कुछ और जानकारी हमारे सामने है?
रक्षिता, देखिए एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का समय में मासमैन चिन्नैया बोला था मैं मोबाइल फ़ोन यूज़ नहीं कर रहा हूँ बोल के खुद इन्फॉर्मेशन दिया था, लेकिन एसआईटी का एक टीम तमिलनाडु का सत्यमंगलम को जाके उसका वाइफ को मिलके उसके साथ बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन एसआईटी कलेक्ट किया था। तभी वो टाइम पे उसका वाइफ ने बोला था 2 बार हफ्ते में 2 बार उन्होंने फ़ोन करके मुझसे बात करता था बोल के वाइफ ने इन्फॉर्मेशन एसआईटी को दिया था। उसका हिसाब से वो फ़ोन ढूंढने के लिए एसआईटी बहुत सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया था, लेकिन चिन्नैया को बहुत सारा बार क्वेश्चन किया तो उन्होंने फ़ोन नहीं है बोल के एसआईटी के सामने झूठ बोल के आया था। लेकिन आज चिन्नैया को लेके उजरे का पास एक 2 घर है, 2 घर, एक महेश शेट्टी तिमरोडी का घर है, उसका ब्रदर का मोहन शेट्टी तिमरोडी का घर है। वो दोनों घर में जाके चिन्नैया वही घर में रहता था, वही घर में स्टे करता था, वही घर से एसआईटी ऑफिस को इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए वो आता था। तभी वो घर में जाके लगभग 4 घंटा से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा तलाश भी कर रहे हैं। वो समय पे चिन्नैया यूज करना था एक एंड्रॉयड फोन मिल गया है। अभी देखिए वो एंड्रॉयड फोन से बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन निकालने के लिए, डिजिटल एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के लिए एसआईटी अभी बहुत सारा प्रिपरेशन भी किया है। सोको टीम भी उधर वो मोबाइल को सीज करके उसको एफएसएल को भेजने के लिए प्लानिंग भी कर रहा है। देखिए वही समय पे कल उसका बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन भी किया था चिन्नैया को, तभी टाइम पे चिन्नैया उसका पीछे कौन कौन था, उसके साथ तो कौन कौन काम करता था, उसको इधर आने के लिए और ये स्कल लेके आने के लिए कौन मदद किया था, पूरा नाम एसआईटी का सामने रखा है। देखिए पहला उसका साथ तिमरोडी था, गिरीश मटनवर था, जयंत था और यूट्यूबर समीर के साथ और थोड़ा लोग था, उसका भी जानकारी मिल चुका है एसआईटी को। आगे का दिन में उन लोगों को भी एसआईटी नोटिस देके इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए, इंट्रागेशन के लिए बुलाने के लिए प्लानिंग भी कर रहा है। उसके साथ वो हर रोज एसआईटी को एक कार में आता था, वो कार का भी जानकारी एसआईटी लिया है। वो कार उजरे में एक आदमी का था, वो आदमी महेश शेट्टी तिमरोडी का रिलेशन का कार है बोल के अभी इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है। यही कार पे हर रोज एसआईटी ऑफिस को आता था, एसआईटी ऑफिस से वापस जाने के समय में यही कार उन्होंने यूज करता था। उसका भी पहला मतलब एसआईटी फॉर्म होने को भी पहला कोर्ट को यही कार में उन्होंने गया था और वो स्कल लेके आने के लिए वही कार में गया था। सुजाता भट्ट को भी लेके जाने के लिए
Right, we have live visuals coming in, viewers from. We'll just go across to. Thank you so much, Nagendra. We'll just go across to some breaking news. We have live visuals coming in from Visakhapatnam, and you can see that INS Himgiri and Udaygiri Indian warships are all set to be commissioned now. The ceremony has begun. These are India's indigenous stealth frigates. A milestone in India's warship building.
देवियों और सज्जनों, वाइस एडमिरल आर स्वामीनाथन, कंट्रोलर वॉरशिप प्रोडक्शन एंड एक्विजिशन पधार चुके हैं।
Milestone, a major milestone in India's warship building, and as you can see, the dignitaries, all the top defense officers, the dignitaries have arrived. Rajnath Singh is also in Visakhapatnam for this mega moment for India's defense power, and of course, with Aatmanirbhar Bharat at the center of in every arena. Of course, Aatmanirbhar Bharat in defense is the major focus. These are two made in India, and 70% of components are made in India. We was INS Udaygiri F-35 and INS Himgiri is F-34, at the Eastern Naval Command in Visakhapatnam. It's an unprecedented event, viewers. 2 frontline surface combatants from different shipyards commissioned at the same time. And it will be now presided over by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and of course a significant leap in the naval modernization, shipbuilding, synergy, and this is the latest visual that we have from Visakhapatnam, and revival of this is the project, part of Project 17A, viewers. This is very, very crucial for India's naval power. It follows induction of INS Surat, Frigate INS Nilgiri, INS Vakshir, anti-submarine INS Arnala, and INS Nistar. All this has happened just recently, viewers. All this has happened just recently, viewers, and this is something that it's sending out a very, very strong message at the same time that India is leaving no stone unturned to, in fact, push for more power in India's defense, especially self-reliance in defense, be it air power, be it the army, or be it the power in the seas, in the oceans. And there have been rigorous sea trials for these. Commodore G.J. Singh is joining us live on the broadcast. Defense expert Commodore Singh, thank you so much for joining us. This is a mega moment, sir. We've never seen that two, stealth frigates. These two ships being commissioned on a single day, and these have been manufactured by two of these very, very important manufacturers, and these are all made in India, the Mazagon Private Limited and also the one in Kolkata, sir. It's a mega moment. How do you see this, sir?
No, I fully agree with you that this is a mega moment, because the rate at which the pace at which India is progressing now, especially when it comes to water domain, the domain of the sea, the Indian Ocean region.
There seems to be an audio problem, sir. Sir, are you there, sir? Commodore Singh, can you hear me? Yeah, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. You see, especially the most neglected part of the Indian defense earlier, as we know, was the oceans, because the previous governments never realized about the importance of the seaside, the seaward side, the threats that we were facing when it came to our eastern, western seaboards. But now what has happened is, with this government, which has been there for the past 15 years or so, we have found that the pace at which the progress, especially in field of defense, is increasing. The pace at which it is progressing is remarkable. As you earlier said, this is sending a global message, a warning to the other people, other countries in the world, especially our neighbors like China and Pakistan, that India is not now what it was earlier. And at the same time, I would say that the threat that emanated by the sort of alliance between China and Pakistan, especially when it came to Arabian Sea on the western coast, where we have got our naval assets, quite a few naval assets, which are there on the western seaboard, like Karwar and Bombay being a very important naval base, Goa and Cochin. And then, of course, on the east coast, we have the Visakhapatnam. So the defense of these assets, naval assets, and to add into it the what is called the teeth into our aggression when it comes to at sea, I think the progress that we are making is miraculous. It is something which is unparalleled. We never expected earlier, because I remember, say, 40 years back when we commissioned INS Himgiri and Nilgiri, even I was there at the time in service. These are the two ships very important at that time, and they were considered as adding teeth to the naval power. But now I find that the power projection of the Indian Navy has multiplied many folds. With the induction, as you rightly said, 7 warships being made or manufactured by 2 independent, self-reliant shipbuilders like the Garden Reach and the Mazagon Dock in Bombay. And these 2 shipbuilders have proven themselves that we are the ones who are going towards self-reliance when it comes to naval power very, very rapidly. So this is something which we need to be proud of, that earlier even we had a kind of a grievance against the government that the bureaucracy is not looking seaward. But now we find the whole thing is reversed. We find that the bureaucracy itself is looking seaward and have realized themselves the importance of the Indian Ocean region and the sea power that a country need to have. Because without the sea power, the naval power, I think that integration which is required in the defense, the shield and sword of a country was absent. But now with the focus on naval warships, as well as when it comes to Air Force and Army, I think we are very rapidly stepping towards being a superpower in this region at least.
Right, sir. Commodore Singh, just stay on with us. My colleague Ishan has spoken to the commanding officer of INS Udaygiri and Himgiri. Take a listen, viewers, to this exclusive conversation. As these are live visuals coming in, viewers, from Visakhapatnam, as the commissioning is all set to happen, we'll just get you that exclusive conversation. My colleague Ishan has got to you from Visakhapatnam.
Sir, could you speak to us on the significance of both the ships getting commissioned together?
So I would say the commissioning of two ships together is a big signaling by the Indian Navy about our capability, the capacity of India as the front runner in defense manufacturing in the world, and also for the fact that the prowess that India has in terms of the options which it brings to the table of two very capable shipyards across two seaboards of India, that is Mumbai and Kolkata, coming together under the design made by the Warship Design Bureau, and how that design, which was made centrally by the Warship Design Bureau of the Indian Navy, got executed into two very capable platforms, but yet so similar platforms. So the technology that we have been able to advance and the process and procedures that we have been able to evolve over these years to make such complex systems, complex platforms with such formidable capability on not just one yard but two yards across India is a big statement which we have been able to make, and we feel amazingly proud about it. And the fact that this ship can boast of nearly 75% of indigenous content. That means the government of India's initiative of Aatmanirbhar Bharat is ideally shown in these two platforms, that how 75% of these platforms are the product of various companies, big companies, small MSMEs, and nearly 2,000 plus people are actively involved across the 5 years of construction of these ships across the two shipyards, giving them so much of job opportunity. So this is a big statement that the Indian Navy is making of commissioning two platforms. Blue water capabilities are capacity to go beyond our shores, be very comfortable being at sea. So I think so these platforms are the most formidable platforms as of today in the Indian Navy, which brings to the table huge sea legs. Even compared to its previous class, that is the Project 17 class, that is Shivalik ships, this ship is able to provide nearly 25% added endurance to it. In addition, these ships are much more capable because the weapon and the sensor capability of these ships are much state of the art and in keeping with the latest trends and the technology which is available. Thus it brings to the table a multifaceted capability in which these platforms can be deployed by the Indian Navy in multiple domains, in threats which are emerging in multiple domains across the above water, underwater, as well as the other roles which the Navy very regularly exercises, that is the diplomatic role, the benign role and the constabulary role. I think so we are fully equipped beyond our core military role in those roles as well. These ships are very capable, and in the blue water aspects we've got nearly a month's endurance with us without touching any base port or any port for any support. So I think so that is where our strength lies, and it's the best technology which we are imbibing right now. Very pertinent capability which is existing in the world, we can very proudly say that we are the world leaders now in those aspects. As you would understand, that I would say that in the Eastern Naval Command, the capital platforms, roughly we had about 10 platforms which are capable of offensive capability of the nature which these frigates bring together. So with the induction of nearly 7, you can imagine that there is nearly 170% increase in the capability which comes to the eastern seaboard, and our focus towards the east and our presence in the Indian Ocean region. The strength, numeric increase in such numbers will have immense impact of our force projection in this area. In addition, the fact that these ships bring along with them huge reach and sustenance for long time at sea without any much support from ashore, and the state-of-the-art weapons and sensors with much enhanced ranges. I would say that Navy is getting nearly 100% increase in their capability, and this will hugely bolster our influence in this region, and we'll be able to meet all the threats as well as the requirements which may be emerged and the responsibilities which the Indian Navy requires to discharge, which these 7 platforms will get along with them. One more thing which I would also like to bring to your notice is the fact that earlier the ship production was a relatively longer drawn process. But now with this modular construction, the capability of manufacturing these very complex platforms on 2 different seaboards by 2 different shipyards has increased the build cycle. It is much more faster, much more quicker, and within a very short span of roughly about 2.5 years, we would be having these 7 platforms with us.
The inspection of guard.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. As we speak, history is unfolding on India's eastern seaboard because 2 of our indigenously manufactured warships will be commissioned in just a short while from now. We'll get you all those live pictures from Visakhapatnam. But first, a quick check on the headlines. Big boost to India's maritime defense. INS Himgiri and Udaygiri to be commissioned in Visakhapatnam.
लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे। दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
India says, bring it on, Trump. PM Modi gives a big statement, says, Make in India is for the world to see. Amid outrage over Greater Noida Dowry death case, two more cases emerged from Jodhpur and Khargon. Republic accesses disturbing visuals.
हमें तमगा मिला है मध्य प्रदेश को कि महिलाएं सबसे ज्यादा शराब पूरे देश में कहीं पीती है तो मध्य प्रदेश की पीती है।
Madhya Pradesh Congress leader Jitu Patwari stirs controversy with derogatory comments on women, says women in Madhya Pradesh consume the most alcohol.
हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says AAP is habitual of questioning central agencies.
This Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is on. Viewers, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, two advanced stealth frigates, will be commissioned into the Indian Navy in just a short while from now, marking a significant milestone in the nation's indigenous warship construction capabilities. In fact, these are live pictures coming in from Visakhapatnam, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is all set to commission India's sea guardians, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri. And these are the pictures coming in from Visakhapatnam. And in just a short while from now, in just a few moments from now, two of India's most lethal stealth frigates will boost our naval capabilities.
Zaman God, आप के निरीक्षण के लिए तैयार है श्रीमान।
Well, viewers, we are witnessing a rare moment in India's naval history right now in Visakhapatnam. As you can see on your screens, the Defence Minister is here.
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को अब उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी के कमान अधिकारियों एवं विभाग अध्यक्षों से परिचय कराया जाएगा।
Viewers, it's the first time that India has inducted two frontline stealth frigates built at two different shipyards on the very same day. And these are not just ships, they are symbols of self-reliance, a message that the Prime Minister and every top leader across every single field has been reiterating, that Aatmanirbhar Bharat and self-reliance is the way forward. And what we understand is that these two naval frigates, these two stealthy frigates, are symbols of self-reliance, each forged with nearly 75% indigenous content, and each of them will be armed with BrahMos cruise missiles, Barak 8 air defense systems, and the most advanced anti-submarine technologies in our fleet as well. So think of what this means, from escorting aircraft carriers to hunting submarines to projecting power across the Indian Oceans. These frigates expand India's reach and also raise our deterrence and dominance in our maritime borders, and the Navy calls them as a game changer. Both of them are game changers for India, and this is also a triumph of Make in India. And for the men and women in the uniform, their promise that India's maritime shield is only getting stronger with INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri. We have Commodore G.J. Singh, defense expert, who's continuing to stay live with us. Commodore, these two are two powerful symbols of self-reliance, especially at a time when Donald Trump has gone berserk with his tariff threats, and India is now heading in a more self-reliance path.
Yes, indeed. I would say this has proven and showcasing the capability, not only in electronic warfare, but in every sphere, the India that it's making the progress, or the pace at which it is progressing when it comes to naval power, is indeed miraculous and remarkable. And it is, of course, I would say, a deterrence and dominance in our Indian Ocean region, and on our two seaboards, that is in the east and west, Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. And in general, it is sending a very strong message to the rest of the world that India is now a self-reliant when it comes to development of defense equipment. So I think this is a global message, a message we are sending across the world, that India is not the same.
Commodore, kindly hold your thoughts, Commodore. We have some live pictures coming in from Visakhapatnam. Let's cut across to them.
Udaygiri and Himgiri marked our transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy. Both warships served the nation with distinction for over 3 decades. The new F-34 and F-35 are future-ready multi-mission stealth platforms designed to deal with both conventional and unconventional threats across our vast areas of interest. Integrated construction with extensive pre-outfitting has enhanced efficiency and enabled a shorter build period for both ships. Each also carries a unique distinction. Udaygiri, crafted at Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Ltd, is the 100th warship designed by the Navy's Warship Design Bureau. Himgiri, built by Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Ltd, is the first stealth frigate constructed on the East Coast. Together, they will not only add firepower to the fleet, but also ignite the economy, with a significant plowback driving equitable growth and reinforcing self-reliance. Equipped with next-generation technologies, these platforms symbolize a strong and secure nation and mark another stride towards Viksit Bharat. Committed to the Navy's core values of duty, honor, and courage, Udaygiri and Himgiri will soon hoist the ensign and stand combat-ready to undertake any task, anytime, anywhere, anyhow.
अब मैं कैप्टन जगमोहन सेवानिवृत्त अध्यक्ष और प्रबंध निदेशक मजागांव डॉक शिपबिल्डर्स लिमिटेड से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें।
Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi, Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Rajesh Pendarkar, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command, Vice Admiral Rajaram Swaminathan, Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition, Flag Officers, Commodore P.R. Hari, Chairman Managing Director GRSE, distinguished guests, Commanding Officer DESIC and Ships Company of Udaygiri and Himgiri, officials from shipyards, industry and press, ladies and gentlemen. For every shipbuilder, the commissioning of a warship is a source of immense pride. Today, Udaygiri joins the Indian Navy, embarking on a mission to defend our seas and uphold the honor of our nation. For MDL, this marks the end of years of design and workmanship and a moment of deep pride as our creation begins her service to the nation. Today's event is especially significant as we commission not only Udaygiri but also the GRSE built Himgiri. The simultaneous commissioning demonstrates the strength, synergy and capacity of two public sector shipyards working in tandem to deliver frontline warships for the Indian Navy. I congratulate GRSE on this achievement. From a shipbuilder's standpoint, Udaygiri is a landmark. She combines stealth features, integrated weapons and sensors, and is built to the highest quality and safety standards. These attributes make her one of the world's most powerful frigates and a testament for India's warship building prowess. Udaygiri is a proud symbol of Aatmanirbhar Bharat and our nation's pursuit for self-reliance in defense. This milestone also underscores MDL's strong partnership with the Indian Navy. Over just the last 5 years, we have delivered 5 Kalvari-class submarines, 4 Visakhapatnam-class destroyers, and now 2 Nilgiri-class frigates. With each project, we have delivered ships faster and with improved operational readiness. These successes were possible only with the steadfast support of the Ministry of Defense, the Warship Design Bureau, the Navy's overseeing and trials teams. I must also thank the many MSMEs whose innovation and support made Udaygiri possible. MDL today has the capacity to construct 10 large warships and 11 submarines simultaneously. With modernization underway at our Naval yard and the new South Yard Annex, we are ready and eager to take on larger and more complex warships for the Indian Navy. Our growth also matches the Navy's ambitions. The acquisition of Colombo Dry Dock by MDL has further strengthened regional shipbuilding capacity, supporting the Navy's blue water roles and India's growing presence in the Indian Ocean. On this occasion, I extend my gratitude to the Honorable Raksha Mantri, the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Department of Defense Production, the Warship Design Bureau, our industry partners, and the many teams whose support has been invaluable. Above all, I salute the MDL family, whose dedication through every challenge has truly earned us the title Shipbuilder to the Nation. To the commanding officers, sailors of Udaygiri and Himgiri, as you take charge of these mighty warships, may they serve with distinction, defend with honor, and return safely from every mission. We wish you fair winds and following seas. Jai Hind, Shanno Varuna.
अब मैं कोमोडोर पी.आर. हरी, सेवानिवृत्त अध्यक्ष और प्रबंध निदेशक गार्डन रीच शिपबिल्डर्स एंड इंजीनियर्स लिमिटेड से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें.
Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi, Chief of the Naval Staff, Shri C.V. Ramesh, Honorable Member of Parliament, Ankappalli, former Chiefs of Naval Staff, Admiral Shekhawat, Admiral Lamba, Admiral Vice Admiral Rajesh Pendarkar, Commander-in-Chief, East Naval Command, Vice Admiral R. Swaminathan, Controller, Warship Production and Acquisition, Captain Jagmohan, Chairman and Managing Director, Mazagon Dock Limited, flag officers from the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, senior dignitaries from the central and state administration, the naval veterans here, especially those who have been at the helm and part of teams of the senior Himgiri and Udaygiri. Commanding officers designate Himgiri Captain Robin Chakravarti, Udaygiri Captain Vikas Sood, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to be here at this prestigious commissioning event. A very good afternoon and also a rainy afternoon. Today is a very unique day for our entire nation as a ship built in the city of dreams is meeting her twin sister built in the city of joy at the city of destiny to join the Sunrise family. This is a very unique occasion, perhaps once in a history occasion. The Indian shipbuilders are now delivering ships at a frequency that was unimaginable a few years back. We at GRSC have delivered 5 warships during the last 17 months, and the delivery of the 6th warship is also on the anvil. But for us, Himgiri is special, a defining moment in our 65 years of warship building. From INS Ajay way back in 1961, a 35-meter long, 160-ton seaward defense boat, India's first indigenous warship, to this Himgiri, an advanced weapon-intensive frigate, 6,670 ton and 149 meters long. This journey over the last 65 years defines the growth of GRSC. 113 ships later, 75 to the Indian Navy alone. This is not only GRSC's growth, but the growth of indigenous warship building. Himgiri has seen it all. She has seen the challenges of COVID. She has seen the challenges of indigenization. Several equipment fit on board this ship are first-time inductions of developmental nature. But today she is, through the collective efforts of all stakeholders, ranging from MSMEs to Indian OEMs to global major OEMs spreading across 7 countries, to the warship overseeing team, a plethora of trial, acceptance, and quality assurance agencies, the command headquarters, the Warship Design Bureau, the various professional directorates at the Naval Headquarters, and of course the Ministry of Defense, the Department of Defense Production. But for us at GRSC, Himgiri is a dream come true. When we started production of this ship, we made a commitment that we will deliver this ship ahead of schedule, and we have met that commitment. For Team Himgiri, you are the commissioning crew, and now the onus is on you to anthropomorphize. I learned this term very recently. Life into this beautiful steel sculpture, Himgiri. Give it a spirit, a soul. Build its character and culture that will withstand the test of time. Wishing you fair winds and following seas. I also take this opportunity to wish Team Udaygiri the very best. I thank the Indian Navy for giving GRSC an opportunity to build this beautiful platform. Thank you. Jai Hind.
अब मैं एडमिरल दिनेश कुमार त्रिपाठी नौसेना प्रमुख से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें।
भारत के रक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, वाइस एडमिरल राजेश पिंडारकर, फ्लैग ऑफिसर कमांडिंग इन चीफ ऑफ ईस्टर्न नेवल कमांड, श्री CM रामेश, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, our 2 former chiefs of naval staff, Admiral B.S. Shekhawat and Admiral Sunil Lamba, Vice Admiral Swaminathan, Controller Warship Production and Acquisition, Commodore P.R. Hari, the CMD of GRSC, and Captain Jagmohan, CMD of Mazagon Dock Ltd. Distinguished guests, the 2 commanding officer designates, Commodore Vikas Sood, who is soon to become captain, and Captain Robin Chakravarti, commanding officer designate of Himgiri, commissioning crew of both ships, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. सबसे पहले मैं भारतीय माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी के प्रति पूरी नौसेना की ओर से हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करना चाहूँगा, जिन्होंने इस कमिश्निंग समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में अपनी उपस्थिति स्वीकार की। सर, आपकी यहाँ मौजूदगी हमारी नेशनल लीडरशिप की तरफ से देश की समुद्री शक्ति और शिप बिल्डिंग क्षमता के प्रति अटूट विश्वास और प्रतिबद्धता का भी प्रतीक है। इस वर्ष की शुरुआत में आपको याद होगा, सूरत, नीलगिरी और बक्शीर के सफल ट्राई कमिश्निंग के बाद हमने पिछले 2 महीनों में तमल, अरनाला और निस्तार को नौसेना में कमीशन किया है। इन सब के बाद आज की यह डबल कमिश्निंग भारत की समुद्री शक्ति और निरंतर प्रगति और गतिशील विस्तार का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है। आज जिन वॉरशिप्स की कमिश्निंग हो रही है, उनके भूतपूर्व अवतार जो कि लिएंडर क्लास फ्रिगेट्स थे, अपने समय के पायनियर्स थे, जिन्होंने भारतीय नौसेना की डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम्स और मल्टी डायमेंशनल कैपेबिलिटीज की ओर परिवर्तन की शुरुआत की थी। अपने पूर्व रूपों में उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी कई चैलेंजिंग और कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑपरेशन में शामिल रहे हैं, जैसे कि सन 1988 में मालदीव्स गवर्नमेंट की सहायता के लिए किए गए ऑपरेशन कैक्टस और 2001 के कक्ष के क्षेत्र में आए भीषण भूकंप के पीड़ितों की राहत के लिए किया गया ऑपरेशन सहायता। हमारे लिए यह भी बड़े सम्मान की बात है कि कई वेटरन्स इंक्लूडिंग द कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स जिन्होंने पुराने उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी पर सेवा की थी, वह आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, अनसर्टेनिटीज और कॉम्पिटिशन्स के भरे इस युग में भारतीय नौसेना की समुद्र में ओवरवेलमिंग फोर्स डिलीवर करने की क्षमता भारत के दुश्मनों के खिलाफ एक क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस है। हमने इसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान बखूबी प्रदर्शित किया, जब हमारी यूनिट्स की स्विफ्ट डिप्लॉयमेंट और एग्रेसिव पोस्चरिंग ने पाकिस्तान की नौसेना को एक तरह से कैद करके रखा और उन्हें मजबूर किया कि काइनेटिक एक्शंस को समाप्त करने का हमसे अनुरोध करें। सर, आपने कुछ दिनों पहले विक्रांत के डेक पर भारतीय नौसेना से कहा था कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी। आज मैं यह कहना चाहूँगा कि उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी जैसे आधुनिक और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हमें दुश्मन को ओपनिंग नॉकआउट पंच देने में और भी सक्षम बनाते हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के शब्द भी याद करना चाहूँगा, जिन्होंने कहा था, सुरक्षा का मूल सिद्धांत यह है कि आपके पास अपने यूनिक और कस्टमाइज सिस्टम्स होने चाहिए। यूनिकनेस और सरप्राइज एलिमेंट तभी हो सकते हैं जब उपकरण आपके खुद के देश में विकसित हों। इस संदर्भ में हमारे लिए ये बहुत ही गौरव की बात है कि हिमगिरी और उदयगिरी भारतीय नौसेना के अपने वॉरशिप डिज़ाइन ब्यूरो द्वारा डिज़ाइन किए गए 100वें और 101वें शिप्स हैं और इनमें 75% से अधिक इंडिजिनस कंटेंट है। साथ ही इस प्रोजेक्ट में 200 से अधिक MSMEs शामिल हुए हैं, जिससे कि लगभग 14,000 कर्मचारियों को रोजगार करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। मुझे आशा है कि आप दोनों शिपयार्ड्स आगे भी MSMEs और स्टार्टअप्स को और मौका देते रहेंगे। मैं GRSC और MDL की पूरी मैनेजमेंट उनके सभी कर्मचारी, हमारे डिजाइनर्स, ओवरसियर्स और इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने अपनी उत्कृष्ट कारीगरी और अटूट समर्पण से इस अत्यंत शक्तिशाली वॉरशिप्स को तैनात किया है। इस अवसर पर मैं उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स डेजिग्नेट और कमिश्निंग क्रू को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने कमिश्निंग के इस महत्वपूर्ण माइलस्टोन को अचीव करने के लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर अटूट परिश्रम किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सब अपनी मेहनत और कौशल से अपने शिप्स की विरासत को नए ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएंगे और मैं कामना करता हूं कि मे उदयगिरी एंड हिमगिरी emerge victorious and remain invincible always and forever. मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का एक बार फिर धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने अपनी उपस्थिति से इस समारोह को सम्मानित किया। सर, मैं पूरी नौसेना की ओर से आपको और पूरे देश को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि इंडियन नेवी is poised and prepared to safeguard national maritime interests anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Jai Hind, Shano Varun.
Today, the hearts of the profound commissioning crew, the shipbuilders, and the overseeing team are filled with a profound sense of achievement and satisfactions. They have witnessed the transformation of the two ships into resilient and combat-ready platforms fully prepared for the induction into the Indian Navy. The two ships truly embody the nation's vision of Aatmanirbhar Bharat and the ethos of Make in India, incorporating state-of-the-art indigenous capabilities and will instill pride in every Indian. This occasion represents a significant milestone for the entire nation as we embark on an inspiring journey marking yet another achievement in indigenous shipbuilding and advanced weaponry.
The commanding officer designate of Udaygiri, Captain Vikas Sood, will now read out the commissioning warrant.
Commissioning order by the Chief of the Naval Staff. Whereas the Government of India has decided that the Indian naval ship Udaygiri be commissioned, you are hereby directed to proceed to commission the said ship on the 26th day of August 2025. Indian naval ship Udaygiri will be administered by the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command, given under my hand this, the 26th day of August 2026. Signed, Dinesh K. Tripathi, Admiral, Chief of the Naval Staff.
The commanding officer designate of Himgiri, Captain Robin Chakravarti, will now read out the commissioning warrant.
Commissioning order by the Chief of the Naval Staff. Whereas the Government of India has decided that Indian naval warship Himgiri be commissioned, you are hereby directed to proceed to commission the said ship on the 26th day of August 2025. Indian naval ship Himgiri will be administered by the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command, given under my hand this, the 26th day of August 2025. Signed, Dinesh K. Tripathi, Admiral, Chief of the Naval Staff.
देवियों और सज्जनों, निशान समारोह का बहुप्रतीक्षित क्षण आ गया है। निशान समारोह एक ऐसा ऐतिहासिक क्षण होगा जब दोनों जहाज़ों पर राष्ट्र ध्वज, नौसेना ध्वज और कमिश्निंग पताका को समन्वित तरीके से फहराया जाएगा। मैं मुख्य अतिथि और सम्मानीय अतिथियों से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे निशान समारोह के लिए कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। अन्य अतिथियों से भी अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। वर्दी में उपस्थित सभी अधिकारी गणों से अनुरोध है कि जब बैंड राष्ट्रगान बजाए तो वे निशान गार्ड के साथ समय का मिलान करते हुए सैल्यूट करें।
All guests are requested to rise for colors ceremony. All officers in uniform are requested to salute in coordination with the guard.
समुद्र की लहरें चाहे कितनी भी प्रचंड हों, भारतीय नौसेना का हौसला बहुत ऊंचा है। ये तो विशाल जहाज केवल लोहा और तकनीक ही नहीं, बल्कि भारत की समुद्र शक्ति, आत्मनिर्भरता, समर्पण और संकल्प का प्रतीक हैं। देवियों और सज्जनों, हम गर्व के साथ प्रस्तुत करते हैं अजय, अदम्य, अतुलनीय नवीनतम युद्धपोत उदयगिरी एवं हिमगिरी। अब मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी से विनम्र निवेदन करूंगा कि वे कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें। देवियों और सज्जनों, करतल ध्वनि के साथ स्वागत करें भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी का।
एडमिरल D.K. Tripathi, Chief of Naval Staff, very dynamic and well-performing Member of Parliament, Shri C.M. Ramesh, Vice Admiral Rajesh Pendharkar, Yafoshish in Sea, Eastern Naval Command, Admiral V.S. Shekhawat and Admiral Sunil Lamba, former Chiefs of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral R. Swaminathan, Controller of Warship, Production and Acquisition, Commodore P.R. Hari, retired CMD, Garden Reach Shipbuilders Engineers Ltd, Captain Jagmohan, retired CMD, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Ltd, Captain Vikas Sood, Commanding Officer, Designate INS Udaygiri, Captain Robin Chakrabarti, Commanding Officer, Designate INS Himgiri, डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री और इंडियन नेवी के सारे ऑफिशियल्स, मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों, आज INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी की कमीशनिंग के इस हिस्टोरिक मोमेंट पर आप सबके बीच उपस्थित होना मुझे बेहद अच्छा लगा है। मैं राष्ट्र की तरफ से इंडियन नेवी के मेन एंड वीमेन के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं, जो पूरे डेडिकेशन के साथ राष्ट्र की सेवा में लगे हुए हैं। मैं इंडियन नेवी के ऑफिसर्स तथा सोल्जर्स को, मजगांव डॉक शिप बिल्डर्स लिमिटेड को, गार्डन रीच शिपबिल्डर्स एवं इंजीनियर्स को और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी की कमीशनिंग आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपने की एक साकार होती तस्वीर है। साथ ही हमारे विजन और कमिटमेंट का भी मैं मानता हूं कि यह प्रमाण है। मैं इंडियन नेवी को इस अवसर पर और विशेष बधाई देता हूं। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी के शामिल होने से हमारी नेवी की स्ट्रेंथ, उसकी रीच और उसकी रेजिलियंस में भारी बढ़ोतरी होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दोनों वारशिप्स राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होंगी। साथियों, आज इस हिस्टोरिक मोमेंट पर मुझे फिर सिटी ऑफ डेस्टिनी विशाखापट्टनम आने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। विशाखापट्टनम से मेरा हमेशा एक खास जुड़ाव रहा है। मेरा यहाँ कई बार आना हुआ है और हर बार लगता है यह सिर्फ एक शहर नहीं बल्कि एक इमोशन है। रेनबो की तरह इस शहर ने न जाने कितने इमोशंस को खुद के अंदर समेटा हुआ है। हमारी नेवी की स्ट्रेंथ हो, इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट हो या कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी, विशाखापट्टनम की एक अलग ही वाइब्रेंसी है। देवियों और सज्जनों, अभी कुछ ही माह पहले योग दिवस के अवसर पर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी आगमन यहाँ हुआ था। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के कार्यक्रम में उन्होंने एक नया रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए यदि किसी शहर को इस देश में चुनाया तो विशाखापट्टनम को ही उन्होंने चुना था। जब भी व्यक्ति जीवन में कोई बड़ा और नया करना चाहता है तो ऐसे ही स्ट्रेटेजिक और सांस्कृतिक रूप से मजबूत स्थानों का ही चुनाव करता है। उसी तरह आज हम यहाँ सैन्य क्षेत्र में भी एक नया रिकॉर्ड कायम कर रहे हैं। आज विशाखापट्टनम में INS उदयगिरी, INS हिमगिरी की जो यात्रा शुरू हो रही है वो भारत के गौरव की यात्रा है, कोई सामान्य यात्रा नहीं है। यह कमीशनिंग सबके लिए गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, यदि मैं INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी की बात करूं तो इन वारशिप्स के नाम भी अपने आप में इंस्पिरेशन हैं। उदयगिरी जो सूर्योदय का प्रतीक है, हमें यह याद दिलाता है कि हर नई सुबह नई ऊर्जा, नई चुनौतियों और नए अवसर लेकर आती है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ हिमगिरी नाम जो हिमालय की अडिग और अचल शक्ति का प्रतीक है, यह बताता है कि समुद्र की लहरों पर भी भारतीय नौसेना हिमालय की तरह ही अडिग है। देवियों और सज्जनों, जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं कि GRSE द्वारा निर्मित हिमगिरी और MDL द्वारा निर्मित उदयगिरी, ये दोनों अत्याधुनिक वारशिप्स हैं जिन्हें पूरी तरह भारत में ही निर्मित किया गया है। इन वारशिप्स के हथियार और सेंसर पैकेज इन्हें सागर का अजेय प्रहरी बनाते हैं। मुझे बताया गया है कि इन वारशिप्स में कई एडवांस कैपेबिलिटीज भी शामिल हैं। ये दोनों वारशिप लंबी दूरी तक मार करने वाली और सरफेस टू सरफेस एयर मिसाइल्स, सुपरसोनिक ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल, स्वदेशी रॉकेट लॉन्चर, टॉर्पीडो लॉन्चर, कम्बैट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और फायर कंट्रोल सिस्टम जैसे अत्याधुनिक और बेहद जरूरी सिस्टम से पूरी तरह लैस हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये दोनों वारशिप्स समुद्र में चलने वाले बेहद जटिल और जोखिम भरे अभियानों में एक गेम चेंजर साबित होंगी। साथियों, ये वारशिप्स हमारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को तो मजबूत करेंगी ही, साथ ही हमें ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस और डिजास्टर रिलीफ के मिशंस को भी स्वाभाविक रूप से ताकत देंगी। मैं समझता हूं कि इंडियन नेवी में इनकी कमीशनिंग हमारे नेबरहुड फर्स्ट और महासागर यानी म्यूचुअल एंड हॉलिस्टिक एडवांसमेंट फॉर सिक्योरिटी एंड ग्रोथ फॉर ऑल इन द रीजन कि हमारी पॉलिसी को भी मजबूत करने वाला कदम भी हैं। साथियों, आज जब INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी हमारे बेड़े में शामिल हुए हैं तो मुझे एक कथन याद आ रहा है कि ओल्ड वारशिप्स नेवर डाई, दे आर रिसरेक्टेड इन अनदर अवतार। आप में से कई लोगों को यह पता होगा कि 1974 और 1976 में हिमगिरी और INS उदयगिरी को हमारी नेवी में कमीशन किया गया था। आज जब हम मॉडर्न डे INS हिमगिरी और INS उदयगिरी की कमीशनिंग पर उपस्थित हैं तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि यह सिर्फ भारतीय नौसेना की क्षमता में इजाफा नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक स्पष्ट संदेश भी है कि भारत अपनी समुद्री सीमाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से सक्षम है और किसी भी परिस्थिति में पूरी तरह से तुरंत प्रतिक्रिया देने के लिए भी तैयार है। साथियों, इन दोनों युद्धपोतों की कमीशनिंग से भारतीय नौसेना को ब्लू वाटर नेवी के रूप में और भी मजबूती मिली है और अब हम न केवल अपने कोस्टल एरियाज बल्कि इंडियन ओशन के दूर दराज के हिस्सों में भी, चाहे वह पायरेसी से मुकाबला हो, स्मगलिंग और इलीगल ट्रैफिकिंग के विरुद्ध कोई लड़ाई हो, समुद्री आतंकवाद पर अंकुश लगाना हो या फिर प्राकृतिक आपदा के बाद लोगों को राहत पहुंचानी हो, इन एडवांस स्टील्थ फीचर और मल्टी रोल कैपेबिलिटीज वाली हमारी यह वारशिप के साथ हर स्थिति में तेज और निर्णायक कार्रवाई ये कर सकेंगी। साथियों, भारत एक ऐसा राष्ट्र है जिसकी पहचान केवल जमीन से नहीं बल्कि समुद्र से भी जुड़ी है। हमारे पास 11,000 किलोमीटर से भी अधिक लंबी समुद्र तट है। 3 दिशाओं से समुद्र से हम घिरे हुए हैं। हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारी प्रॉस्पेरिटी, हमारी सिक्योरिटी, सारी चीज़ें हमारे समुद्र से बेहद गहराई से जुड़ी हुई हैं। इतिहास गवाह है कि प्राचीन काल से ही समुद्र ही हमारे लिए कनेक्टिविटी, ट्रेड और कल्चरल एक्सचेंज का एक सबसे बड़ा माध्यम रहा है। समुद्री जलमार्ग हमें दुनिया से जोड़ते रहे हैं और यही हमारी इकोनॉमिक प्रोग्रेस के सबसे बड़े फैक्टर्स में एक हैं। आज के दौर में इन समुद्री रास्तों को सिक्योर और स्टेबल रखने का दायित्व भारतीय नौसेना ने अपने कंधों पर उठा रखा है। हमारी नौसेना भारत की समुद्री शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतीक है। यह न केवल हमारे कोस्टल एरियाज की रक्षा करती है बल्कि इस बात को भी इंश्योर करती है कि इंडियन ओशन रीजन में भी पीस और प्रॉस्पेरिटी बनी रहे। आप सब तो इस बात का फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस रखते ही हैं, जो लोग अधिकांश मौजूद हैं यहाँ पर, कि भारत वैसे भी इंडियन ओशन रीजन में फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर के रूप में कार्य करता है। हमारे किसी भी पड़ोसी को जब भी कोई समस्या आती है हम सबसे पहले वहाँ पहुँचते हैं। और आप सबने देखा होगा, अभी 2 महीने पहले की बात है, कोची से लगभग 140 नॉटिकल माइल दूर किसी शिप में डिस्ट्रेस की खबर मिली थी। इस खबर के बाद हमारी नेवी तुरंत हरकत में आई और 8 चाइनीज नेशनल्स सहित 18 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया। यह एक फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर के रूप में भारत की इम्पोर्टेंस को दर्शाता है। साथियों, आज ये दोनों वारशिप की कमीशनिंग के अवसर पर मैं एक और बात आप लोगों से साझा करना चाहूँगा। कुछ समय पहले हमने एक और कमीशनिंग देखी थी INS तमाल की। वह एक मल्टी रोल स्टील्थ फ्रिगेट है जिसे रूस में बनाया गया और हाल ही में कुछ समय पहले उसे भारतीय नौसेना में शामिल किया गया। INS तमाल का इंडक्शन हमारे लिए गौरव का विषय है, लेकिन इससे भी बड़े गौरव का विषय यह है कि भारत के लिए फॉरेन मेड शिप का आखिरी ऑर्डर था। जब हम डिसाइड कर चुके हैं कि फ्यूचर में इंडियन नेवी के लिए कोई भी जहाज विदेश में नहीं बनेगा, हम अपने जहाज स्वयं ही भारत में बनाएंगे। देवियों और सज्जनों, यह आत्मनिर्भरता का हमारा पक्का संकल्प है। यह डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर हमारा ये बहुत ही डिसाइसिव स्टेप है। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी उसी संकल्प का प्रमाण है, मैं यह मानता हूं। आप सबको जानकर यह बेहद खुशी होगी कि इंडियन नेवी ने इन वारशिप्स की कमीशनिंग के साथ ही सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली है। देवियों और सज्जनों, उदयगिरी भारतीय नौसेना के वारशिप डिजाइन ब्यूरो द्वारा स्वदेशी रूप से डिजाइन किया गया यह 100th यह शिप है। साथ ही मुझे यह जानकर भी बड़ी खुशी हुई है कि इन वारशिप्स के निर्माण में 75% से भी अधिक कंपोनेंट के सोर्स इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स और हमारी MSMEs हैं, इसके बनाने वाले। साथियों, नेवी के वारशिप डिजाइन ब्यूरो को 100 शिप्स बनाने में लगभग 50 साल लगे, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि आने वाले 25 सालों में यानी 2050 तक आपकी डबल सेंचुरी निश्चित रूप से पूरी हो जाएगी। और मैं नेवी को एक बात के लिए और बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज आपने स्वदेशी F-35 वारशिप लॉन्च कर दिया है। दुनिया में एक देश के पास हवा में उड़ने वाला F-35 है। आपने समुद्र पर दौड़ने वाला F-35 बनाकर दिया है, वह भी मेड इन इंडिया है। आप सबको मेरी तरफ से बधाई। साथियों, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि आज इन 2 वारशिप्स की एक साथ कमीशनिंग एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव मूवमेंट का प्रतीक है और यह कमिटमेंट है, यह एक ट्रस्ट है। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी उसी ट्रस्ट की ग्राउंड रियलिटी है। इन दोनों वारशिप्स एक सिंबल भी हैं। अब हम उन ऊंचाइयों को भी टच करेंगे जो हमने पहले कभी हासिल नहीं की थी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इंडियन नेवी और इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री दोनों मिलकर इस हमारे सपने को, इस ड्रीम को पूरा करेंगे। साथियों, आज के जैसे अवसर सिर्फ हमारी ताकत का इवैल्यूएशन करने का अवसर नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि ये हमें सोचने का भी मौका देते हैं कि दुनिया कहाँ जा रही है, हम कहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। और आज का यह कार्यक्रम हमें अवसर देता है कि हम अपने तैयारियों का आकलन करें और देखें कि बाकी दुनिया में भी क्या क्या डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। ऐसे मौके हमें बार बार याद दिलाते हैं कि हमें सिर्फ बिल्कुल कॉम्प्लिसेंट यानी आत्ममुग्ध नहीं होना चाहिए, बल्कि खुद को लगातार अपडेट और अपग्रेड भी करते रहना चाहिए। आज के समय में यदि नेवी की भूमिका की बात की जाए तो यह और भी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। हम भारत को वेस्टर्न रीजन यानी पश्चिमी क्षेत्र की, यदि भारत के पश्चिमी क्षेत्र की यदि हम बात करें तो अरेबियन सी से लेकर मिडिल ईस्ट और ईस्टर्न अफ्रीका सी बोर्ड के क्षेत्र में हमें अलग अलग प्रकार की नेवल एक्टिविटीज़ देखने को मिलती है। यहाँ की जियो स्ट्रेटेजिक सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि यह सीधा हमारे इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट को प्रभावित करने की भी क्षमता रखती है। हमारी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट्स, ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, ये सब बहुत हद तक इस क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा पर ही निर्भर करते हैं। इसलिए नेवी का रोल सिर्फ समुद्र में सुरक्षा संबंधी गश्त लगाने तक ही सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी नेशनल इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी का एक बड़ा पिलर है। देवी और सज्जनों, और जब हम ईस्टर्न साइड की तरफ नजर डालते हैं तो वहां भी इसी तरह के सिक्योरिटी चैलेंजेस हम देखते हैं। इंडियन ओशन में जो पावर प्ले चल रहा है इस समय, इंडियन ओशन में जो पावर प्ले चल रहा है वो हमें बार बार अलर्ट करता है। यहाँ कई देशों के इंटरेस्ट टकराते हैं और इस वजह से हमें भी अपनी मैरीटाइम प्रिपेयर्डनेस को मजबूत बनाए रखने की जरूरत है। साथियों, मैं बार बार कहता हूं कि हमारा उद्देश्य शक्ति प्रदर्शन नहीं है। भारत कभी भी एग्रेसिव एक्सपेंशनिज्म में विश्वास नहीं करता है। पूरा विश्व जानता है कि हमने कभी किसी देश पर पहले हमला नहीं किया है। पूरा विश्व भी इस बात को जानता है। द होल वर्ल्ड इज ए फैमिली, यानी वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश भी सारे विश्व को दुनिया के किसी देश की धरती से गया है तो केवल और केवल हमारे और आपके देश भारत की धरती से ही गया है। लेकिन इसका मतलब ये भी नहीं है कि हम कभी पीछे हट जाएं। जब हमारी सुरक्षा पर हमला होता है तो हम उसका सही रिस्पांस देना भी जानते हैं। साथियों, पहलगाम के उस कायराना हमले को बीते अभी बहुत दिन नहीं हुए हैं। धर्म पूछकर निर्दोष लोगों को आतंकवादियों ने मार दिया। हमारे मासूम नागरिकों पर किया गया यह हमला हमारे लिए एक चैलेंज था, लेकिन हमने बिना उत्तेजना के बहुत सोच समझकर एक इफेक्टिव और एक प्रिसाइज रेस्पॉन्स दिया। हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चलाकर आतंकवादी ठिकानों को जड़ से खत्म करने का संकल्प लिया और उसको अंजाम भी दिया। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, यह ऑपरेशन अभी समाप्त नहीं हुआ है, यह फिलहाल स्थगित है, यह केवल एक पाज है। और मैं इस सक्सेसफुल ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लिए अपनी तीनों सर्विसेज को, तीनों सेनाओं को, इनके प्रमुखों को, सारे सैनिकों को, अधिकारियों को अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, भारत ने हमेशा दुनिया को शांति का संदेश दिया है, यानी हम अपनी तरफ से कभी भी जंग नहीं छेड़ते हैं। यह भारत का इतिहास बतलाता है। लेकिन हमारी राष्ट्र की शांति और सुरक्षा के लिए कोई चुनौती खड़ा करेगा तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब भी देना जानते हैं और देते रहेंगे। देवियों सज्जनों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने दुनिया को दिखा दिया है कि हम जरूरत पड़ने पर किस तरह से एक्ट कर सकते हैं। वारशिप्स की क्विक डिप्लॉयमेंट को लेकर इंडियन नेवी की प्लानिंग और एग्जीक्यूशन भी उस ऑपरेशन के दौरान बहुत ही इफेक्टिव रही है। यदि नेवी को यदि अवसर मिल गया होता तब तो कुछ और भी संदेश चला गया होता। और इस बात की जानकारी उनको भी थी जिनको होनी चाहिए। देवियों और सज्जनों, हमारे देश ने बार बार दिखाया है कि जब चुनौती आती है तो हम एकजुट होकर उसका सामना करते हैं और उस पर विजय प्राप्त करते हैं। और यही नेशनल यूनिटी, डिसिप्लिन, सैक्रिफाइस और डेडिकेशन हमारी असली ताकत है। आज पूरा देश प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध एकजुट है। साथियों, आज हमारे आसपास की दुनिया बेहद तेजी से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रही है। इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए भी मैं यहाँ आप सबसे कुछ कहना चाहूँगा। यदि मैं डिफेंस सेक्टर की बात करूँ तो आज के समय वारफेयर के ट्रायोड में इतनी तेजी से बदलाव आ रहे हैं कि हर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में कुछ ना कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी, नई स्ट्रेटजी, नए इक्विपमेंट देखने को मिल रहे हैं। युद्धों के इन लगातार बदलते स्वरूप से यह आवश्यक हो गया है कि हम भी न सिर्फ अपने आप को अपडेटेड रखें बल्कि उन दिशाओं में भी सोचें जो अब तक अनएक्सप्लोर्ड और अनएक्सपेक्टेड हैं। आज के दौर में पुरानी सोच से अब काम नहीं चलने वाला है। हमें नए थ्रेट्स को भी एंटिसिपेट करना है और नए सॉल्यूशन भी बनाते रहना है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार ने भी यही समझा है और डिफेंस सेक्टर में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट को प्रायोरिटी दी है। पहले जो हाई टेक इक्विपमेंट्स सिर्फ गिने चुने देशों के पास थे, अब हम खुद उसे डिजाइन और मैन्युफैक्चर भी कर रहे हैं। आज हम एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन के साथ अपनी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस को मजबूती प्रदान कर रहे हैं। यह आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की बड़ी अचीवमेंट्स है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। आज हम अपनी आत्मनिर्भरता के ध्वज के तले सिर्फ लैंड, सी और स्काई को ही नहीं बल्कि स्पेस, साइबर स्पेस, इकोनॉमिक स्पेस और सोशल स्पेस को भी प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भरता अब केवल एक स्लोगन नहीं है, यह एक ग्राउंड रियलिटी बन रही है। और इससे
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
एक बार फिर से आप सभी को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन यहीं समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अब मैं नौसेना प्रमुख से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे मुख्य अतिथि को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। अब मैं मजागांव डॉक शिप बिल्डर्स लिमिटेड के अध्यक्ष एवं प्रबंध निदेशक से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे मुख्य अतिथि को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। अब मैं गार्डन रीच शिपबिल्डर्स एंड इंजीनियर्स लिमिटेड के अध्यक्ष एवं प्रबंध निदेशक से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे मुख्य अतिथि को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। अब मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी से विनम्र अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें।
May I now request the Chief of the Naval Staff to kindly hand over the Silver Salver to the Commanding Officer, INS Udaygiri. May I now request the Chief of the Naval Staff to kindly hand over the Silver Salver to the Commanding Officer, INS Himgiri.
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी से विनम्र निवेदन है कि वे भारतीय नौसेना युद्धपोत उदयगिरी की पट्टिका के अनावरण, अतिथि पुस्तिका पर हस्ताक्षर और समूह फोटोग्राफी के लिए कृपया जहाज की ओर प्रस्थान करें। देवियों और सज्जनों, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री अब भारतीय नौसेना युद्धपोत उदयगिरी की पट्टिका का अनावरण करेंगे।
Well, these are the live pictures coming in from Visakhapatnam, where the commanding officers of INS Udaygiri and Himgiri were given the silverware, and officially the defense minister has commissioned these two sea warriors, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri. They're part of Project 17A.
तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें भारतीय नौसेना युद्धपोत उदयगिरी का और उन सभी महिलाओं और पुरुषों का जिन्होंने इस पल को संभव बनाया है।
A huge round of applause for INS Udaygiri and all the men and women who have made this moment possible.
Well, viewers, that very signature of the defense minister has heralded a new era in India's maritime capabilities, because India's two sea warriors have now joined the Indian Navy, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri. It's official that these two sea warriors are now part of our maritime security. Now moving on, viewers, a landslide incident has occurred near Indraprastha Bhojanalaya at Adhwari, and some injuries and some casualties are also feared. Rescue operations are currently underway along with required manpower and machinery. Chenab River in Aknur has crossed the danger mark of 35 feet, currently at 36.5 feet. Around 100 houses have now been submerged and many families are reportedly trapped. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is holding back-to-back meetings on the flood situation, on the flood fury in Jammu and Kashmir. Rescue operations, on the other hand, are currently underway across the district on a war footing. And these are the pictures coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where you can see the rescue teams are now searching for those who are trapped. And what we understand is that many rivers are flowing above the danger mark, and one such example is the Chenab River. And in Chenab River, the water level has crossed the danger mark of 35 feet, currently soaring at 36.5 feet. And what we also understand is that amidst the ongoing flood situation, around 100 houses have been submerged, and this after
जवान जो हैं वो पानी में उतर गए हैं। इस बच्चे को अपने माता पिता के साथ उस बोट पे रखा गया है और अब बोट को किनारे पर लाया जाएगा। इस ऑपरेशन जिंदगी भारतीय सेना की तरफ से चंद घंटे पहले ही शुरू किया गया था। इसमें भारतीय सेना को जो प्राथमिक सफलता है वो मिली है। उसमें एक परिवार को, जो कि इस बाढ़ प्रभावित क्षेत्र में घर में फंस गया था, यहाँ से अब निकालने में भारतीय सेना पूरी तरह से सफल रही और अब ऐसे एकाएक कर अलग अलग जगह पर भारतीय सेना जो है वो ऑपरेशन चलाएगी, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कई घर ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर कई लोग फंसे हैं। उन लोगों को बचाना भारतीय सेना की प्राथमिकता और ये ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर लगातार जारी, जिसमें सेना के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी भी मौके पर मौजूद और तमाम आला अधिकारी लगातार ग्राउंड पर इस सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये ज़िंदगियां अगर पानी का बहाव जिस तरह से अब अभी थोड़ा रुका है, लेकिन दोबारा अगर ये पानी का बहाव एकाएक बढ़ जाता है तो इनके लिए चिंताएं बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ने वाली थी। लेकिन उससे पहले ही जैसे ही बारिश रुकी और पानी के बहाव में थोड़ी सी कमी आई है, भारतीय सेना ने अपने इस ऑपरेशन को और तीव्र किया और इन जिंदगियों को बचाया गया। पूरे इलाके की तस्वीरें सरजीवन आपको लगातार एक बार फिर रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह भारतीय सेना लगातार इस रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दे रही है। इन जिंदगियों को बचाने के लिए भारतीय सेना का ये ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी। यहाँ पे तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे तो स्थानीय लोग भी लगातार जो है इस रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ ऑपरेशन में सेना का साथ निभा रहे हैं। पूरे ऑपरेशन में भारतीय सेना, एसडीआरएफ, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस, तमाम जो लोग हैं वहाँ पर आप ठीक सामने देखेंगे तो एक महिला जो है वो वहाँ पर घर में फंस गई थी। उनके वहाँ पानी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया था, बुज़ुर्ग महिला, उन्हें वहाँ से निकाला जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरें सरजीवन आपको लगातार यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह जम्मू के बलोल नाला इलाके में, रोई मोड़ इलाके में एक बड़ा ऑपरेशन, पानी का बहाव कम ज़रूर हुआ है लेकिन खतरा भी टला नहीं है। अभी शाम के 4 बजे हैं, 13.5 घंटे और अलर्ट बाकी है। भीषण से भीषण बारिश के जो अलर्ट है वो मौसम विभाग की तरफ से जारी किया गया है। लेकिन इस बीच एक सुखद खबर ये कि वो लोग जो यहाँ पर फंसे थे उन्हें भारतीय सेना की 4 जैकलाई ने इस ऑपरेशन में बाहर निकाला है। कुछ घरों में आप देखेंगे तो अभी भी लोग जो है वो बाल्टियों के सहारे पानी जो है वो निकाल रहे हैं। ये एक घर का गेट हुआ करता था जो कि इस बाढ़ की तरफ वजह से पूरी तरह से बह गया था, अब उसे लोग वापस लेकर जा रहे हैं। तो इस तरह का जो रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है ताकि लोगों की ज़िंदगियाँ जो हैं वो बचाई जा सकें। ख़ास तौर पर हमने देखा कि सुबह से ही जब से ये वाक़या सामने आया भारतीय सेना लगातार यहाँ पर ग्राउंड ज़ीरो पर मौजूद थी। यहाँ ये सरजीवन जो आपको विजुअल्स ये दिखा रहे हैं, ये एक बंद बनाया गया था जो बांध कहा जाता है ताकि इस रिहायशी इलाके में पानी ना आए, लेकिन इस बांध को तोड़कर पानी जो है वो यहाँ तक पहुँचा है। इसके आगे का इलाका अगर आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर पूरा सैलाब और सैलाब जहाँ तक आपकी नज़र जाएगी घरों के आधे तक पानी जो है वो पहुँच गया था। दूसरी तरफ की तस्वीरें मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा जो ज़िंदगियाँ बचाई गई वहाँ पर आप देखिए, वहाँ पर वो लोग जो वहाँ फंसे हुए थे उन्हें वापस लाया जा रहा है ताकि उन लोगों को सुरक्षित यहाँ पे पहुँचाया जाए। नेटवर्क जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा दिक्कत जो है वो यहाँ पर आ रही है, कनेक्टिविटी डिस्ट्रप्शन जो है वो बड़े पैमाने पर यहाँ पर देखने को मिली है। लेकिन अब क्योंकि बारिश जो है वो रुकी है तो वो आप देखिए वो मासूम बच्चा अपने परिजनों के साथ इसे भारतीय सेना के इन जाबाजों ने जो है इस रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में अब निकाला है। भारतीय सेना के 4 जैकलाई के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर के साथ इस वक्त वो मासूम जिसे कि रेस्क्यू करवाकर भारतीय सेना लाई है उसके परिजनों के साथ ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन बिल्कुल भी आसान नहीं था, क्योंकि न सिर्फ पानी का तेज़ बहाव था बल्कि इस बहाव के साथ अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर जो मलबा है वो लोगों के घरों पे जा रहा था, और जब ये मलबा लोगों के घरों में जाता है तो ये नुकसान काफ़ी ज़्यादा करता है, और वैसा ही यहाँ पर किया गया।
That was my colleague Gursimran getting us a ground report on the updates that are unfolding as we speak. The Indian Army is on a very, very daring rescue operation. There you can see it's a completely flooded area where the Indian Army is currently operating in, and they're trying to rescue all those who are trapped. And what we also got to know from Gursimran is that a family, one particular family that was trapped here in this flooded locality has been rescued to safety, but the search is on if there are possibly any others who are trapped under the debris. And what we also know is that the rivers in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Akhnur, the Chenab River is currently flowing at 36.5 feet, that is almost 1.5 feet above the danger mark. The floodgates have been opened, flood fury has been unleashed, and the people are bearing the brunt of this natural calamity. Cloudburst so far has claimed the lives of 3 individuals in Jammu. The situation remains very, very grim. As you can see, the rescue operations are underway on a very, very intense location, and the rain is also hampering these rescue operations because there are multiple districts and multiple areas where flash floods have been witnessed, and hundreds of houses have already been washed away because the rivers overflowed after the water breached the danger mark, and after the rivers overflowed, it was the houses in its wake that were completely washed away. And these are the live pictures coming in from Jammu, where the rescue operations are underway. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, help us understand the situation on ground zero. It looks very, very grim. We understand that hundreds of houses have been washed away. Tell us, Gursimran, what's happening? Well, we have some connectivity issues owing to the flood situation in Jammu because even connectivity has been disrupted completely. All those electric poles have been washed away by the flash floods, and we'll try and get Gursimran back with us. In fact, Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, what's happening on ground zero, Gursimran? We can see some daring rescue operations being rolled out by the Indian Army.
Yes, Indian Army has been
हम उनको रेस्क्यू करके अभी इनको लेके आए, अभी हमें निकलना है, कहीं और भी जाना है रेस्क्यू के लिए। बोट्स यूज की गई? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
Been saved by the 4 jacklai of the Indian Army. Here you will see, I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that how this daring operation has been conducted by the brave hearts of the Indian Army, because one family was trapped there at that very given point of area along with the miner, and now as we speak the relief and the rescue operation has been conducted. Madam, कितनी देर से आप लोग फंसे थे?
सर मॉर्निंग से ही हम लोग अंदर हैं, जैसे ही पानी आया तो हम लोग ना हमें पता नहीं चला कि पानी आया। जब हम बाहर आए तो हमने देखा पानी का फ्लो बहुत ज़्यादा था, हमने रिस्क नहीं लिया बाहर आने का, हम लोग अंदर ही रहे। जब हमारे अंदर भी 2-2, 3-3 फुट पानी हो गया, फिर हम लोग छत पे चढ़ गए।
तो बच्चा भी आपके साथ था?
बिल्कुल सर, ये 5 ईयर से भी अभी 2 मंथ्स हैं, अभी 5 ईयर के ये कंप्लीट नहीं हुए हैं, तो ये अभी
जी। तो सर आप लोगों को भारतीय सेना की तरफ से बचाया गया?
हाँ जी हाँ जी,
उन्होंने
अभी
कितनी देर से फंसे थे आप लोग?
हम मॉर्निंग से ही
सुबह से ही अंदर थे।
डर लग रहा था?
नहीं सर, डर
नहीं था, अभी
था,
तक
लेकिन फिर भी हमें भरोसा था कि हमारी इंडियन आर्मी या फिर कोई भी जो हमारी गवर्नमेंट है, कोई भी हेल्प हम तक पहुंच जाएगी, क्योंकि हमने फोन किए हुए थे हर जगह.
So people were very much hopeful that they will be saved by the security forces, and now you will see that since one of the rescue operation has concluded, these 3 lives have been saved. Now the Indian Army troops are moving along with their this motorized boat to the other location. We have seen that how the 4 Jacklai of the Indian Army, the local unit that has been deployed here, they carried out the relentless operations, because here also as we speak you will see the flow of the water that is coming through. But these brave hearts of the Indian Army, they continued with their relentless operations, and operations after operations have been carried out by the Indian Army, and they ensured that these lives are saved. As we walk along with the troops of the Indian Army, they are moving to the other location, because there are several locations where people have been trapped, and what remains the priority of the Indian Army is to save the lives. We have seen this daring operation that was conducted because it was really challenging. The flow of the water receded, but it was not to the level that it was not a threat, because it was not only to ensure that those lives that are still trapped in the area that are saved, but it was also to ensure that those who are still stranded in the area, they are also saved. And now the troops of the Indian Army, they are moving to the other side, to the other location, because there also several lives are trapped, and the priority of the security forces is to save these lives. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that the senior officials of the Indian Army, they are also here at the spot trying to monitor the situation, that how these lives are saved, because multiple motorized boats were pressed into the action by the Indian Army. That is the very area that was completely submerged into the water. Now the water level has receded, but the situation is that several people that are still trapped, they have to be brought out from this area, and the relentless operations conducted by the 4 Jacklai of the Indian Army, that shows that the Indian Army's determination to save the lives that are trapped in these floods that have taken place in Jammu. Yes, Deepak.
Well, Gursimran, what we also know is that heavy rain alerts have also been issued across several districts. How are the relief camps being set up? Are there any measures to support relief and rehabilitation being put in place?
See, Deepak, what we have witnessed in last 5 to 6 hours, there was no room for any relief or the rescue camps to be set up. But now, since it has stopped raining, but the alert for the next 13 hours remains the same. So the authorities are looking into establishing the camps, and the immediate measures can be taken. But see, what the situation is that it's once again getting dark. That means there is a possibility of heavy to heavy rainfall taking place again. So if the situation goes worse, then it is going to be really challenging for the authorities. The reason being that earlier also we have seen that the dark clouds came over. It was earlier in the day these dark clouds prevailed, and then the entire area came under heavy rainfall. Now again these dark clouds are looming over Jammu, and if the situation remains the same, the authorities are going to have a look at the rehabilitation camps, because for now there are not much numbered people that have been still trapped in the area, because the number of the people, those who have been actually moved from their places, is much lesser than what it needs to be to establish the camps or to establish any of the major installation where the people can reside. So locally the arrangements can be done, but when it comes to here, the locals along with the Indian Army, they're continuing with the rescue operation. They are moving these boats out from this very area. So it's a bonhomie between the Indian Army and the local civilians of Jammu and Kashmir that has always brought the peace and prosperity to Jammu and Kashmir. And now at this time when the challenges are manifold, these locals along with the Indian Army, they are ensuring that those lives are saved, and those people who are still trapped in the waters, they are rescued at an earliest. Deepak.
That's right, Gursimran. In fact, Vaishno Devi Yatra has also been suspended. Injuries have been feared in the landslide incident. Red alert has been issued in Jammu and Kashmir. Schools closed and incessant rains continue. The Indian Army and the SDRF, as you can see on your screens, are engaged in rescue and relief operations. In Jammu, residential areas have been submerged amid flash floods and unending rainfall. The Shrine Board, in fact, has said that rescue operations are underway along with required manpower. And Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board has also issued a statement on the landslide. As far as the pilgrims' safety are concerned, Gursimran, what's the latest update?
See, Amarnath Yatra Vaishno Devi Yatra has been suspended with the immediate effect, and when the pilgrims were returning back, one of the unfortunate incident unfolded where a landslide took place near the Earth Kuwari. It was close to the Langar location, after which several people got trapped, and now what we are picking up that the relief and rescue operation there are also continuing, and the authorities are trying to ensure that those lives are saved at an earliest, because what we have seen earlier also that there was a landslide that was reported last month in which we unfortunately several lives were also lost, but this time the authorities swung into the action. The CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the civil authorities, including the Shrine Board administration, they swung into the action, and the people were taken to the nearby medical facility. As we speak, the situation has pacified to a large extent, but as we speak, the relief and the rescue operations continue there as well.
And also a status update, Gursimran, on the rivers across Jammu, because what we know is that Chenab River in Aknur has crossed the danger mark of 35 feet, currently at 36.5 and soaring. Help us understand the situation as far as these rivers are concerned.
See, if we speak of all the rivers of the Jammu, they are still flowing close to the danger mark or above the danger mark. The Chenab is above the danger mark. Low-lying areas are under the threat. We have seen that how these areas have witnessed heavy to heavy rainfall. Though the rains have stopped for now, but the dense clouds, the dark clouds that are prevailing in the skies, they are going to make it really very difficult for the authorities. Reason being that if it continues to rain for another couple of hours, the situation will be like same. And these areas that were never touched by the flood, even in 2014, floods, they have come under these heavy gusty floods that have taken place. So now the authorities' priority is to save the lives, like we have seen how the Indian Army was also swung into the action along with the SDRF and DRF teams were also called in. And now as we speak, the relief and the rescue operations are underway. But as you asked about the rivers are still close to the danger mark.
That's right, and according to reports, Gursimran, there's also an internet outage. Mobile and broadband services are down. How is the Indian Army coordinating with the locals to locate if there's any family that's trapped under the debris?
Yes, see, what has happened that this network outage has been real on ground, because it was completely for 10 long minutes that I was not able to make call from all the 4 operators that are operational in Jammu and Kashmir. Then all of a sudden one of the operators started working. So there is a network disruption that is taking place. Internet outage is there for the several private as well as the government operators. And now the authorities are looking into it, because when we saw the Chashoti cloudburst that took place in the Kiswad on 14th of August, there was a network disruption. Though initially the network disruption was real, but later it was the authorities that decided that there will be a prolonged internet disruption to continue. They asked the service providers not to restore the internet there. But here, if we speak, yes, these are the real network disruptions that are taking place, making it really very difficult even to make calls.
That's right, Gursimran. Thank you for joining us, Gursimran. Now let's cut across to the protest visuals that we're tracking from outside the venue, where Saida Hamid, Prashant Bhushan and more activists are holding a meeting as we speak. Let's cut across to those visuals, those pictures coming in. And this after a row erupted over the activist's statement where she gave a free pass, saying that Bangladeshis can live in Assam, and now the activist Saida Hamid and all the others who are currently part of a meeting are facing massive protests. This is outside the Constitution Club in the national capital. We have Chandrakala joining us live. Chandrakala, Saida Hamid has stoked up a massive controversy, and we are seeing protests as well. Get us the latest details from Ground Zero.
Well, absolutely. This entire team, including the former Planning Commission member Saida Hamid, was in Assam. And then yesterday, she made a controversial statement stating that, of course, that Bangladeshi should be living in India. What's wrong for the Bangladeshis to stay in India? Which has sparked a huge political storm as far as this remark is concerned. And today we have seen that she refused to answer to Republic when she was confronted today a while ago, asking for her, why to support Bangladesh Bangladeshi infiltrators. She refused to answer to Republic TV, and now the team is inside the Constitution Club. They are holding a press conference. We have also seen a massive protest being carried out by a group of people from Delhi, from different communities, have come out in support of removing the Bangladesh infiltrators. They have strongly condemned Saida Hamid's remark as far as the Bangladeshi infiltrators is concerned. So let me tell you that Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has also made it clear that this eviction drive is of course not against other communities. It's only to as far as illegal encroachers are concerned. And this massive eviction drive is underway, and it's very much a part of his administration policy as far as this particular drive is concerned. And so this particular remark made by Saida Hamid has sparked massive political storm. We have seen criticism from different political parties. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, stay on with me because we also have that confrontation sequence that you did where you confronted the former Planning Commission member Saida Hamid as she sparked a massive controversy saying that Bangladeshis have the right to live in India. Now, Republic is the only channel to have confronted her. Let's play that out.
We are with Saida Hamid, the former Planning Commission member. Excuse me.
Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants. Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants.
Don't be aggressive. Okay.
Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants.
But why are you thrusting the mic in my face?
Ma'am, I'm asking politely.
No, you are thrusting the mic in my face.
Why you said that Bangladeshi immigrants can stay in India?
I will speak.
That the statement is quite insensitive.
Okay.
What will happen to the Indians then?
I will
just a normal question.
What would be your say?
Please.
Don't you think that this will be the rights of Indians will be deprived?
Why are you pressing the mic on my hand?
Ma'am, what would be your comment?
Like your mother, okay? I'm like your mother. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like your mother, okay? Don't do it, okay?
I'm just asking you questions as to what you have to say.
I will talk in the press conference.
You have come up with a strong
What
statement.
will happen to the Indians then? Ma'am, you said
I will answer.
Immigrants should allow to be stayed in India. They have rights.
Ma'am, you were in Assam. A big eviction drive is underway there.
The BJP ministers, the chief ministers condemned the statement.
कहाँ है?
Ma'am, उस तरह पे said that the statement is insensitive. This statement should not have been made.
Ma'am, you can share. You were in Assam. What was the reason?
कहाँ जाएं भाई? कहाँ जाना है?
Ma'am, your statement as to you have said that you have clearly stated that the Bangladeshis should live in India. What could be your stake?
Darling, you are not very polite.
That illegal I am being polite, ma'am. Stay in India, and that the earth is very large. Bangladeshis can stay in
Ma'am,
India.
the entire team was in Assam. You were in the eviction site. You came up with this wrong.
Are you aware of the atrocities happening on Hindu?
What would be your take?
Ma'am, the mandirs, the temples in Bangladesh are being vandalized. How do you see this, ma'am?
And after the post-exit of Sheikh Hasina, the relationship has also down the hill. What
Respond to that?
Let's go to the press conference, okay?
Ma'am, the
that
entire
meme
wants
statement.
to know so as to what you have to say, ma'am. You represented Planning Commission. You are a woman yourself.
I'm a woman myself. What is
Ma'am,
that?
the statement that Bangladeshis should live in India is a big statement. We have seen a big pushback as far as the Bangladeshi immigrants are concerned in Assam. This has been a very core issue as far as the...
Yeah.
We are with Saida Hamid, the former Planning Commission member. Excuse me.
Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants. Ma'am, you have said that
Don't be
Bangladeshi immigrants.
aggressive. Don't be aggressive, okay?
Ma'am, you are asking politely. You have said that Bangladeshi immigrants.
But why are you thrusting the mic in my face?
Ma'am, I'm asking politely.
No, you are thrusting the
Ma'am, I'm
mic in
asking
my
politely
face.
that why you said that Bangladeshi immigrants can stay in India.
I will
You're
speak.
saying that the statement is quite insensitive.
Okay.
So what will
So
happen to the Indians then?
I will
Just a normal question. What would be your say?
Ma'am, don't you think that this will be the rights of Indians will be deprived?
Why are you pressing the mic on my hand?
Ma'am, what would be your comment?
Like your mother, okay? I'm like your mother. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like your mother, okay? Don't do it, okay?
I'm just asking you questions as to what you have to say.
I will talk in the press conference.
You have come up with a strong
What will
statement.
happen to the Indians then? Ma'am, you have said
I
that
will
Bangladeshi
answer.
Immigrants should allow to be stayed in India. They have rights.
Ma'am, you
to stay
were in
India.
Assam. A big eviction drive is underway
Ma'am,
there.
all the BJP ministers, the chief ministers condemned the statement.
कहाँ है?
Ma'am, उस तरह पे said that the statement is insensitive. This statement should not have been made.
Press conference.
Ma'am,
कहाँ जाएं भाई? कहाँ जाना है?
Ma'am, your statement as to you have said that you have
कहाँ?
clearly stated.
यहाँ
You have clearly, ma'am, you have clearly stated that the Bangladeshis should live in India. What could be your take?
Darling, you are not very polite.
That illegal and be allowed to stay in India, and that the earth is very large. Bangladeshis can stay in
Ma'am,
India.
the entire team was in Assam. You were in the eviction site. You came up with this wrong.
Are you aware of the atrocities happening on Hindu?
What would be your take?
Ma'am, the mandirs, the temples in Bangladesh are being vandalized. How do you see this, ma'am?
And after the post-exit of Sheikh Hasina, the relationship has also down the hill. What want to that?
Let's go to the press conference, okay?
Ma'am,
That meme statement.
No, so as to what you have to say, ma'am. You represented Planning Commission. You are a woman yourself.
I'm a woman myself. What is
Ma'am,
that?
the statement that Bangladeshis should live in India is a big statement. We have seen a big pushback as far as the Bangladeshi immigrants are concerned in Assam. This has been a very core issue as far as the...
Yeah.
Well, Chandrakala, that was some confrontation because you could see Saida getting defensive for no reason. She brazened it out, and in Delhi, when she was confronted, she goes completely silent.
Yes, absolutely. Deepak, as we can see that she has with her, because this silence speaks a lot. She's been silenced when this has been a core issue for Assam. Of course, Bangladeshi immigrants has been the core issue of Assam. And now she, being a former planning commission member from the UPA government, has come out with a strong statement from the soil of Assam when she was there. This raises a lot of questions, and the fact that she is completely silent over this. She says that I'm myself a woman. We understand she has come out with this whole wrong, this strong statement that, Bangladeshis could live in India, which is not only I've seen the eviction drive underway in Assam. This is a pushback to what the Chief Minister of Assam has been aiming as far as illegal encroachers are concerned, and very clearly stated by the Assam Chief Minister, this particular eviction drive is not against any other communities, only the Bangladeshis, which has been the core issues for several years in Assam. And now the former planning commission member has come out with a strong statement.
That's right, Chandrakala, and even as the so-called civil society delegation, which is nothing but the pro-Bangladeshi lobby, is holding a meeting in the national capital in the Constitution Club, there are protests that have erupted outside the meeting venue where people are expressing their outrage against these individuals, these pro-Bangladeshi individuals, enabling infiltration, providing a safe haven for them, and also facilitating them.
जब बांग्लादेश को रोहिंग्या को बसाने की बात कर रहे हैं, ये देश भारतीय लोगों का है, भारतीय मुसलमानों का है, भारतीय हिंदुओं का है, ना कि बांग्लादेशियों का है। जी हाँ सुनो। क्या नाम है आपका? कुछ बोलोगे? यहाँ पर लोग इकट्ठे हो गए हैं और यहाँ पर जो है कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर जाने क्या नाम है दादा आपका, बताओगे कुछ? क्या नाम है, बताओगे कुछ?
मेरा नावेद चौधरी।
क्या चौधरी क्या
जी,
क्या नाम बताइए?
नावेद चौधरी।
नावेद जी, आप लोग क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं?
हम प्रोटेस्ट इसलिए कर रहे हैं जो बांग्लादेशी हिंदुस्तान में एंटर करे हुए हैं उनको निकालने का काम करेंगे।
यहाँ पे आप लोग किसका विरोध करने आए हैं?
हम विरोध बांग्लादेश को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, उनका विरोध करने के लिए आए हैं।
विष्णु जी, आप लोग हिंदू सेना की तरफ से पहुंचे हैं, तमाम मुस्लिम साथी भी आपके साथ आए हुए हैं, यहाँ पर सैयदा हामिद मौजूद है, प्रशांत भूषण मौजूद है, आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
ऐसा है, ये सब CIA और ISI के एजेंट हैं और बांग्लादेश के सपोर्टर हैं। ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि भारत से घुसपैठियां बाहर जाए, ये सब देश के गद्दार हैं और आज हिंदू और मुसलमान सब लोग मिलके राष्ट्र हित में इन गद्दारों के खिलाफ हैं। भारत माता की जय।
Outside the Constitution Club in the national capital, groups who are now out sending across a direct message: send back the infiltrators. There is the flashpoint between the Assam government and these groups. On your screens right now, the lobby that... Well, in fact, Saida Hamid, who was part of the Planning Commission during Manmohan Singh's government, in her recent visit to Assam, essentially said that Bangladeshis, illegal Bangladeshis, have the right to live in India, resulting in a massive war of words. In fact, you've had the Assam Chief Minister taking on Hamida, saying that these infiltrators have encroached upon land that belongs to indigenous homes in the state of Assam. Massive protests now taking place in the national capital against this very lobby that you see, which has been batting for illegal infiltrators in the state of Assam. In fact, let's just once again listen into what the groups are essentially demanding now.
They are protesting against statement. What you would like to say? This is not the... Please.
Well, in fact, this lobby that you see are now being greeted by the same very groups which are now demanding that they should also talk about those Hindus who have been persecuted. In fact, this comes after Saida Hamid visited Assam as part of the team that was comprising well-known activists like Prashant Bhushan, Harsh Mandar and Jawahar Sarkar, and all others who were present there. In fact, once again equating the fact that these illegal infiltrators should be rather given space in the state of Assam. This at a time when the Assam government has carried out multiple eviction drive, putting out data to basically back their claims that land which belongs to the indigenous tribes have been taken away by these very infiltrators whom this lobby is now backing. Let me also go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who has asked direct questions to Saida Hamid. In fact, no answers really coming in from Saida Hamid right now with regards to what should be done to those who have taken over land that belongs to the indigenous tribes of Assam.
Yes, absolutely. The former Planning Commission member Saida Hamid has completely denied answering Republic when she was asked that why she came out with this statement when she was in Assam when this eviction drive is underway, and she refused to comment right at that moment. She refused to comment. She has no answer as to why she came in support of the Bangladeshi infiltrators, which has raised multiple questions now that a strong eviction drive is currently underway in Assam, and this entire team, including Prashant Bhushan, was in Assam, and now her statement has sparked massive political storm in the political fraternity. We have seen different criticisms coming up, and now a massive protest was also undertaken by members from different communities, demanding the removal of illegal immigrants and also condemning her statement, Saida Hamid's statement, which has currently sparked controversy in this entire political fraternity. So yes, we have also seen Assam Chief Minister coming down heavily on Saida Hamid. Over to you.
I request you to stay on with us, Chandrakala, as you get us the latest as protests take place outside the Constitution Club. Now, these are some questions that were asked by my colleague Chandrakala to Saida Hamid with regards to why exactly, first of all, back the illegal infiltrators and whether at all there is a solution in sight. Listen in to what Saida Hamid had to say.
We are with Saida Hamid, the former Planning Commission member. Excuse me.
Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants. Ma'am, you have said that
Don't be
Bangladeshi
aggressive.
immigrants.
Don't be aggressive. Okay.
Ma'am, you are asking politely. You have said that Bangladeshi immigrants.
But why are you thrusting the mic in my face?
Ma'am, I'm asking politely.
No, you are thrusting the
Ma'am, I'm
mic in
asking
my
politely
face.
that why you said that Bangladeshi immigrants can stay in India.
I will
You
speak.
saying that the statement is quite insensitive.
Okay.
So what will
So
happen to the Indians then?
I will
Just a normal question.
What
would be your statement?
Please. Don't you think that this will be the rights of Indians will be deprived?
Why are you pressing the mic on my hand?
Ma'am, what would be your comment?
Like your mother, okay? I'm like your mother. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like your mother, okay? Don't do it, okay?
I'm just asking you questions as to what you have to do.
I will talk in the press conference.
Come up with a strong
What will
statement.
happen to the Indians then? Ma'am, you said
I
that
will
Bangladeshi
answer.
Immigrants should allow to be stayed in India. They have rights.
Ma'am, you
to stay
were in
India.
Assam. A big eviction drive is underway
Ma'am,
there.
all the BJP ministers, the chief ministers condemned the statement.
कहाँ है?
Ma'am, उस तरफ है. Said that the statement is insensitive. This statement should not have been made.
Ma'am, you can
Conference.
share. You were in
Ma'am,
Assam.
what was the reason?
कहाँ जाएं भाई? कहाँ जाना है?
Ma'am, your statement as to you have said that you have
कहाँ?
clearly stated.
यहाँ-
You have clearly, ma'am, you have clearly stated that the Bangladeshis should live in India. What could be your stake?
Darling, you're not very polite.
That illegal immigrants should be allowed to stay in India, and that the earth is very large. Bangladeshis can stay in
Ma'am,
India.
the entire team was in Assam. You were in the eviction site. You came up with this wrong.
Ma'am, are you aware of the atrocities happening on Hindu?
What would be your take?
Ma'am, the mandirs, the temples in Bangladesh are being vandalized. How do you see this, ma'am?
And after the post exit of Sheikh Hasina, the relationship has also down the hill. What would you
Let's go to the press conference, okay?
Ma'am, the
That
entire
meme
country
statement.
wants to know so as to what you have to say. Ma'am, you represented Planning Commission. You are a woman yourself.
I'm
Ma'am,
a
what-
woman myself. What is
Ma'am,
that?
the statement that Bangladeshis should live in India is a big statement. We have seen a big pushback as far as the Bangladeshi immigrants are concerned in Assam. This has been a very core issue as far as the
Yeah.
The member who was present there was Prashant Bhushan. Questions have been asked by my colleague Shambhavi to Prashant Bhushan. Let's see if he has any answers.
Sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs.
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs.
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs. The whole
once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs. The whole
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs. The whole
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs.
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people who drive cabs. The whole
sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir,
The rhetorics of Osinachi people means unknown people.
Right at the forefront have been these two individuals, Prashant Bhushan and Saida Habib. They've been batting for the infiltrators, but not a word for the indigenous tribes of Assam, who have lost their own land. In fact, the eviction drive that is largely being carried out by the Assam government is with the sole purpose of getting back the land which belongs to indigenous tribes. Those who have not been able to establish or prove their citizenship have essentially been now called out. In fact, we are given to understand that multiple attempts that have essentially been made by our reporters on the ground to get an answer as to what really happens to those indigenous tribes, to those whose the land belongs to. There is no answer. Listen into first what Saida Hamid had to say, and then Prashant Bhushan, who simply walked off with having no answer to the direct question about why exactly a bat for illegal infiltrators, those who have been squatting on our land.
Hamid, the former Planning Commission member.
Excuse me. Ma'am, you have said that Bangladeshi immigrants. Ma'am, you have said that
Don't be
Bangladeshi
aggressive.
immigrants.
Don't be aggressive. Okay.
Ma'am, you're asking politely. You have said that Bangladeshi immigrants.
But why are you thrusting the mic in my face?
Ma'am, I'm asking politely.
No, you are thrusting the mic in my face.
Why you said that Bangladeshi immigrants can stay in India?
I will speak.
The statement is quite insensitive.
Okay.
So what will
So
happen to the Indians then?
I will
Just a normal question.
What
would be your say?
Please. Don't you think that this will be the rights of Indians will be deprived?
Why are you pressing the mic on my hand?
Ma'am, what would be your comment?
Like your mother, okay? I'm like your mother. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like your mother, okay? Don't do it, okay?
I'm just asking you questions as to what you have to.
I will talk in the press conference.
Come up with a strong
What will
statement.
happen to the Indians then? Ma'am, you said
I
that
will
Bangladeshi
answer.
Immigrants should allow to be stayed in India. They have rights.
Ma'am, you
to
were
stay
in
India.
Assam. A big eviction drive is underway
Ma'am,
there.
all the BJP ministers, the chief minister has condemned the statement.
कहाँ है?
Ma'am, उस तरफ है. Said that the statement is insensitive. This statement should not have been made.
Ma'am, you can
Conference.
share. You were in
Ma'am,
Assam
but
for the
what was the
eviction
reason?
drive.
कहाँ जाएं भाई? कहाँ जाना है?
Ma'am, your statement as to you have said that you have
कहाँ?
clearly stated.
यहाँ
You have clearly, ma'am, you have clearly stated that the Bangladeshis should live in India. What could be your take?
Darling, you are not very polite.
That illegal immigrants should be allowed to stay in India, and that the earth is very large. Bangladeshis can stay in
Ma'am,
India.
the entire team was in Assam. You were in the eviction site. You came up with this wrong.
Ma'am, are you aware of the atrocities happening on Hindu
What would be your take?
Ma'am, the mandirs, the temples in Bangladesh are being vandalized. How do you see this, ma'am?
And after the post-exit of Sheikh Hasina, the relationship has also down the hill. What
Respond to that.
Let's go to the press conference, okay?
Ma'am,
That main statement.
To know so as to what you have to say, ma'am. You represented Planning Commission. You are a woman yourself.
I'm
Ma'am,
a woman myself. What is
Ma'am,
that?
the statement that Bangladeshis should live in India is a big statement. We have seen a big pushback as far as the Bangladeshi immigrants are concerned in Assam. This has been a very core issue as far as the...
Well, in fact, Prashant Bhushan, who has been leading the charge along with Harsh, but the two was absolutely silent when asked about why exactly back the illegal infiltrators. Now, listen in to what Prashant Bhushan had to say the moment he dashed off and went inside for that press conference. This at a time when there have been protests taking place outside the Constitution Club, asking a direct question to each of these people whose heart is now bleeding for the illegal infiltrators, but not a single word when it comes to the indigenous tribes who have lost their own land. And over the years, they've lost their own property. Listen in to what Prashant Bhushan had to say.
Sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir?
The rhetorics of Osinaki people, these unknown people who drive scabs, the whole lot.
Sir, just once, please answer. Sir, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? Sir?
The rhetorics of Osinaki people, these unknown people who drive scabs, the whole.
Well, in fact, what is it that the groups who have been gathering outside the Constitution Club to say? Listen in to some of those members who are now basically demanding that A, they need to take back the statement. B, the fact that they have nothing to say about those who have lost their own properties, and why exactly are they really backing the illegal infiltrators? Is it some sort of a diktat really coming in from some sort of a foreign power? Listen in to what the groups who are now protesting outside the Constitution Club had to say. Let me also bring in my colleague Chandrakala, who's joining us on this broadcast. Chandrakala, with regards to the response coming in from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's essentially said that this is an attempt that has been made by the lobby to legitimize infiltrators. And he has gone on record to say that there is data to back the claims of why there is a need for an eviction drive currently in Assam.
Yes, absolutely. The Assam's Chief Minister has made it clear that this is a very, very important issue, and he has made it clear that why there is a need to carry out this eviction. Well, this is not a very, very new issue for Assam. This has been going on for long now, and the Assam Chief Minister has clearly, condemned what Saida Hamid has spoken about. He has clearly stated that if she feels so strongly about the rights of illegal Bangladeshis in Assam, why doesn't she accommodate them in their own home? Perhaps her like-minded friends can also share the burden.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to the Shivalik class, but the differences are stark. The hull form has been reshaped for far lower radar, infrared and acoustic signatures, turning the ship into a harder target for modern surveillance and fire control systems. This is critical when benchmarked against adversary designs. Pakistan's F-22P and Tugrel class ships, or even China's Type 054A.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta. Legend forever.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सब जल जीरा मसाला।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri class frigates that...
देखिए ये बिल्कुल हास्यास्पद बात है। सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
मैं ईडी की इस कार्रवाई का जहां वेलकम करता हूं, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो पंजाब में भी घोटाले हो रहे हैं, सरकार और ईडी तुरंत उन पे भी कार्रवाई करेगी।
The hospital scam bombshell, heel or steal? The face-off, BJP says loot, AAP says vendetta. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
But we
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big boost for India's maritime defense. 2 indigenously built stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri, Himgiri, commissioned by Raksha Mantri.
ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी.
Chief of Naval Staff sends a big message, says Indian Navy would do the opening if there is another confrontation with Pakistan.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे. दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे.
India says, bring it on. Trump Prime Minister Modi gives a big statement, says, make in India is for the world to see. Three dead after cloudburst in Jammu's Noida. Flash floods triggered in different parts of Jammu. Amid outrage over the Noida Dowry murder, 2 more cases emerged from Jodhpur, Khargone, even in Maharashtra. Republic accesses disturbing pictures. After free pass to infiltrators, pro-infiltration activists Saida Hamid and others confronted, they face protests in Delhi.
4 करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया.
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है.
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party over corruption in hospital scam case, says AAP habitual in questioning agencies.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends a strong message, says Operation Sindoor continues. Getting in some breaking news, today is when the 50% tariff kicks in by the Donald Trump administration. And as we get into the 50% era between India and America, there's a key meeting that's currently underway as we speak in the Prime Minister's office. This is on the tariffs imposed by America. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal also present in that meeting, which has been called to review the trade tensions, to review the steps taken by India and to be taken by India going ahead. Krutat, my colleague, is joining us from the Republic newsroom with more details. Krutat, do we have details of what the agenda is?
Indeed, Niranjan, it is a very important meeting that is taking place at the PMO, and what we are getting so far is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal are present, along with top officials from the MHA, the Commerce Ministry, and even the Finance Ministry. On top of the agenda are discussions on the impact of tariffs and what can the government of India do. The Exporters Association have written to the government and cabinet requesting various measures. In fact, the exporters have also requested for an emergency line of credit guarantee scheme, offering collateral and free working capital with government-backed risks to cover the tariff situation. But there are also indications that suggest that the government is very keen on giving sector-specific schemes in which they can help to cushion the damage that will be potentially done by the American imposed tariffs, which will reduce a little bit of the competitiveness of Indian exports to the United States. However, the overall, if you look at the export picture, then it is only about 4% of India's total exports that go to the United States. So 95% are still insulated from the US tariffs and are largely going to remain unaffected. So this is going to be a very specific meeting on how the government can think of the medium and small enterprises is what we are getting, are going to be the main focus areas at which the government is trying to bring in certain measures that can help them aid the tariff. But there is a lot of silence coming from the government, and so far no talks have been done about any reciprocal imposition of other tariffs since the US government is going to increase. But there is a storm in this silence, and we'll soon have an answer on what the PMO meeting yields, but definitely some announcements expected at least in this week after the US tariffs go into place now that the US has notified them.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. As we speak, there is a meeting that's on, mostly to limit the fallout of the tariff. This morning, you also had the US Customs and Border Protection and the CBP, which issued a draft notification, which was essentially to impose the additional 25% tariff that was imposed on Indian imports. And that becomes effective today. That's August 27th at tonight rather, at 9:30 p.m. India time. And as far as the government is concerned, the response plan is ready and the Prime Minister's office is meeting. Keeping a close track on that meeting as well. Getting in the big story from Jammu, several rivers have reached the danger mark. Our colleague Gursimran sending us some details of some of these rivers. As we speak, some details coming in. This is following the flash flood in Noida and other parts of the valley. Chenab River has breached the 39.5 mark, running 4.5 feet above the danger levels. You also had the Chenab approaching the evacuation level at 42 feet. So it's at 39.5 as we speak, approaching the 42 feet mark. This is after heavy rainfall triggered extreme flood-like conditions, flash floods in different parts of Jammu. The water in the Dowry River has also reached the danger levels. Noida district, worst affected. Dowry is the fourth bridge that has been washed away in this flash flood. Gursimran is joining us live. We had different pictures coming in from different parts of Jammu. I'd like to go across to Gursimran. He was at one of the locations from where the rescue operations were being conducted. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, right now we are at the fourth bridge of the Jammu Tawi, and I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that many of the vehicles have now got damaged due to this bridge being hit by the flash floods that have taken place. I'll request Sarjeevan to be on the visuals that the level of the water that you see, that the barrages, they are being worst hit by this level of the river Tawi that has not been seen in last 1 decade. But now all of a sudden the water level is increasing. Here I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals of the vehicles that have gone down to, some are hanging here, some have gone down into the river Tawi. These vehicles were fast approaching, but then all of a sudden what we saw that this portion of the fourth bridge river that was here, it totally collapsed, and when it collapsed there were several lives that were saved by the local volunteers. But now what we are witnessing that this entire stretch of the road, this has been blocked. This has no one is being allowed to move beyond this point. But the major threat here continues to be that this is one of the key lifelines, key places from where this Jammu actually operates. This is the fourth bridge that connects to the Aknoor area, even to the border area. But now what has happened that due to the heavy flood of the water that has taken place here, I'll request Sarjeevan to be on the visuals that these three vehicles that you still see, one of the Alto there, the Vipers are still on, this Scorpio there, and one more vehicle down there that is now on the verge of getting the collapse. Also, here you will see that the poles that are there, the transformers also, they are also now actually being pushed or pulled by the flow of the water, because many of the wires that flows through that very area, they have also been now damaged, and the water flows, they are not coming to an end. Because here I'll request Sarjeevan to once again to be on the visuals on this very side. that you see the visuals there, and the water levels are increasing with each passing minute. Last time in 2014, it was this place only from where the river Tavi actually broke into the civilian areas, and there was a large scale damage that was reported. Similar scenes are now being witnessed this year also, because the level of the river Tavi, it is now a fierce level, and these levels are now making it really very concerning for the authorities, because what is happening that the level of the river is not pushing this entire area into trouble, but the low-lying area on the other side, because if this river breaks down at any point that it connects from the third bridge to the fourth bridge, it is going to be a complete chaos that is going to happen, and that's why we are witnessing the authorities trying to move people as that way they can, because I can see some of the movement there. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the movement, because there it is being said that there are some disruptions there in the connectivity, some disruptions that have taken place, and now the authorities are trying to remove the people from this very area. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that what has happened here. I'll request to speak to some of the locals. भैया क्या हुआ था यहाँ पे?
सर बात ऐसी है कि यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो कि जलस्राव अपने सर पे है। इस टाइम ये हालत हो चुकी है, इन जो गाड़ियाँ गिरी हैं इनको हमने इतनी मुश्किल से निकाला, ये हमें मालूम है, और इसके साथ हमारे साथ जम्मू पुलिस भी काम कर रही है, वॉलंटियरली हम भी कर रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ यहाँ पे साथ में घर थे 7-8, उनको हमने खाली करवाया। बड़ी मुश्किल से उन लोगों की जान बच पाई है। आप देख सकते हैं, आपके सामने है, ये साइड चली गई तो उसके बाद ये गाड़ियाँ भी नीचे गिर जाएंगी, और इन गाड़ियों में से हमने जैसे लोगों को निकाला वो लोगों की हालत देखने वाली थी। और वहाँ से सेंटर से भी कुछ बच्चे आप देख सकते, विजुअल अगर कैच कर पाते आप देख सकते, तो आपको पता चलता कि इस टाइम यहाँ पे क्या स्थिति है।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है हालात, द सिचुएशन इज़ नाउ रियली कंसर्निंग। यहाँ पे 3-4 गाड़ियाँ जो दिख रही हैं, इसके अलावा भी कुछ नीचे गई हैं?
हाँ सर, इसके अलावा बाइक है जो एक उसमें कपल सवार था, एक आंटी थे एक अंकल थे, वो बीच में गिर गए थे, उनको हमने रेस्क्यू किया वहाँ से। ये साथ में घर है, जो पीछे 3 घर तो बह चुके हैं टोटली, तो उसका जो सामान जो लोगों को हमने रेस्क्यू किया, खाल साइड की टीम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ काम कर रही है। बट अभी जो रिस्क बना हुआ है, आप देख रहे हो यहाँ पे एक वॉकिंग पार्क था, वो वॉकिंग पार्क पूरा बह चुका है। अब ये जो रोड को टूटने का खतरा बन गया, उसके नीचे पूरा अपर बेलीत्रान का जो पूरा पिंड बसा हुआ है वो खतरे में है।
यहाँ पे हमने देखा कि ये ट्रांसफार्मर्स वगैरह ये लगातार जो है पानी के पुश से नीचे की तरफ बेंड हो रहे हैं।
ये हाई एक्सटेंशन की तार है जो सर्किट हाउस से इन्होंने लेन को खींचा हुआ है, वो पोल तभी ब्रिज के बीच में थे, तो अब पानी की वजह से इसको खींच लग रही है, ये भी टूटेंगे। बट हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से एक अपील करना चाहते हैं कि इन जो मोहल्ले में यहाँ पे 450-500 घर है, उनके लिए भी सोचा जाए, थोड़ा सा अपना ये इसको काम को फास्ट भी किया जाए थोड़ा।
So they are saying that the locals should also be considered, because these people are on the verge of getting under the water. Reason being that this area has collapsed. Now Sarjeevan will be in a better position to show you the flow of the water that you see. Some of the vehicles, they are still floating like anything. Here on the bridge of the river Tavi, one of the bike, as they have mentioned, has gone inside the river. And from here you will see that very area where you will see that these are the barrages of the artificial lake project that was there, and now due to the flash floods and the heavy flow of water that has taken place, the situation has completely gone out of hands for even the administration, because this natural calamity that is now hitting the Jammu district, this was not what the administration has imagined, though there was a red alert, but it was only that it will, because since yesterday evening we have been speaking to the officials, and it was expected that the Jammu Tavi will only reach somewhere close to the alert mark, 13-14 feet, but now it has surpassed almost the double mark. It is running close to 25 feet, and no one knows what lies next, because weather has once again taken a U-turn. It was clear a couple of hours, an hour back when we were at Balol area, but now once again the inclement weather conditions are prevailing in the area. Heavy rainfall has started, and it is making a really tough challenge for the authorities, that how they will carry out the relief and the rescue operation, because the rehabilitation will not be possible without any with this kind of a weather prevailing. I'll request Sarjeevan to be on the visuals of the heavy flash floods that are now hitting the artificial lake project, because these were the barrages that were made to actually hold the water for the artificial lake project, where the Aarti was also being done. It was a Sabarmati riverfront style project that was established here way back in 2015-16, but it was concluded a couple of years ago, and now it was one of the viewpoints points for the people, those who used to come at this very point, and there used to be an evening aarti here that was performed. But now what has happened, that these barrages, they have to be opened completely, but now what is happening, that the pillars of these barrages, they are being hit, and they are being hit in such a fashion that it is doing a large-scale disruptions to this very area. I'll request Sarjeevan to be on a safer place and keep showing you the visuals, because it is being said that any moment the place we are standing, Niranjan, this place and the next area, this can also be the next place from where this river Tavi can break out, and now then it will go on to the civilian areas. It is going to be a complete havoc if this happens, but for now what it seems that nothing is in hand of the administration. It is completely out of hand for the administration that they can do anything, because everything is on the nature, and it's 5:15, it's roughly 5:30, and it is still 12 hours to go for these rains to stop, because I'll request Sarjeevan to keep clearing this lens also, because it is raining heavily from this side, and it is really tough to actually maintain the visuals. But yes, I'll request Sarjeevan to be on the visuals again, that this level of the river.
Zoom into those cars. We saw that the road there is completely broken. Can you ask him to zoom into those cars? Zoom into those cars there, and the bridge is broken. We can see the bridge. Can zoom into the cars there. Let him zoom into the cars in the bridge.
See, Niranjan, I'm hardly able to hear you, but I can hear that you spoke about these cars that are still actually lying here on the bridge. This portion of the bridge has collapsed due to the heavy rains that have taken place, and now as we speak, the heavy rains are underway in this very area, and the water level of the river Tavi, it is going manifold, Niranjan. In last 5 to 7 minutes, the level of river Tavi, it has gone at least a couple of feet above what it was when we started speaking at the start of this live. So the situation is going worse when it comes to the Jammu, especially the Jammu city and the nearby areas, because in the upper reaches we are told that the rains have stopped for a couple of hours now, but here the situation continues to be same. Here the situation continues to be troubling for the authorities, and as we speak, here what you will see, that the level of the rains that is taking place and the flash floods that have occurred here, it is really very challenging for the authorities how the civilians' lives will be saved, because a single breakage from this very point and it will be a complete disaster for the authorities. It will be complete disaster because the civilian areas will be hit, and once the civilian areas will be hit, it will be really challenging. The traffic police is here. They are trying to actually save. यहाँ पे सारा ट्रैफिक रोक दिया गया है? कब से रोका है?
घंटा हो गया।
तो अब ये कितनी गाड़ियां जो है वो नीचे गई?
4 हैं, तीन गाड़ियां।
3 गाड़ियां, मोटरसाइकिल भी था? हाँ। तो लोग बच गए हैं?
बच गए सब।
So lives have been saved. Fortunately, part is that the lives have been saved. Otherwise, Niranjan, what you are witnessing here, what we can witness here, it is a complete devastation that has taken place in the Jammu city, and the levels of the rains, the unending rains that are taking place, it is making it really, really very challenging for the authorities that the relief and the rescue operations are to be conducted. But how come at this given point of time, where the river Tavi is flowing at its full rage, like never seen in the past, and here in when it comes to the other operations, while to send a relief to this point of time, the other point that is on the other side, that is also having the disruptions. Niranjan.
Stay with me, because we have some more details coming in right now about the alert across Jammu. I'm going to show different pictures from different parts of Jammu. That's the Tavi bridge washed away, the exact spot where Gursimran is right now. That's the bridge. You'll see the heavy flow of the river there breaking the bridge. The bridge has collapsed, and vehicles that were plying on the bridge, you can see them hanging dangerously on the bridge. Many of them have sunk in there, in that particular spot. We're also getting reports of the Vaishno Devi Yatra being suspended following the heavy rains and flash floods being reported. These are some pictures that came in, images of the devastation close to some of the areas near the Vaishno Devi Yatra. This is another video that came in of the rescue operations that were underway a few minutes back. My colleague Gursimran was there. That's also very close to the Tavi bridge, where a family was stuck inside one of those homes. The water levels have risen there, and SDRF, this is Army and SDRF personnel who are ensuring people are rescued. This is from Udhampur where flash floods wreaked havoc this afternoon after continuous rainfall across Jammu and Kashmir, leading to sharp rise in water levels of several rivers and streams. Flash floods in different parts of Jammu. This is a video that came in from Noida that shows landslides following heavy rainfall. The Met Department has issued an advisory on this issue. This is Noida once again, and this is Ramban, Jammu and Kashmir. Dangerous levels, the rivers flowing above the dangerous mark in many places, almost leading close to an evacuation mark. They're flowing close to an evacuation mark. This is Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir, where the dam floodgates were opened to ensure that the excessive water was released. Danger levels breached even in the Kathua dam. Cloudburst, flash floods reported from few vulnerable places. Landslides, mudslides, shooting stones. Advisories for people to stay away from water bodies and river embankments or loose structures. Waterlogging, flooding expected in low-lying areas in many parts of Jammu. And all citizens asked to be alert and updated on the flow of the river waters. Getting in some more breaking news updates now on the Nikki Bhati murder case in the National Capital Region. The Uttar Pradesh State Women Commission has taken cognizance of the case. Upadhyaya Aparna Yadav has written a letter seeking information about the investigation, also writing a letter regarding strict steps that were to be taken. Now, all of this happening almost 4 to 5 days after the murder. Nikki was murdered on Thursday. Her husband arrested almost 72 hours after the murder on Sunday, and we are on Tuesday. 5 days later, everyone suddenly waking up. The UP State Women Commission has taken cognizance now. Akhil is joining me live. Akhil, there were several updates, including now the CCTV of the hospital being looked at. There are prior cases of Nikki's husband, this Vipin, who's seen in this video beating up Nikki. He had a case against him, an FIR that was lodged against him in 2024. More details that are coming forward. There seem to be many updates on this. Can you take our viewers through those updates today?
Well, that's right, Niranjan. If you see at this point in time, the importance of dowry, because earlier what we have seen that the victim's father has claimed that he has given a dowry to her in-laws. And after that, what we have seen that the Gautam Buddha Nagar police is going to record the statement of not only Nikki's sister, who has been identified as Kanchan Bhati. Apart from that, her in-laws' statement will also be recorded by the Gautam Buddha Nagar police team, because if you see in this case, what we have got to learn that father is giving a different statement. He is saying that we have given our daughter dowry, but if you just go by the statement given by Kanchan, who is the sister of the victim, she is saying that there was no dowry given. So it's very likely that in the next few days, Gautam Buddha Nagar police team is going to basically ask questions to the father himself, and apart from that, his sister's statement will also be recorded. So Kanchan's statement is going to be very crucial. And then the Gautam Buddha Nagar police team will also try to get the money trail, the financial details, that how much money were being given by the Bhati family. Second point, which is very crucial over here, is that the person who basically took the victim to the hospital, and what we have got to learn initially from the father's statement, that it was his family members, no one from the family basically took the victim to the hospital. It was Devender, who was the neighbor basically, who took her to the hospital. So right now there are several discrepancies in the statement being given by several family members. So right now what we are learning from our sources, that it's very likely that in the next 24 hours Gautam Buddha Nagar police team will basically question Kanchan Bhati in this regard, to get to know the details, that who basically committed that crime at that point in time when that incident took place. Because in that very room there were two persons who were available as per the CCTV footage that we have recovered. In that, if you see, Kanchan was present and Kanchan's niece was present over there. So right now, this is the latest development that we are getting from ground zero.
Okay, thank you for that. Non-stop, back-to-back updates coming in on that story. Let's move on and get you a report now. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, emphasized the need for India to be armed, secure, self-reliant as it strives to become a developed country. Addressing the Ran Samvad seminar in the Army War College in Mao. He highlighted the importance of awareness across all sections of society on military doctrines, concepts, practical warfare techniques.
A second aspect which I think we could discuss in this seminar is about Sudarshan Chakra, India's own Iron Dome or Golden Dome. The Honorable Prime Minister had made a mention of this on 15th of August when he spoke about Sudarshan Chakra. That will enhance India's strategic defense, and he said that he expects it to be rolled out by 2035. Over here, I think the aim is to develop an indigenous system to protect India's strategic, civilian and nationally important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword. It will entail development of robust infrastructure and processes for detection, acquisition, neutralization of enemy's air vectors, including using soft skill and hard skill, both kinetic and directed energy weapons. In fact, 2 or 3 days back, you would have heard about DRDO testing a particular integrated system in which there were QRSAMs, V-Sharods, and 5 kilowatt lasers. Actually, they were all getting combined into one. We will have to look at multi-domain ISR, integration of ground, air, maritime, undersea, space sensors, all becoming a key necessity and integrating them. A colossal amount of integration will be required as multiple fields will need to be networked to provide a very fused picture to us. Colossal amounts of data will be needed to be analyzed for information and real-time response. Use of artificial intelligence, advanced computation, data analytics, big data, LLM, quantum technologies will be essential. For a vast country like this, like India, a project of this magnitude will require a whole-of-nation approach. But like always, I'm very sure Indians will do it at a minimal and a very affordable cost to us.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars that were raging, one for 31 years, the Congo, and as you know.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to the Shivalik class, but the differences are stark. The hull form has been reshaped for far lower radar, infrared and acoustic signatures, turning the ship into a harder target for modern surveillance and fire control systems. This is critical when benchmarked against adversary designs. Pakistan's F-22P and Tugrel class ships, or even China's Type 054.
Mega boost for India's maritime defense. 2 indigenously built stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, commissioned.
ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी.
Chief of Naval Staff's big message says Indian Navy would do the opening in the next war.
सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे. दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे.
India says Brigade on Trump. PM Modi gives a big statement, says Make in India is for the world to see. 3 days after cloudburst in Jammu's Noida, cloudburst triggers flash floods. Amid outrage over Noida Dowry death case, 2 more cases emerged from Jodhpur and Khargone in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh respectively. Republic accesses disturbing visuals. After free pass to illegals, pro-infiltration activists Sayyida Hamid and Prashant Bhushan confronted.
हजारों करोड़ रुपया 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया.
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है.
BJP pulls up AAP over corruption in hospital scam case, says AAP habitual of questioning central agencies.
This Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
CDS General Anil Chauhan sends strong message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is still on. Beware. Welcome back, friends, to this 5:30 edition of Live in Breaking. We begin with a development, a positive one, coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. The inaugural match of the Royal Premier League is being played at Pulwama Sports Stadium. It's happening between Royal Goodwill and Sultan Springs, Baramulla. It happened, in fact, last evening. Floodlit cricket match in Pulwama. In total, 12 teams to participate in the tournament from across Jammu and Kashmir. And this is happening under floodlights. These are pictures from last evening. And look at the crowd, look at the engagement, and this is the place which has the sobriquet of hotbed of terrorism, and this is South Kashmir, and we have these pictures coming in from South Kashmir and Pulwama in South Kashmir, and gives you an idea of the kind of normalcy that's really returning post the Pahalgam terror attack. Zeenat Zishan Fazil joins us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, these pictures, heartwarming in some ways, are they indicative of people in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly South Kashmir, wanting to live a normal life?
Yeah, absolutely. We see a change in the Kashmir Valley with the pictures, because this is the same Pulwama that has seen multiple encounters, multiple attack calls on the stone pelting. Now the things in the Kashmir and Pulwama, this is a picture of change where you see that thousands of people have gathered to watch this match. This is a match of change where you see that, in fact, this is a youth-led initiative. The organizers, the promoters, the players who have come from different countries.
I think poor audio there. We'll try and connect with Zeenat again, but these are pictures of last evening from Pulwama. Packed crowd in the stadium. This is the Pulwama Sports Stadium. Match between Royal Premier League and Pulwama. Royal Premier League match going on, and this is between Royal Goodwill and Sultan Springs. 12 teams participating and packed crowds there. We'll connect again with Zeenat, but for now, moving on. But staying with Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, weather-beaten Jammu region now, which is facing landslides, cloudbursts and flash floods. Vaishno Devi landslide now. 5 people have lost their lives and 14 others are injured, is what we are getting to hear about bad weather condition in the Union Territory. We have pictures also of the havoc that monsoon is playing in Jammu region. These are pictures of floods, Jammu Tawi River in Ispate, and there is massive destruction of infrastructure. We have seen bridges collapsing, we have seen roads getting washed away. And this is the Tawi Bridge, which is washed away in the river. In Ispate, you can see almost sea-like waves there in the river, and that gives you the kind of rain fury that is playing havoc with normal life in the Jammu region. All right, more pictures now. These are pictures from Vaishno Devi on the way, and the Yatra has been suspended, obviously, because of the damage to the roads and the infrastructure and the possibility of more landslides in the hills. And so to take care of safety and security of the pilgrims, the Vaishno Devi Shrine Board has decided to stop the Yatra. More pictures, more videos. These are pictures of relief and rescue going on, rescue operation. In fact, in these pictures of the SDRF, the State Disaster Response Force, and this is still in Jammu region, and both in Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh, the fury of the rain gods knows no end, and major brunt of the monsoon mayhem is taken by the infrastructure. People losing lives also. We saw how in the case of Vaishno Devi, 5 people have lost their lives. These are pictures now from Udhampur. Remember, these are hills, and look at the situation there on the roads, waterlogging and rivers in spate, and more pictures now from Jammu to Udhampur, now to Doda, again a district in Jammu. You can see pictures of landslide, and this is essentially a picture that's coming in from all across the Union Territory. More pictures now from Ramban. Essentially what we are seeing is that almost all the 10 districts of the Jammu region of the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir affected. Now Kathua, before that Ramban, before that Doda, before that Vaishno Devi, before that Udhampur. All these videos clearly give you an idea of the kind of natural disaster that's really panning out because of monsoons, heavy monsoons there playing out in the hills in the lower Himalayas, both in Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal. We'll later get pictures from Himachal Pradesh also. But before that, let's take an update on what's the situation like. Gursimran joins us live from Jammu, right? Gursimran, massive destruction. These pictures really tell a tale of the fury of rain gods. Please tell us, give an idea of the scale of disaster that has struck the Jammu region. This seems like only Jammu region. All the districts affected, life thrown out of gear. What's the loss of life and property like?
See, Abhishek, Jammu is grappling with the fury of nature, and as we speak, the situation continues to be grim. Next 12 hours are going to be really very crucial till 5:30 tomorrow morning, because you see the level of the destruction that this heavy rains and the flash floods have done. This is the fourth bridge of the Jammu Tawi, which is also known as the Bhagwati Nagar Bridge. And what has happened here, that many of the vehicles are still lying, they are floating on this area that has been submerged in the water. And beside this, Sarjivan will be in a position to show you that those are the visuals from the barrages of the, the Jammu Tawi. It was a lake, an artificial lake that was made there. And now what has happened, that the level of the Jammu Tawi, it has already surpassed the danger level. It is running almost double to the danger level, close to 30 feet, and it is making it really very challenging for the authorities to actually continue with the rescue operation. Reason being that the rains are continuing in every part of the Jammu city, and here the large-scale disruptions are taking place. The flow of the water that you see, that is not only damaging the pillars of the artificial lake, but also the pillars of the main bridge, that is making it really very challenging. Now the police has seized this entire area. Reason being, Abhishek, that there lies a threat that from that given point where Sarjivan is showing you, the next breaking point will be. That means this will break down from this very point, and the authorities will be in no position to actually save the civilian lives, because there are 100-odd houses at that very given position. See, some people still they are resorting to their own, not abiding by the authorities, and that is what is making it really very challenging, that how these precious lives can be saved, because the foolishness of the people also risk their life. And there you will see that the police post in charge is going to that very point so that he can remove this person who has come to this very point. So some people, those who are not abiding by what the authorities are saying, it is really posing a challenge, because the fury of the river Tawi, it is going to this level that it has broken all records. So what we are picking up from the authorities, that it is close to what was seen in 2014 when the flash floods took place, and hundreds of lives were lost in the Jammu city and the nearby areas. And similar is the situation here, Abhishek, as the authorities are still trying to actually move people to the safe location, but next 12 hours are going to be really very crucial.
Some of the pictures are really scary, Gursimran. Last question before I let you go, which is that how the situation looks like panning out over the next 48 hours. Is it going to subside? What's the weatherman saying?
See, if you speak of the situation, the next 12 hours are crucial, but overall it is the next a total of 40 hours that are continuing to be really very challenging. Though the air operations have resumed, what we can pick up, that air operations have resumed once again. So a sigh of relief that the air operations are continuing, but if we speak of the road transport communication, this has been disrupted completely. It is for the first time in last couple of hours that a flight has taken, and it is a sigh of relief for those who were traveling by air. But when it comes to the land connectivity, it has completely been disrupted. Here, reason being the situation that is prevailing. Next 12 hours are super crucial, but the alert is for 40 hours, Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Gursimran, with that update. And in fact, we are keeping close tabs of the weather situation both in Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh, and we'll keep getting those pictures and latest updates on the situation there for our viewers, both in these geographies and of course rest of the country. Moving on for now, the Enforcement Directorate searched 13 locations, including the residence of former Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj, in a money laundering investigation linked to alleged irregularities in hospital construction projects sanctioned during the AAP government's tenure in Delhi. Officials said the searches covered 13 locations and in Delhi and nearby areas. The Central Probe Agency has not yet disclosed details of assets seized or specific financial irregularities detected. There are already political reactions coming in, and we listen to some of them. We in fact are going to have Aditya. Okay, let's listen to some political reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party. I think former Delhi Chief Minister Atishi, and then we have Aditya on the other side live.
अगर अब ईडी जो मंत्री नहीं था उन पर रेड करेगी तो क्या प्रधानमंत्री जी पर कोलगेट स्कैम में रेड होगा? उनके कार्यकाल से पहले के घोटाले में क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर 2G घोटाले में रेड होगी? क्या दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी पर CWG गेम स्कैम में रेड होगी? क्या रेखा गुप्ता जी पर CNG फिटनेस स्कैम में रेड होगी? देखिए, ये बिल्कुल हास्यास्पद बात है। सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
All right, Aditya joins us live with more details on this story. Aditya, what's the scale of the scam like which the ED is investigating? And since ED investigates a predicate offence, is the CBI or the Delhi police already looking into this case?
Well, the first about the scale and the size of the investigation is quite big because it totally relates to the amount, the budget sanctioned by the Delhi government for construction of the hospitals. Now, currently, I'm standing outside the office of the Purnika Commercial and State Private Limited, where the raids are currently undergoing for last 13 hours. And this raid is particularly about the construction of a hospital in Jabalpuri, wherein the file suggests that the state company here has made additional properties without having certain authorization or approval by the competent or by the authority. So in this case, the location itself shows that the raids were not only on the politician, on the office or the house of Saurabh Bharadwaj, former minister, but also from the raids were on the companies who were undertaking the contracts here. So the scale is quite big.
All right, thank you so much, Aditya, with those details. And this is still a developing story, political reactions coming in. But we have a breaking news development. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat speaking on the centenary year of the RSS. Let's listen to him.
हम संघ के कार्य को कैसा देखते हैं, हमारे मन में क्या चल रहा है, ये भी रखा जाए। इसलिए न्यू हॉराइजन्स, नए क्षितिज, ऐसा शब्द व्याख्यानमाला के टाइटल में है। और दूसरा ये किया जाए कि 70-75% नए लोगों को बुलाया जाए। तो इसलिए जो 2 व्याख्यान होने वाले हैं उसमें आज के व्याख्यान में संघ के बारे में मैं बताऊंगा। पिछली बार जो 2 भाषणों में बताया वो एक भाषण में बताऊंगा। 100 साल की संघ की यात्रा हो रही है। क्यों हो रही है? संघ चलाना है ऐसा नहीं है। संघ चलाने का एक उद्देश्य है। और ये राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ क्यों शुरू हुआ, इतनी सारी बाधाएं वगैरह आई, स्वयंसेवकों ने सारी कठिन परिस्थितियों में से रास्ता निकालकर इसको चलते क्यों रखा, और 100 साल चलने के बाद भी नए क्षितिजों की बात क्यों कर रहा है, इसका अगर एक वाक्य में आपको उत्तर देना है तो वो वाक्य संघ की प्रार्थना के अंत में हम स्वयंसेवक लोग रोज कहते हैं, भारत माता की जय। अपना देश है, उस देश की जय जयकार होनी चाहिए। उस देश को विश्व में एक अग्रगण्य स्थान मिलना चाहिए। लेकिन क्यों मिलना चाहिए? अग्रगण्य स्थान तो एक ही देश प्राप्त करेगा और विश्व में सैकड़ों देश हैं। उसके लिए भी एक नई स्पर्धा उत्पन्न करनी है क्या? तो ऐसा कोई इरादा नहीं है। लेकिन उसके पीछे एक सत्य है। दुनिया में इतने देश है, क्यों है? विश्व बहुत पास आ गया है। अभी ग्लोबल बात होती है। विश्व पास आ गया है, इसलिए ग्लोबल विचार करना ही पड़ता है। तो एक देश के बड़े होने का महत्व क्या है? तो यद्यपि सारे विश्व का जीवन एक है, मानवता एक है, फिर भी वो एक जैसी नहीं है। उसके अलग अलग रूप है, अलग अलग रंग है। और ऐसा होने के कारण विश्व की सुंदरता बढ़ी है, क्योंकि हर एक रंग का अपना अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन है, योगदान है। और अगर विश्व के इतिहास को देखते हैं तो स्वामी विवेकानंद का वो कथन कि एवरी नेशन हैज ए मिशन टू फुलफिल, प्रत्येक राष्ट्र को एक मिशन होता है दुनिया में जो फुलफिल करना है। प्रत्येक राष्ट्र का विश्व में कुछ योगदान होता है जो समय समय पर उसको करना पड़ता है। वैसे भारत का भी अपना एक योगदान है। विश्व के किसी देश को बड़ा होना है, अपने बड़प्पन के लिए नहीं होना है। उसके बड़े होने से विश्व के जीवन में जो एक आवश्यक नई गति चाहिए वो पैदा होती है, उसका उस प्रकार का योगदान होता है। इसलिए योगदान करने लायक उसको बनना है, इसलिए बड़ा होना है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars that were raging, one for 31 years, the Congo, and as you know, Rwanda, one for 35 years. I don't have to go into them, you know the list better than I do. But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. So I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. I got that war stopped. Nobody else could have done that. We did a lot of jobs. We did a lot of wars were stopped that nobody thought would even be possible. And I'll tell you what, in the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. A big one would have been India and Pakistan, but we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. They like to say, oh, you know, I love black people. I got that war stopped. Nobody else could have done that. We did a lot of jobs. We did a lot of wars were stopped that nobody thought would even be possible. And I'll tell you what, the war with India and Pakistan, that was the next level. That was going to be a nuclear war. They already shot down 7 jets. That was raging. And I said, you guys want to do trade? We're not doing any trade. We're not doing anything with you if you keep fighting. You got 24 hours to settle it. They said, well, there's no more war going. And I used that on numerous occasions. Trade, I used I used whatever you had to use. But we got 7 of them stopped. And the one I thought would be easiest, frankly, was going to be Russia and Ukraine. In the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. A big one would have been India and Pakistan. But we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. 6 of them made peace, not just solved them. We made peace. If you look at Pakistan and India, planes were being knocked out of the air. 6 or 7 planes came down. They were ready to go. Maybe nuclear, we solved that. I think a very big one was India and Pakistan, because you're talking about 2 nuclear nations.
Lobby goes out on a limb for infiltrators. The activist syndicate back at it with old chants. Arnab's clear view, national interest first. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of INS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to the Shivalik class, but the differences are stark. The hull form has been reshaped for far lower radar, infrared and acoustic signatures, turning the ship into a harder target for modern surveillance and fire control systems. This is critical when benchmarked against adversary designs.
Trump rants, India roars back.
मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है।
From trade to tariffs, India won't budge on nation first. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
देखिए, ये बिल्कुल हास्यास्पद बात है। सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
मैं ईडी की इस कार्रवाई का वेलकम करता हूं। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो पंजाब में भी घोटाले हो रहे हैं, सरकार और ईडी तुरंत उन पे भी कार्रवाई करेगी।
The hospital scam bombshell, heal or steal? The face-off, BJP says loot, AAP says vendetta. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching 6 Story at 6 and I'm Rakta Mishra with you. India has sent out a very strong message today from the seas, from the ocean. It's a first, viewers. 2 indigenous advanced frontline warships, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, have been inducted into India's naval fleet today. It's a double dose of stealth power in the seas. India's neighbors would be keenly watching this. Also, the messaging is also coming from our military leadership. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan has reiterated that Operation Sindoor is very much on, and that India is peace-loving, but it cannot be pacifist. Really, really strong statement coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also not behind in messaging, in sending out strong messages. The Trump tariff deadline looms, and he makes a call, a defined call for Make in India. We'll also get to you ground report from Jammu, where the situation is deteriorating due to the heavy rains. Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra has been suspended, and at least 6 lives have been lost also due to the heavy rains. Viewers, also on the show, the ED has conducted raids at the Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence in Delhi over alleged case of hospital or alleged scam in hospitals during his tenure as health minister. Also, there's another case of dowry death emerging from Jodhpur, and there are other such cases also emerging, viewers. It's a wake-up call to save our betis. The fight against dowry, this fight against patriarchy, the fight against such social evils that continue to endanger our women continues even after decades. That's the sad reality today's time. Viewers, we start with first the biggest story we're tracking, viewers. That is the naval might that was on display today. INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri, 2 advanced stealth frigates commissioned into the Indian Navy today, marking a significant milestone in the nation's indigenous warship construction capabilities. And now these sophisticated warships showcase India's growing prowess in designing and building complex naval platforms, enhancing the country's maritime security and reinforcing its role as a stabilizing power in the Indian Ocean. Here's a report.
Anywhere, anyhow, anytime. Two new warriors joined the Indian Navy. INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri commissioned in Visakhapatnam. Armed with BrahMos missiles, Barak 8 air defense and advanced sonar systems capable of anti-submarine air defense and long-range strike missions. 75% indigenous content, a major boost for Aatmanirbhar Bharat.
INS Udaygiri और INS हिमगिरी की कमीशनिंग आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपने की एक साकार होती तस्वीर है। साथ ही हमारे विजन और कमिटमेंट का भी मैं मानता हूं कि यह प्रमाण है। आज विशाखापट्टनम में INS उदयगिरी, INS हिमगिरी की जो यात्रा शुरू हो रही है वो भारत के गौरव की यात्रा है, कोई सामान्य यात्रा नहीं है। मैं नेवी को एक बात के लिए और बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज आपने स्वदेशी F-35 वारशिप लॉन्च कर दिया है। दुनिया में एक देश के पास हवा में उड़ने वाला F-35 है। आपने समुद्र पर दौड़ने वाला F-35 बनाकर दिया है, वह भी मेड इन इंडिया है। आप सबको मेरी तरफ से बधाई।
In air, on the surface and beneath the sea, these frigates extend India's dominance across every dimension of naval warfare.
अनसर्टेनिटीज और कॉम्पिटिशन्स के भरे इस युग में भारतीय नौसेना की समुद्र में ओवरवेलमिंग फोर्स डिलीवर करने की क्षमता भारत के दुश्मनों के खिलाफ एक क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस है। हमने इसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान बखूबी प्रदर्शित किया, जब हमारी यूनिट्स की स्विफ्ट डिप्लॉयमेंट और एग्रेसिव पोस्चरिंग ने पाकिस्तान की नौसेना को एक तरह से कैद करके रखा और उन्हें मजबूर किया कि काइनेटिक एक्शंस को समाप्त करने का हमसे अनुरोध करें। सर, आपने कुछ दिनों पहले विक्रांत के डेक पर भारतीय नौसेना से कहा था कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
A twin commissioning that signals India's growing naval might. Ready to patrol, ready to protect, ready to project power across the seas. INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri commissioned and operational today, further boosting our maritime capabilities.
Delivering a strong message on national security and military readiness, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan has said that India's peace-loving stance should not be mistaken for pacificity. The CDS noted that how Operation Sindoor provided critical insights into modern conflict and that lessons learned were being incorporated into India's military doctrine real time. That is why, he said, that Operation Sindoor is still on. Here's the full story.
सारी मस्जिद उड़ गई। सारी भाई कोई है उत्ते?
Operation Sindoor is still on. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan made it very clear while speaking to a tri-services seminar on war earlier today. Addressing the two-day Ran Samvad conclave at the Army War College in Madhya Pradesh, the CDS delivered a strong message on India's approach to peace, power and preparedness. While India stands for peace, the chief cautioned enemy forces against mistaking that for pacifism, saying peace without power is utopian.
India has always stood on the side of peace. We are a peace-loving nation, but don't mistake, we cannot be pacifists. I think peace without power is utopian. And over here, I like to quote a Latin quote which goes like this: "Si vis pacem para bellium," which translates, if you want peace, prepare for war.
In a veiled warning to Pakistan, the top officer called Operation Sindoor a modern multi-dimensional conflict, an operation that is still on.
When we talk about future warfare, I think sometimes there is a misapprehension in segments of the media that probably we have all assembled here to discuss about Operation Sindoor. Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a modern conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on. We are not here to discuss Operation Sindoor. We are here to discuss something beyond Operation Sindoor.
General Chauhan highlighted the ascendancy of technology over strategy, emphasizing that the future battlefields will not recognize service boundaries. Furthermore, he called for swift and decisive joint responses across domains enabled by Aatmanirbharta in defense and integrated logistics.
As a Viksit Bharat, we also need to be Sashakt, Surakshit and Aatmanirbhar. And Aatmanirbhar, not only in technologies but also in ideas and also in practice. Hence, there is a need to increase awareness on all segments of our society on doctrinal and conceptual aspects, that's the academic pursuits of how war is fought, and practical and actual war fighting techniques and tactics.
He underscored the need to institutionalize joint training, absorption of AI, cyber and quantum to enhance operational capability. CDS General Anil Chauhan emphasized upon the Sudarshan Chakra for robust civil-military integration, underscoring developing capabilities of multiple domains for attaining victory in future wars.
A second aspect which I think we could discuss in this seminar is about Sudarshan Chakra, India's own Iron Dome or Golden Dome. The Honorable Prime Minister had made a mention of this on 15th of August when he spoke about Sudarshan Chakra. That will enhance India's strategic defense, and he said that he expects it to be rolled out by 2035. Over here, I think the aim is to develop an indigenous system to protect India's strategic, civilian and nationally important sites, and it will act both as a shield as well as a sword.
Outlining what he called 4 essential trends shaping contemporary conflict, General Chauhan first warned about an increasing propensity among nations to use force. He also highlighted eroding of traditional distinctions of war and peace, with future wars focusing more on the impact of people and the changing definition of victory. Victory is no longer seen in body bag counts but in operational speed, precision and strategic impact. The Ministry of Defence had earlier described the Ran Samvad Conclave as a platform to strengthen India's strategic thinking and inter-service cooperation. The 2-day seminar, curated by the Headquarters Integrated Defence Staff and the Centre for Joint Warfare Studies, brings together military professionals, defence experts and industry leaders.
Trump's additional 25% tariff will be kicking in from midnight, and India is not deterred. Prime Minister Modi has highlighted India's push for Aatmanirbhar Bharat, reiterating that he won't let India's farmers suffer. As India-US trade talks are on pause, global agencies like S&P and Fitch have expressed confidence in India's growth story. Here's more.
The additional 25% tariff will kickstart from midnight, and India would essentially be bearing a 50% tariff on US exports. Reiterating Bharat's resolve, Prime Minister Modi made a big push for Swadeshi and Made in India.
स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों। गर्व से स्वदेशी की तरफ चल पड़ो। मेरी स्वदेशी की व्याख्या बहुत सिंपल है। पैसा किसका लगता है उसे मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो डॉलर है, पाउंड है, वो करेंसी काली है, गोरी है, मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं। लेकिन जो प्रोडक्शन है उसमें पसीना मेरे देशवासियों का होगा।
Without naming the United States or Trump, Prime Minister also reaffirmed government's commitment towards farmers, agriculture and MSME sector.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे। दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
Time and again, India has called out hypocrisy and made its stand clear.
We are not the biggest purchasers of Russian oil, that is China. We are not the biggest purchasers of Russian LNG. I'm not sure, but I think that is the European Union. We are not the country which has the biggest trade surge with Russia after 2022. I think there are some countries to the south. We are a country where actually the Americans said for the last few years that we should do everything to stabilize the world energy markets, including buying oil from Russia. Incidentally, we also buy oil from America, and that amount has been increasing. So, quite honestly, we are very perplexed at the logic of the argument that you had referred to.
The trade negotiations between India and the United States are on a pause.
Follow up on the India tariffs. Do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
But global agencies like S&P and Fitch have expressed confidence in India's growth story. If anything, the tariff war has only strengthened India's resolve.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों। हम ऐसा हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे, आपकी आने वाली अनेक पीढ़ियां आपके इस त्याग का गर्व करेगी, आपके इस योगदान का गर्व करेगी, आपकी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस मंत्र के लिए, स्वदेशी के मार्ग के लिए मैं आज मेरे देशवासियों को निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। मैं आपको निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। आइए हम सब चल पड़े। 2047 विकसित भारत बना के रहेंगे।
And northern parts of India continue to face nature's fury, viewers, as monsoon wreaks havoc in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir now. A flood alert has been sounded in many parts of Jammu region as the water level in various rivers is swelling amid heavy rain that has battered the region. As the IMD predicts heavy rainfall in Jammu and Kashmir, the government has issued an advisory asking people to stay away from flood-prone areas and riverbanks. In fact, several deaths have also been reported. The Vaishno Devi Yatra has been temporarily suspended as well. Communication lines are down in Srinagar as well. Listen into this report.
Landslides, flash floods, and incessant rainfall. This is the condition of several parts of Jammu and Kashmir as northern India continues to reel under nature's fury. Massive landslides and flash floods have devastated lives and property, with incessant rainfall triggering the grim situation. Meanwhile, 3 people have lost their lives in Noida due to rain-related incidents. On the other hand, the key rivers like Dowry, Ravi and Chenab are overflowing as they crossed the dangerous levels.
Here at the Jammu Tawi, you will see that the water levels have reached the next level, because in the upper reaches of the Udhampur, we are witnessing regular rainfalls taking place and also the inclement weather conditions that are making it really very challenging. And here at the Jammu Tawi, the gusty flow of the water is making it really very challenging for the authorities to actually save the lower lying areas of Jammu. Here the 4th bridge of Jammu Tawi, the traffic is now moving with the full flow, but the authorities are also keeping a tab on the movement of the traffic, because if the water level surpasses a couple of feet, so then it will be that the traffic has to be halted. It was here in last one decade, 2024, when the river Tavi broke down from this very area and the water entered the civilian areas. This time also, if we speak of the situation is more or less the same.
Normal life was also disrupted in Jammu city due to heavy downpour, which led to overflowing of streams and drains, leading to inundation of roads and flood waters entering homes. Jammu's biggest park and adjoining area was submerged due to heavy rains and flash floods.
As heavy rain continues in the Jammu division, many of the water bodies are now flowing above the danger level. Right now we are at the Jammu Tawi, where many of the kettles have got trapped in the flash floods and the rising water levels that have taken place in the Jammu Tawi. And now the visuals that you see are from the bank The river Tavi, where you will see that the locals are trying to get their kettles out, those who have got trapped in the rising water level of the Jammu Tavi. And here you will see that they are using the ropes to get these kettles out. There have been close to a dozen kettles that were here. Many of them have been rescued, several washed away for now, but now the efforts are being made to get them, because see, the place where these kettles are stranded, this is prone to the land subsiding, and the major chunk of land is flowing and being washed away with each passing minute, and that's why it is really very challenging for the locals to get these kettles out, because that area is for now out of bound for any kind of a rescue to be given by the authorities. And as we speak, the water level of river Tavi is increasing. It has already gone beyond 12 feet and is heading towards the alert mark. If we speak of the upper reaches in the Udhampur, it has even crossed the evacuation mark.
Due to the inclement weather and landslides, the Vaishno Devi Shrine Board decided to temporarily suspend the Yatra to avoid any untoward situation for the pilgrims. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah held a meeting with officials and directed all departments concerned to remain on high alert amid heavy rains. He also advised people to remain cautious amid a weather forecast predicting intense rainfall with the possibility of cloudbursts, flash floods, and landslides in high altitude areas till the 27th of August.
Now, the Enforcement Directorate today conducted raids at Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence in the national capital for an alleged scam in constructing hospitals during his tenure as Delhi Health Minister. Now, the BJP has hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the corruption trail of Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party government has been exposed. Here's the full story.
The Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Health Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the hospital construction scam case. The probe agency conducted searches at 13 locations across the national capital, including the AAP leader's residence in Chirag, Delhi. The ED is probing the alleged irregularities and a money laundering angle in hospital construction projects sanctioned during the AAP government's tenure. After the ED's action, Aam Aadmi Party leaders launched fresh salvo at the centre, calling the entire case bogus. The Aam Aadmi Party also called the probe a diversion attempt.
ध्यान भटकाने के लिए सौरभ भारद्वाज जी के घर पर फर्जी ईडी की रेड की गई है। ये रेड 100% फर्जी क्यों है? क्योंकि जिस समय का ये मामला है, जब अस्पतालों के निर्माण का ये फैसला हुआ, तब सौरभ भारद्वाज जी मंत्री ही नहीं थे, वो उसके 2 साल बाद मंत्री बने।
सौरभ भारद्वाज जी के घर पर जो ईडी का रेड चल रहा है, उसके पीछे केवल एकमात्र कारण है कि कल देश में प्रधानमंत्री जी की डिग्री को लेके एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा हो गया। देश के सामने आ गया कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की डिग्री झूठी है। देश के सामने आ गया कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डिग्री को लेके झूठ बोला, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रधानमंत्री जी की डिग्री को लेके झूठ बोला। तो अब इस फजीहत से ध्यान कैसे भटकाया जाए? चलो किसी के यहाँ रेड कर देते हैं। तो ध्यान भटकाने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की डिग्री के मसले से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए सौरभ भारद्वाज जी के घर पर रेड की जा रही है ईडी की।
The BJP has hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying the corruption trail of Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party government stands exposed in public domain.
ईडी ने आज सौरभ भारद्वाज, जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी दिल्ली के अध्यक्ष भी हैं और पूर्व में मंत्री भी रहे हैं, हॉस्पिटल घोटाले में उनके यहां रेड करे। जिस दिन से आम आदमी पार्टी की दिल्ली से सरकार गई है, आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी वो लुटेरे लीडर जो दिल्ली के अलग अलग जेलों में बंद रहे अलग अलग केसों में, सभी पंजाब में जाकर डेरे डाले हुए हैं और पंजाब को भी दोनों हाथों से लूट रहे हैं। मैं पंजाब सरकार के अफसर साहिबानों से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, आप इनकी इस लूट में साथ मत दें, वरना इन सब के ऊपर कार्रवाइयां आप पर भी होंगी जब ये सारे घोटाले सामने आएंगे। मैं ईडी की इस कार्रवाई का जहां वेलकम करता हूं, वहीं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो पंजाब में भी घोटाले हो रहे हैं, सरकार और ईडी तुरंत उन पर भी कार्रवाई करेगी।
Meanwhile, former ally Congress too jumped into the fray. Senior party leader Sandeep Dixit trained guns at the BJP, saying it influenced the Aam Aadmi Party through ED to desert the Indie bloc.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक तरीका देख रहा हूँ कि महत्वपूर्ण केसों में जिसमें एंटी करप्शन के अंदर चार्ज होना चाहिए, सीबीआई की इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी चाहिए, वो इसको ईडी में डाल देते हैं। और मुझे शक ये है कि ईडी का इस्तेमाल वो करते हैं सिर्फ डराने धमकाने में। जब उनको ज़रूरत पड़ती है ईडी को विड्रॉ कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि पीएमएलए में ज़्यादातर कुछ मिलता नहीं है और इस कारण से वो अपनी राजनीतिक इसमें फ़ायदा उठाते हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा आम आदमी पार्टी पर भी प्रभाव डाला, इंडिया अलायंस से वो टूट गए, जगह जगह इंडिया अलायंस के खिलाफ अपने कैंडिडेट खड़े कर रहे हैं।
The politics is heating up over the hospital construction scam case. The big question is, can Aam Aadmi Party leader prove his innocence?
And now across India, viewers, daughters are being brutalized, tortured for dowry. They're burnt alive, they're killed in the name of honor. Now, a brutal reminder that dowry and gender violence continues to claim lives across India, viewers, till date. This is 2025. From Noida to Jodhpur, Khargone to Maharashtra's Latur and Nanded, young women are tortured, burned, murdered. Visuals chilling, and the cruelty is unimaginable. Watch this report.
From Noida to Jodhpur to Khargone, to Latur and even Nanded. 5 cities and 5 stories, unimaginable horror. On your screens, a young woman, Nikki, assaulted inside her own house. Her husband yanking her hair. His mother restraining her. Moments later, horror. Nikki is seen engulfed in flames, running, struggling and screaming for her life. Her skin peeling as she tries to escape. In Jodhpur, another horrific chapter. A teacher poured petrol on herself and her 3-year-old daughter. The child has died on spot, while the mother died during treatment. Reason? Relentless harassment for dowry. The husband now faces police action. In Khargone, a newlywed woman was subjected to torture. Her husband used a heated knife, leaving burn marks across her arm and body. All of it again for dowry. Another life, another promise, crushed under greed and violence. In Latur in Maharashtra, police found a woman's decomposed body stuffed in a suitcase, dumped in the river. Initial probe points to brutal assault. Injuries on her face, suspected age between 15 to 25. And if things couldn't get worse, in Nanded, a father enraged after finding his daughter with her lover murders both of them. The bodies were thrown into a well. The rage, the crime, the silence of victims tells the same story.
And that's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Keep watching Republic TV. Thank you so much for watching.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। मसाला।
but we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex.
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to the Shivalik class, but the differences are stark. The hull form has been reshaped for far lower radar, infrared and acoustic signatures, turning the ship into a harder target for modern surveillance and fire control systems. This is critical when benchmarked against adversary designs. Pakistan's F-22P and Tugrel-class ships, or even China's Type 054A frigates, simply do not offer this level of multi-domain stealth shaping. Against them, Udaygiri enjoys a decisive advantage in remaining undetected long enough to strike first. Propulsion is configured around a combined diesel or gas arrangement. Diesel engines deliver efficiency for long patrols, while the gas turbines allow sudden bursts of speed when tactical conditions demand maneuver. This combination is vital in an oceanic theater, where endurance and agility.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. We have a special broadcast now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big day for India as 2 warships are commissioned, INS Udaygiri, INS Himgiri. We have a special broadcast in the next few minutes. Here are the headlines. First up. A big day for the Indian Navy, big boost for our maritime defense. 2 indigenously built stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri, Himgiri, commissioned by India.
ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
A big message from the Chief of Naval Staff. Admiral Tripathi says Indian Navy will do the opening if there's another confrontation with Pakistan.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगी। दबाव कितना ही क्यों न आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
India says bring it on. Trump Prime Minister Modi giving a big response, says make in India is for the world to see. Indicates we are not going to bend. Flash floods, landslides reported. Vaishno Devi Yatra suspended. Latest reports suggest 5 lives have been lost. More details emerging on the Nikki Dowry murder. More cases similar to that emerging from Jodhpur and Khargone. After free pass to infiltrators and backing Bangladeshis in India, the pro-infiltrator lobby meeting in Delhi greeted with placards and slogans.
या 13 हॉस्पिटल्स के नाम के ऊपर बड़ा घोटाला आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में किया।
सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
BJP pulls up Aam Aadmi Party. There's a huge fight between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP over a latest scam that's emerged. ED raiding Saurabh Bharadwaj, former minister in the Kejriwal government.
Well, let me clarify this. Operation Sindoor was a model conflict from which we learned a number of lessons, and most of them are under implementation. Some have been implemented. The operation is still on.
Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan sending a big message to the world, says Operation Sindoor is on a day when we've commissioned frigates. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official now. INS Udaygiri, INS Himgiri have been commissioned this afternoon in India's eastern seaboard, Visakhapatnam. These two warships come with 6,700 tons of steel, stealth, armed with the BrahMos missiles, Barak 8 air defense, and advanced sonar systems. The induction of both INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri herald a new era for India's Navy. With 75% indigenous content. This is a big boost for what we've been fighting all these years, Aatmanirbhar Bharat. In the air, on the surface, and beneath the sea, these frigates extend India's dominance across every dimension of naval warfare. Here's a Republic special report.
In the heart of the Arabian Sea during the early hours, Indian Navy's deadly pincer formation surged towards Karachi at the peak of Operation Sindoor. It was not just a warning to Pakistan, it was a thunderous declaration of the Indian Navy's might to the world.
पाकिस्तान के हक में यही बात होगी कि वह अपनी जमीन पर चल रही आतंकवाद की नर्सरी को अपने हाथों से उखाड़ देंगे।
Indian Navy's action is part of the escalation ladder mechanism which we have worked out amongst three services. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do.
India's deployment of INS Vikrant was strategic one, flanked by a formidable battle group of destroyers and stealth frigates, sent a resounding message across the Arabian Seas. India commands the seas and escalation will be met with overwhelming force. As the carrier strike group dominated the waters, Pakistan's navy chose silence, staying anchored at Karachi, unwilling to challenge India's maritime supremacy. This was not just deterrence, it was declaration. But this formation was far from one-time spectacle. It evolved, refined and gained precision. From high-stakes joint exercises in the tense waters of South China to commanding presence at international forums and unveiling cutting-edge commissions. India has been assertively flexing its naval prowess. The message is unmistakable. We are not done. We are just getting started, and we are unstoppable. Now to a major maritime milestone. India commissions two next-generation stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri at Visakhapatnam. For the first time, two major surface combatants built by separate Indian shipyards enter service together. A bold display of indigenous might, precision engineering and India's unstoppable naval rise.
I would say that we are same yet different. So if you go to one ship, you've just come across on INS Himgiri and you've seen the INS Udaygiri. So you will not find any difference. To a discerning eye, structurally there will be not much difference between both the ships. So both the ships have the same structure, same design, and that's the USP that both the shipyards have risen to the occasion and have achieved the standardization as per design. Which was made by the Naval Headquarters, and both have achieved a similar amount of Aatmanirbharta, and they are absolutely same, yet they are different.
Both stealth frigates draw their names from India's majestic mountain ranges. INS Udaygiri echoing the eastern heights of Andhra Pradesh, and INS Himgiri inspired by the timeless grandeur of the Himalayas. Strength forged in steel, named after legends in stone.
Blue water capabilities, our capacity to go beyond our shores, be very comfortable being at sea. So I think these platforms are the most formidable platforms as of today in the Indian Navy, which brings to the table huge sea legs. Even compared to its previous class, that is the Project 17 class, that is Shivalik ships, this ship is able to provide nearly 25% added endurance to it. In addition, these ships are much more capable because the weapon and the sensor capability of these ships are much state of the art and in keeping with the latest trends and the technology which is available. Thus it brings to the table a multifaceted capability in which these platforms can be deployed by the Indian Navy in multiple domains, in threats which are emerging in multiple domains across the above water, underwater, as well as the other roles which the Navy very regularly exercises, that is the diplomatic role, the benign role and the constabulary role. I think so we are fully equipped beyond our core military role in those roles as well.
Both frigates carry signature low observable lines and radar-friendly structures. Designers minimized radar cross-section with sloped superstructure, flush-fitted systems and radar-absorbent materials, all aimed at making these ships harder to detect at range. One built in Mumbai, the other in Kolkata. Not just symbols of a pan-Indian naval resurgence powered by regional excellence and unified ambition, these two frigates also stand apart in their own right.
Why they are different? Because the people manning them are different. it's the man behind the machine. They're saying that there's a man behind the machine, man or woman behind the machine, which makes a difference. The man and woman are very unique identities. For example, I've got twin boys, and he's laughing because he knows that I've very naughty twin boys. They're identical twins. They're same, absolutely same. You can't to outsider they can't make a difference between both the boys, but they have difference because they are different characters. Both of them have different specialities. They have different strengths, different weaknesses. So in the ships also, the ship is the people who are manning the ship. And the way the ship is run, the spirit of the ship, it'll obviously add its own character.
Meet the men who build more than structures. They build safety, precision and trust. They craft the environments where engines roar, gears turn and giants of industry come to life.
As a PMO here, our main job is to provide primary healthcare as well as basic medical support to sailors as well as to officers, as well as everyone on board on the ship while we are on sail. Apart from that, it is also our duty, or also it is for us to make sure that the health, hygiene and sanitation on board is maintained, as well as to make sure that appropriate measures are being taken. And apart from that, also we are here to spread awareness regarding various health issues, including one of the most important topic being mental health. As sailors, as well as everyone on board a ship during their prolonged sailing, they tend to be at a very close and confined space. So the isolation can at times play havoc on their psyche. So it is our job also, as well as our responsibility, to look after them, not only physical, but also after their mental health also. As of now, like we have got all the equipment with us in order to evaluate for the basic parameters, like be it pulse, their blood pressure, their oxygen level saturation, or apart from that we have also got certain other sophisticated instruments which like includes our electrocardiogram or ECG machine, or also we have the means to evaluate for the X-ray box by which we can evaluate the X-ray findings also.
They don't just build facilities, they build the backbone of progress. These are the men behind the machines, the unsung heroes who make it all possible.
सर हमारा ट्रेनिंग होता है, हमारा एक बेस है INS हमला, जो वहाँ पे हमें हर स्टेट का खाना बनाना सिखाया जाता है. वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग होती है, जैसे भर्ती होंगे तो वहाँ पे बेसिक ट्रेनिंग सिखाया जाएगा, उसके 2-3 साल बाद फिर बुलाते हैं, फिर ट्रेन करते हैं. मैं 4 बार जा चुका हूँ वहाँ पे, और जो भी चीफ अभी 1 साल पहले चीफ कोर्स करके आया हूँ वहाँ पे, तो हमें हर स्टेट का खाना बनाने आता है.
Each frigate is equipped with the state-of-the-art radar system enabling simultaneous multi-target tracking and fire control, a game changer for air defense precision. Barak 8 surface-to-air missiles, housed in vertical launch cells, provides a robust area-wide protection against aerial threats. BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, also in vertical launchers, gives the frigates formidable surface strike power. The 76mm super rapid gun paired with AK-630 CIWS delivers decisive response against incoming close-range threats. Integrated EW suites, decoys and anti-torpedo systems ensure a layered self-defensive shield in hostile environments. A full-length flight deck and enclosed hangar support 2 multi-role helicopters, significantly extending reach in anti-submarine warfare and maritime surveillance.
Apart from the quartermaster, we have the signal communication officer and his team, who are responsible for the external communication, both when the ship is steering alone or with other ships of the fleet. We can communicate with anybody and anywhere with the systems which are provided with the signal communication officer. Apart from the communication team, we have the navigation team, in which we have a radar plotter who is responsible for tracking of all the contacts which we find at sea. He is responsible for informing the OW about the certain contacts which are in close vicinity of the ship. On board the ship, we have the electronic chart display and information system, which provides us the real-time position of the ship. Additionally, we can use the electronic chart display and information system to navigate anywhere in the world. The Indian Navy has progressed from the paper charts to the digital charts in the recent past. We are digitally compliant ship, on board which we can navigate using only the electronic charts.
In Visakhapatnam, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, India's latest stealth frigates, were commissioned in the presence of Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh.
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये दोनों वारशिप्स समुद्र में चलने वाले बेहद जटिल और जोखिम भरे अभियानों में एक गेम चेंजर साबित होंगी ही। साथियों, ये वारशिप हमारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को तो मजबूत करेंगी ही, साथ ही हमें ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस और डिजास्टर रिलीफ के मिशंस को भी स्वाभाविक रूप से ताकत देंगी। साथियों, इन दोनों युद्ध पोतों की कमीशनिंग से भारतीय नौसेना को ब्लू वाटर नेवी के रूप में और भी मजबूती मिली है और अब हम न केवल अपने कोस्टल एरियाज बल्कि इंडियन ओशन के दूर दराज के हिस्सों में भी, चाहे वह पायरेसी से मुकाबला हो, स्मगलिंग और इलीगल ट्रैफिकिंग के विरुद्ध कोई लड़ाई हो, समुद्री आतंकवाद पर अंकुश लगाना हो या फिर प्राकृतिक आपदा के बाद लोगों को राहत पहुंचानी हो, इन एडवांस स्टील्थ फीचर और मल्टी रोल कैपेबिलिटीज वाली हमारी यह वारशिप के साथ हर स्थिति में तेज और निर्णायक कार्रवाई ये कर सकेंगी।
Born from indigenous innovation, these warships echo a powerful message.
तो इन वारशिप्स के नाम भी अपने आप में इंस्पिरेशन हैं। उदयगिरी जो सूर्योदय का प्रतीक है, हमें यह याद दिलाता है कि हर नई सुबह नई ऊर्जा, नई चुनौतियों और नए अवसर लेकर आती है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ हिमगिरी नाम जो हिमालय की अडिग और अचल शक्ति का प्रतीक है, यह बताता है कि समुद्र की लहरों पर भी भारतीय नौसेना हिमालय की तरह ही अडिग है।
Not just across our seas, but through every mountain, plain and plateau of India.
अनसर्टेनिटीज और कॉम्पिटिशन्स के भरे इस युग में भारतीय नौसेना की समुद्र में ओवरवेलमिंग फोर्स डिलीवर करने की क्षमता भारत के दुश्मनों के खिलाफ एक क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस है। हमने इसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान बखूबी प्रदर्शित किया, जब हमारी यूनिट्स की स्विफ्ट डिप्लॉयमेंट और एग्रेसिव पोस्टरिंग ने पाकिस्तान की नौसेना को एक तरह से कैद करके रखा और उन्हें मजबूर किया कि काइनेटिक एक्शंस को समाप्त करने का हमसे अनुरोध करें।
A nation armed, a navy ready, a future secure.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। इंडिया सोना।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to the Shivalik class, but the differences are stark. The hull form has been reshaped for far lower radar, infrared and acoustic signatures, turning the ship into a harder target for modern surveillance and fire control systems. This is critical when benchmarked against adversary designs. Pakistan's F-22P and Tugrel-class ships, or even China's Type 054A frigates, simply do not offer this level of multi-domain stealth shipping. Against them, Udaygiri enjoys a decisive advantage in remaining undetected long enough to strike first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. A very special edition of This Is Exclusive tonight, different than what we have done in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, our focus tonight is on what Indian Navy has been able to achieve. History has been created. In just one day, 2 frigates have now been commissioned. Tonight, we take you inside the 2 frigates that Indian Navy has just commissioned. But before that, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Big boost for India's maritime power. Indian Navy commissions twin titans, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri.
मैं नेवी को एक बात के लिए और बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज आपने स्वदेशी F-35 वारशिप लॉन्च कर दिया। आपने समुद्र पर दौड़ने वाला F-35 बना कर दिया है, वह भी मेड इन इंडिया।
Indian Defence Minister Rajnath Singh launched India's naval prowess reflects on India's newest floating F-35 equipment.
ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Tripathi sends out a big message. Says Indian Navy would do the opening in next war. At least 5 killed in landslide en route Vaishno Devi Shrine. Rescue operations underway. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a historic milestone for India's maritime might. India's naval strength soars with the commissioning of INS Udaygiri, a state-of-the-art Nilgiri-class stealth frigate, today at Visakhapatnam. Built indigenously under Project 17A, this warship, packed with BrahMos missiles and advanced stealth technology, showcases India's self-reliant defense capabilities. If you're essentially wondering that why exactly is this frigate so very special for the Indian Navy, that's because frigates are generally known as something that does not travel very fast. Contrary to that understanding, Indian Navy's this frigate happens to be one of the fastest in the world. And remember, it has one of the most formidable armory. First, take a sneak peek into what's really happening inside INS Udaygiri.
Blue water, bold moves. The INS Udaygiri stands tall, a sleek, stealthy symbol of India's growing naval prowess. This Nilgiri-class stealth frigate was officially commissioned into the Indian Navy alongside its sister ship INS Himgiri in a landmark dual induction ceremony presided over by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
जिस जज्बे के साथ, जिस मेहनत और लगन के साथ आप लोगों ने INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी को तैयार किया है, वह अपने आप में इनक्रेडिबल है। जिस तरह से आपने इंडिजिनस डिजाइन को मैन्युफैक्चर करके यह स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट वारशिप तैयार किया है, वह काबिल तारीफ है। आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम को मैं अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। आपकी टीम ने सिर्फ एक जहाज नहीं बनाया, बल्कि इनोवेशन और सेल्फ रिलायंस की एक आपने मिसाल कायम की। आप सबको, खासकर INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी के सभी क्रू मेंबर्स, इसके मैकेनिस्ट और नेवी के ऑफिसर्स, हमारे साइंटिस्ट, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, सबको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
INS Udaygiri is second of 7 frigates under Project 17A, displacing 6,700 tons and stretching 149 meters. This warship is packed with advanced stealth technology to evade radar, infrared and acoustic detection
of ships at extended ranges.
Equipped with BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, The Barak 8 surface-to-air missiles and anti-submarine systems like torpedo tubes and rocket launchers. This is India's shield in the seas.
Udaygiri and Himgiri.
A shining example of Make in India. INS Udaygiri boasts 75% indigenous content. As part of the Eastern Naval Command's Sunrise Fleet, INS Udaygiri will patrol vital sea lanes, countering threats in the much contested Indo-Pacific. United, ultimate, unbeatable. INS Udaygiri is a beacon of India's self-reliance and naval strength.
They say that frigates aren't fast enough, but that's exactly the point that has been worked upon as far as these stealth frigates are concerned. Joining us tonight on This Is Exclusive is the commanding officer of INS Udaygiri, Commodore Vikas Sood is joining us. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Let me straight away begin by asking you the stealth features of INS Udaygiri. What makes it so very different than the other frigates that we have actually seen?
The ship has been firstly designed by the Warship Design Bureau of the Indian Navy. The design of this ship is very unique and very special from the previous ships built by the Indian Navy, as well as the previous ship of a similar class, that is the Project 17, in terms of stealth firstly. So when I talk of stealth, the stealth comprises of in the three domains primarily, that is underwater, on the infrared signature, as well as the radar signature. So we have been able to achieve immense stealth capability in all these three domains by fitment of the latest technology, systems, equipment and suppression techniques to ensure that we are as far as possible very silent platforms in these three domains. So that makes detection very challenging, and we are kind of nearly boast of being invisible when we are there at sea. So that is a very important aspect of our design change. Another very critical feature is the induction of the weapon and the sensor package. The Indian Navy has invested heavily in terms of standardization of our equipment. So if you see that the above water warfare equipment which is fitted are the state of the art equipment, much advanced over our previous Project 17, and we are also able to have advanced systems and equipment in terms of the surveillance capability. So the surveillance capability with the 3D air surveillance radar that we have, the electronic warfare capability that we have, these platforms are much ahead of time of the comparative frigates earlier, and the 15 Bravo platforms of the Indian Navy which were there, we are more closer to those platforms by now. One more aspect I would like to highlight is the underwater warfare, which is also a very critical phase of our deployment. In that as well, we have huge indigenous equipment available. The torpedoes that we have, the tubes are again indigenous. The rocket launcher, the integrated rocket launcher is indigenous, and the sonar has always been our core capability, and we have indigenous sonar which is very capable. So in all these aspects, I would say that the design of the ship is very advanced and brings immense capability to the platforms.
There is a huge talk as far as the multi-mission capabilities of INS Udaygiri. Help us understand that how does this really translate, especially at a time when we still say that Operation Sindoor is still on. How does this really enhance the capabilities of the Indian Navy?
Yeah, so the ships of the Indian Navy, particularly frigates and above the like destroyers, we have the multi-mission capability. So these ships have got the capability to detect at far ranges, through multiple radars ranging from farther ranges to the closer ranges. We have the electronic warfare systems which can give us early warnings much in advance, because of which we will be able to focus on specific areas of our interest. And also multi-domain, and I talk of, is also the anti-submarine warfare capability that the ship has, in which it has got formidable sensor capability in which the sonar is able to detect at various ranges. In addition to this, the ships also have got the capability of the flying frigates with us. So when I say flying frigates are the latest state-of-the-art helicopters that these platforms are capable to operate. They independently bring about huge capability because they are themselves multi-dimensional in their capability, and also provide these ships with added range as well as enhanced sensor as well as weapon capability once we are trying to operate in multi-dimension.
Two major combatants now being commissioned as far as the Eastern Naval Command is concerned. How does this really change the scenario along the Eastern Naval Command?
So as you would understand that the Indian Navy has got the two seaboards, that is the Western and the Eastern Seaboard, and with our growing interest in the Indo-Pacific and in the Indian Ocean region, there is a very essential need that these both seaboards are very well balanced in terms of their capability, in terms of the force deployment, in terms of the numbers which are deployed. So as you would know that both of the aircraft carriers and a number of other capital platforms are based out of the Western Seaboard. So there's a felt need that the Eastern Seaboard also is able to have formidable and capable platforms, and these ships will be able to bring that very essential numeric numbers and the capability to the Eastern Seaboard.
India's desire to be a blue water navy, with the induction of these two indigenous frigates, how does that really change?
So these ships have got big and long sea legs. They have got endurance in which they can be deployed at sea for long durations independently. So the frigates, as you would understand, are platforms which are very capable, and they are capable of being deployed in multi-role, multi-dimension tasking independently. So if these ships independently are able to have longer sea legs, minimum dependency on shore or a fleet auxiliary or a support ship to provide it with support, then we will be able to cover and influence much greater and much bigger sea room expanse that is there. And as you know that the Indian Navy needs to influence particularly the Indian Ocean region and be the first responder to any requirement which comes in this region. So these ships will be able to, with its multi-role capability, they will be able to be deployed in this vast sea room at the earliest and for long durations. So the sustenance of these ships, which is their very big capability, will provide the much required blue water capability to the Indian Navy.
Thank you very much for joining us on This Is Exclusive and putting this into perspective.
Thank you very much.
Well, it wasn't just about INS Udaygiri. Indian Navy has also welcomed INS Himgiri, which also happens to be a formidable Nilgiri class stealth frigate that was basically designed once again in-house and equipped with a cutting-edge weaponry and sensors. This is also part of Project 17A Warship, which basically highlights India's growing maritime prowess. What's important to point out here, that for the first time, you're essentially looking at two stealth frigates being commissioned in one single day. And not just that, it is equipped with one of the most state-of-the-art weaponry system, which undoubtedly gives Indian Navy an edge over the others.
INS Himgiri.
Today, a new guardian of India's seas takes its place in history.
Of Visakhapatnam.
INS Himgiri, A state-of-the-art stealth frigate was commissioned into the Indian Navy at Visakhapatnam. Named after the snow-clad Himalayas, INS Himgiri carries forward the legacy of its predecessor, a Leander-class frigate that served with distinction from 1974 to 2005. The new Himgiri is a Nilgiri-class stealth frigate under Project 17A. Equipped with BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, Barak 8 air defense systems, and advanced sensors, Himgiri is built for anti-surface, anti-air, and anti-submarine warfare. Its 75% indigenous content reflects the success of the Make in India initiative, supporting over 200 MSMEs and creating thousands of jobs.
A shorter build period for both.
Next generation.
Himgiri's journey from blueprint to reality showcases India's shipbuilding prowess.
Propulsion system. She has both.
आप सबको खासकर INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी के सभी क्रू मेंबर्स, इसके मैकेनिस्ट और नेवी के ऑफिसर्स, हमारे साइंटिस्ट, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, सबको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। देवी और सज्जनों, जब ये दोनों वारशिप अपने मिशन पर निकलेंगी तो मेरी शुभकामना है कि वे ऑनर और प्राइड के साथ इंडियन नेवी को सर्व करें। समुद्र की लहरों के बीच इनके ऊपर हमारा तिरंगा गर्व से लहराए।
Himgiri.
As INS Himgiri joins the fleet, it sends a clear message. India's oceans are guarded by ships built by Indian hands, designed by Indian minds, and driven by Indian resolve.
Shifting focus now to INS Himgiri. Joining us is the commanding officer, Captain Robin Chakrabarti. Captain Chakrabarti, first to you with regards to how does this really change the landscape?
Well, like I just mentioned, Himgiri has got long sea legs. When I say long sea legs, for the inadvertent, I would just like to explain. We have got two types of engines. We have got gas turbines, which give us speed. We can move very fast, we can achieve our target, we can go to a place very fast. We also have diesel engines, which gives us long endurance at sea, by which we can remain, we have the capability of having persistence at sea. We can go out to sea, remain there and wait for a particular thing to happen, to react to it, respond to it, and achieve what the mission has been set out for us by the Navy or by the nation.
In fact, one of the biggest focus has been on the electronic warfare and the capabilities that INS Himgiri really has. Help us understand that.
Well, like I just told you, it is the latest stealth frigate in the Indian Navy. So let me just break it down into two different parts. Like when I say stealth, it means it cannot be seen. It cannot be seen through the radars when we are on the water. It cannot be seen by the submarines under the water because we have acoustic stealth, because our machinery and everything has been designed in such a way that we don't generate much noise. So we have acoustic stealth also, we have got radar stealth, and finally we have got heat stealth, infrared stealth, because the infrared signature is drastically reduced by various means on board our ship, so that we don't generate enough infrared signature. So we are a stealth in that sense. When I say frigate, I mean their ships are ranged on different classes based on the size and performance. Destroyers are the biggest ships. They're grand. They got a lot of weapons. Frigates are more versatile. They've got more endurance. They go for longer distance. We are a frigate. We have got the best of both worlds. We have the weapons and sensors of the latest destroyers. That's the MF Star and BrahMos, MR Sam kind of weapons, as well as we have the versatility of frigates. So we are in between both the ships. So we are a frigate plus a kind of a ship. So we are a stealth frigate, and Himgiri has got a various range of weapons for surface, subsurface, as well as air warfare.
A lot has actually been spoken about the warfare capabilities of INS Himgiri. If you had to break it down for all our viewers, what would that be?
Of course, we have got a whole range of sensors, and this sensors range from surveillance sensors. We have got radars, and which have got very long range and very accurate. So one is a quality and one is a quantity. So quantitative. That means we have very long range radars, which also gives very accurate data to us. We also have surveillance systems, the communication surveillance systems, electronic warfare systems, and underwater sensors. And mind you, I would like to, I should have probably said it right up front, most of this are indigenous, because INS Himgiri is a landmark historical Aatmanirbhar ship in every sense. Made for India, built for India, for every Indian.
INS Himgiri, how does this really fit into the larger scheme of things, particularly in terms of the requirement of the Eastern Naval Command?
India as such in general, and Indian Navy in particular, we take pride in being the first responder in the Indian Ocean region. Indian Ocean region, as you are aware, is a playground for many navies. It's the most heavy, dense background, dense waters in the present present generation, I would say. And as it says that, you know, the future of the world will be decided in the waters of the Indian Ocean. In this area, we are one of the strongest resident powers. We are the first responders for be it humanitarian issues, or be it natural disasters, or be it the security issues. We believe in inclusive growth for everybody. We have the concept of Sagar, which is security and growth for all in the region, and which we have now gone into Mahasagar, which we take everybody along, and that is what Indian Navy wants to do. And if Indian Navy wants to do that, and it will need assets, and Himgiri, assets like Himgiri, which have got long sea legs, which we can stay out at sea for long times. We can do various types of roles. We fit in very well into the scheme of things of Indian Navy to further the role of being the first responder, and making sure that everybody in this region is able to do what they want to do, and seas remain free.
Help us understand what exactly is the battle combat management system in the INS Himgiri, which has been spoken about.
We have a multiple, so I'll first start with the combat management system that we have. We have an integral and indigenous combat management system, which is able to give a realistic picture, and we are able to manage the air picture, underwater picture amongst us. And this is not just within the ship. I can easily transport my data to some other ship, or I can take some data from some other ship. What I mean is that we are integrated as a whole in the fleet. If I am tracking something, I don't need the another person who's along with me. He doesn't need to transmit. I can give the data to him. I can use his weapons to attack something, and we can achieve our target in an integrated manner. For all this, we have a entire system, which is a combat management system, which is again indigenous, and it's across the board on all ships.
A boost has been also given to the air capabilities of INS Himgiri, particularly being able to launch various attacks. How is it different than what we witnessed earlier?
Yes, of course. Thank you for that question, because air element is a very important element of warfare at sea. The helicopters that the Indian Navy has we have a range of helicopters, each designed for a particular function. So we have helicopters which are particularly suited for search and rescue. Suppose somebody is at sea who needs rescue. Somebody at sea, there's been a cyclone at sea and requires a SAR, search and rescue. So we have the Chetaks, LOHs, which can go and recover those thing. We have got Sea Kings, which can have special forces component, or it could have ASW component. And we have, of course, have the latest MH-60R, which is latest inducted helicopter, which has a multitude of activities, capabilities, which assist the capabilities of the ship. The ship itself has its own sonar, has its own surveillance, has its own weapon systems, but the helicopter, which is, we also call it as a flying frigate. So it is called as a flying frigate because of its capabilities. It goes ahead, it can go ahead and give us surveillance from, and it can be our eyes further from us. It can also attack underwater or aerial targets or surface targets, and it can also conduct search and rescue for the ship. So it gives us a flexibility. We have one capability of carrying one helicopter with us. It could be any of the helicopters depending on the mission that is assigned to INS Himgiri.
Thank you very much for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती। तो जब ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की जरूरत नहीं, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped.
My birthday gift to पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars that were raging, one for 31 years, the Congo, and as you know, Rwanda, one for 35 years. I don't have to.
From your smartphones to the smart televisions, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. And today, it is India's naval might that everybody has their eyes on. Its double dose of stealth strength. Made in India warships sending out big signals to our neighbors and beyond. Prime Minister Narendra Modi too has sent out a very strong message to Donald Trump ahead of the tariff deadline. It's a roaring statement as India refuses to bow down. Meanwhile, Alia Bhatt has penned a note on privacy. We'll tell you why. And India's Olympic medalist is back in action in a heroic comeback. Weightlifter Mirabai Chanu has struck gold. And also on the show, we'll tell you why the most polite-looking Sunil Shetty has lashed out at a fan at an event. And finally, the mystery behind Trump's bruised hands continues as more pictures emerge. All this and a lot more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita. Udaygiri and INS Udaygiri, 2 advanced stealth frigates have been commissioned into the Indian Navy today, marking a significant milestone in the nation's indigenous warship construction capabilities. Now, these warships showcase India's growing prowess in designing and building complex naval platforms, enhancing the country's maritime security and reinforcing its role as a stabilizing power in the Indian Ocean. And viewers, the Indian Navy marked this big milestone in indigenous warship construction with the commissioning of these 2 advanced stealth frigates, INS Himgiri and INS Udaygiri.
Taller than the mighty Udaygiri and Himgiri. Both warships follow in the proud wake of legends. Their predecessors, the erstwhile Udaygiri and Himgiri, marked our transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy. Both warships served the nation with distinction for over 3 decades. The new F-34 and F-35 are future-ready multi-mission stealth platforms designed to deal with both conventional and unconventional threats across our vast areas of interest. Integrated construction with extensive pre-outfitting has Himgiri, built by Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Ltd, is the first stealth frigate constructed on the East Coast. Together, they will not only add firepower to the fleet, but also ignite the economy, with a significant plowback driving equitable growth and reinforcing self-reliance. Equipped with next-generation technologies, these platforms symbolize a strong and secure nation.
And viewers, this is of course itself cautioning our neighbors, but the Indian Navy chief, that is who is Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, he also sent out a very, very strong message today. He said that Operation Sindoor is very much on, and next time when required, it will be the Navy that will do the opening. That Navy is ready for war is the message being sent across. Listen in.
Uncertainties और कॉम्पिटिशन्स के भरे इस युग में भारतीय नौसेना की समुद्र में ओवरवेलमिंग फोर्स डिलीवर करने की क्षमता भारत के दुश्मनों के खिलाफ एक क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस है। हमने इसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान बखूबी प्रदर्शित किया, जब हमारी यूनिट्स की स्विफ्ट डिप्लॉयमेंट और एग्रेसिव पोस्चरिंग ने पाकिस्तान की नौसेना को एक तरह से कैद करके रखा और उन्हें मजबूर किया कि काइनेटिक एक्शंस को समाप्त करने का हमसे अनुरोध करें। सर, आपने कुछ दिनों पहले विक्रांत के डेक पर भारतीय नौसेना से कहा था कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
Meanwhile, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also in the commissioning ceremony. He presided the ceremony and he highlighted nation's growth and progress in designing and building complex warships.
जिस मेहनत और लगन के साथ आप लोगों ने INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी को तैयार किया है, वह अपने आप में इनक्रेडिबल है। जिस तरह से आपने इंडिजिनस डिजाइन को मैन्युफैक्चर करके यह स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट वारशिप तैयार किया है, वह काबिल तारीफ है। आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम को मैं अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। आपकी टीम ने सिर्फ एक जहाज नहीं बनाया, बल्कि इनोवेशन और सेल्फ रिलायंस की एक आपने मिसाल कायम की है। आप सबको, खासकर INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी के सभी क्रू मेंबर्स, इसके मैकेनिस्ट और नेवी के ऑफिसर्स, हमारे साइंटिस्ट, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, सबको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। देवी और सज्जनों, जब ये दोनों वारशिप अपने मिशन पर निकलेंगी तो मेरी शुभकामना है कि वे ऑनर और प्राइड के साथ इंडियन नेवी को सर्व करें। समुद्र की लहरों के बीच इनके ऊपर हमारा तिरंगा गर्व से लहराए।
These Project 17A Nilgiri class frigates built by shipyards in Mumbai and Kolkata using modular construction showcase India's construction capability and focus on self-reliance.
Symbolizing this rising power is INS Udaygiri. She embodies both a future-ready force and a glorious legacy. F-35 came to rest. Her legacy did not.
And equipped with cutting-edge technology, including the BrahMos missile system, these frigates will boast about the EL-M2248 MF Star AESA radar, that is advanced stealth technology and capable of simultaneous multi-target tracking and fire control. These ships also are anti-submarine warfare, which is capable of operating in the blue water environments. The ship also features electronic warfare packages, decoy systems and anti-torpedo systems, providing layered protection. They're also equipped with top-notch Barak 8 air defense systems and AESA radars.
And viewers, to get you more on this, it also has more, of course, features, as we understand that there has been a focus on construction of these ships, these warships within the country. 70% of the components are made in India. They are armed with Barak 8 surface-to-air missiles and BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles and advanced close-in weapon systems. And the commissioning of INS Himgiri and Udaygiri only enhances the Navy's strike and air defense capabilities, reinforcing India's role as a stabilizing maritime power in the Indian Ocean. Now, viewers, these frigates will act as a strong deterrent to help counter China's growing influence in the Indian Ocean region, particularly in the region of Gwadar, Hambantota, Chittagong and Djibouti, under the String of Pearls policy, making India a rising maritime power and promoting the Make in India initiative. All right, viewers, we are interrupted by breaking news coming in right now. United States and Russian government officials have discussed several energy deals on the sidelines of negotiations this month that sought to achieve peace in Ukraine, according to 5 sources familiar with the talks. Now, viewers, with this, U.S. duplicity has been exposed. The U.S. has, remember, time and again raised India doing business, be it oil business, with Russia, and saying that it is India to be blamed for fueling the war in Ukraine, and US only wants the war to end. And that is why it will double down on the tariffs and put in penalties against India. But United States, on the other hand, is engaging in trade ties with Russia. And remember, viewers, this is exposed yet again. Why? Because remember Putin's statement. He had in fact spoken about how the trade has grown with US. It was Putin who actually exposed Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was just caught smiling and grinning over there. And now what we are getting to know is that the United States has targeted India and for dealing with Russia, for striking oil deals with Russia. But on the other hand, its own officials, Donald Trump's officials and Russian government officials, have in fact discussed energy deals. So this is a double speak that has been clearly exposed. All right, we come back to our trending stories, viewers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a strong statement in support of small entrepreneurs and farmers ahead of the deadline for tariffs. Now, this comes just 2 days before Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect. And Prime Minister affirmed that irrespective of incoming pressure, India will bear it and keep increasing its strength without naming the US that has imposed 50% tariffs on India. Prime Minister pointed towards the politics driven by economic self-interest in the world.
मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है.
And Trump not only hiked tariffs on Indian goods, viewers, but also imposed an additional 25% penalty over India's discounted Russian crude imports, worsening the bilateral ties. And Washington also claimed that India is indirectly financing Moscow's war in Ukraine through these purchases, a charge that New Delhi has strongly rejected. All right, viewers, for more on this, I'm being joined by market expert Ajay Bagga. Thank you so much, sir. Very good evening to you. And, we've seen that earlier too, just days ago, Prime Minister said that we won't budge, that, he is ready to even pay a personal price come what may. Today, once again, as the deadline nears, he once again says that the priority remains the nation. Nation first, farmers first, small entrepreneurs, their interest remains first, sir. How do you see this panning out?
Yeah, I think India has really stood out. It's in a non-adversarial way, but in a very tough and firm way. India has stuck to its national interest, and that is being appreciated by the Indian population, and I'm sure as well in the diplomatic circle. So we have been very clear that what makes sense for India is what we will really offer. We have gone all the way in offering reducing tariffs. 5 rounds of discussions have happened. The US team was supposed to come here on August 26th, and last moment they cancelled it. And the way India is being portrayed, especially by the Trump advisor Peter Navarro, who's basically a very outdated Cold War rhetoric, Cold War warrior, who has a worldview which is totally atavistic. And he said India is funding Russia's war. That is not true. If you look at the Russian trade, it has trade with US, EU. China has $170 billion of trade with Russia. So what are you talking about India funding Russia? I think that rhetoric has gone ahead of itself. And India has given a very tough, firm, understated, and very polite response.
And also, sir, how do you see the statement coming in for make for the world? That also is something that doesn't really go down well with the United States, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed your last question for about 5 seconds.
For the push make in India, sir, and also Prime Minister today also adding that India should make for the world. So that...
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we have the capability to make for the world, and that was what was going on for the last 5 years, not only with us, but China Plus One was a stated policy of the US post-COVID, when China was weaponizing the supply chains, and the world realized that they need an alternative to China. You can't be 80%, 100% dependent on China for most goods. And China Plus One was being espoused. India was part of that supply chain diversification. But now India is being singled out. So India has the capability. We have the manpower, we have the demographics, we have the natural resources, and we have the technical skills and the enterprise. So we have a combination of a lot of things which can make us a factory to the world. Maybe not of the scale of China for the next couple of decades, but definitely we can emerge as a viable alternative to China.
Right, sir. Mr. Ajay Bhagat, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV once again. Viewers, now it's time to take a quick look at the stories that are trending and running hot on social media today. A few days ago, a video was going viral on the internet that offered a peek into the newly built mansion of Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt. This hasn't gone down well with the Kapoor family. Alia Bhatt has taken to social media to slam the person who shot the video and others for carrying on their respective platforms. She has penned a 2-page note expressing her anger and urging the media house to take down the video, as she flagged security concerns and invasion of privacy. Turkey's Transport Minister Abdul Kadir Uraloglu was slapped with a speeding ticket after posting a video of himself driving at 225 kilometers per hour on a highway, almost double the legal limit. Now, he shared the clip of his drive on the Ankara-Nigre highway, and the video quickly went viral, triggering a public outcry and questioned examples set by a top government official. Now, a bride in Delhi recently ignited the social media debate after she gave a 1-star Google review to a wedding photography company for requesting food during her high-end wedding, where the cost per guest was 6,000 rupees. The bride had approached We Don't Say Cheese to photograph her upcoming wedding, but things turned sour after the team requested access to food during the event. The bride described their request as quote-unquote unreasonable, saying that she had offered to arrange the meals from an outside vendor instead. In a heartwarming gesture, rapper Honey Singh was spotted feeding children near a metro station in Noida. Now, according to the viral post, the rapper was driving through Noida electronic metro station in sector 63. He noticed a group of children sitting outside an eatery near the station, following which he asked his driver to stop the car and feed the children. And in another viral video, personality coach Barak has displayed how eating pani puris with bare hands can be problematic at times. She then introduced the fork and spoon to lift the ball, as they're called water balls, breaks the ball into two using a spoon, eats it, and then consumes the spicy water. The video quickly drew attention, with several social media users slamming her for ruining pani puri for them. Prime Minister Narendra Modi flagged off Maruti Suzuki's first battery electric vehicle, Yatra, at Hansalpur of Gujarat. The EV, made in India, will be exported to over 100 countries, signifying India's growing ambitions in green mobility and self-reliance. Star Indian weightlifter and Olympic medalist Mirabai Chanu struck gold at the Commonwealth Championships, delivering a record-breaking performance in the women's 48 kilograms category. The Tokyo Olympic silver medalist lifted a total of 193 kilograms, setting new Commonwealth Championship records in all three categories: snatch, clean and jerk, and overall total. A 17-year-old girl, Zhang Jiaoyan, has become the second Chinese student to perform the Arangetram, the traditional solo debut in Bharatnatyam, showcasing the rising appeal of the ancient Indian dance form among the youth of the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Suzuki Motor Corporation President Toshihiro Suzuki flagged off Suzuki's first global strategic battery electric vehicle, the Yatra, at the company's manufacturing plant in Ahmedabad. The recent travel-associated case of New World screwworm, a parasitic infestation caused by fly larvae, has been confirmed in Maryland resident who returned from El Salvador. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are investigating the case. Now, US President Donald Trump had a noticeable bruise on the back of his right hand at the Oval Office on Monday. This came only days after a similar mark was seen on his left hand, leading to concerns that the 79-year-old has been dealing with medical issue for months. Pictures taken at the White House on Monday with South Korean President Lee Jae-myung brought into focus Trump's hands and the visible marks on them. The White House, since the photos started making rounds, has maintained that Trump's hand bruises are just from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin. And just last month, when the photos went viral, this is what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had to say.
Have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness.
And now similar bruises have been noticed on his hand several times in the recent weeks. Meanwhile, the internet viewers is just not buying this. Watch the reactions that have come in on social media, that we are running it on your screens. All right, that's all we could pack in this edition of Trending. We'll be right back with the Super Prime Time debate with Anurag Goswami.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा
मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
Sarah, this is your space, lay it your way.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती। तो जब ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की जरूरत नहीं, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
India has just commissioned its own F-35. Only this one doesn't fly, it commands the oceans. With the launch of IMS Udaygiri F-35, a 6,700-ton India-built stealth-guided missile frigate, the Navy now wields a warship that can stalk, strike, and survive in the most contested waters. More than a namesake to America's famed fighter jet, this F-35 carries greater punch where it counts for India, in the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific, shifting the naval balance and denying adversaries any claim to easy seas. Udaygiri belongs to Project 17A line, the Nilgiri-class frigates that represent the sharpest leap in indigenous surface combatants India has yet built. They are natural successors to
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Ten years of Creta, legend forever.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's a very important thing to me to stop it.
देखिए ये बिल्कुल हास्यास्पद बात है। सौरभ भारद्वाज तो मंत्री ही नहीं थे जब ये फैसला अस्पताल निर्माण का हुआ है, तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ ध्यान भटकाने की साजिश है।
मैं ईडी की इस कार्रवाई का जहां वेलकम करता हूं, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो पंजाब में भी घोटाले हो रहे हैं, सरकार और ईडी तुरंत उन पे भी कार्रवाई करेगी।
The hospital scam bombshell, heal or steal? The face-off, BJP says loot, AAP says vendetta. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Lobby goes out on a limb for infiltrators. The activist syndicate back at it with old chants. Arnab's clear view, national interest first. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
My name is Nihar Amin, based in Bangalore, and have been coaching for 40 plus years now. The highest performers in Indian swimming in the last 20 odd years have been from my stable, basically Sandeep Sejwal and Virdaval Khade, and who won Asian Games medals. In addition to that, we have a number of swimmers who are coming up and Olympians as well, such as the Dinidi Desingu at the last Olympics in Paris, and Sri Hari Nataraj as well. And swimming being, other than athletics, has the most amount of medals, with 37 medals currently available, and that will move by the 2028 Olympics to 41 medals. So yeah, so things.
An element is born. Introducing the Phantom Black Edition by Grand Vitara. Nexa.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
At 8 p.m. tonight, political face-off over the ED raids, a scam allegedly worth thousands of crores, or political vendetta, big fight, BJP versus AAP. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, what does Prashant Bhushan or Saida Hamid know about Assam and infiltrators? Who are these people who call themselves representatives of the people to only try and help infiltrators, Muslim infiltrators in Assam? And at 9 p.m. tonight, we're completely ready. Bring it on, Trump. Bring it on, Trump, we are saying. 50% tariffs kick in tomorrow. We couldn't be better prepared. We're starting with a political face-off tonight, which follows the Enforcement Directorate getting active again and searching 13 locations linked to AAP leader Saurabh Bhardwaj in a money laundering investigation. They are saying there's corruption in 5,590 crore rupees worth hospital projects sanctioned by the former Delhi government when he was a minister. Ladies and gentlemen, there were multiple raids this morning, and it's a huge fight here in the national capital.
ED officers reaching the residence of Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj. They are now investigating a massive rupees 5,590 crore hospital construction scam.
We are here outside AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj's residence, and this morning
ED officials have conducted a search at 13 locations, including his official residence, in relation to the allegations of money laundering, which is related to the hospital project.
At least 13 locations related to former Health Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj were searched across the national capital.
आम आदमी पार्टी के पूर्व स्वास्थ्य मंत्री दिल्ली के अध्यक्ष उनके सौरभ भारद्वाज, आज उनके यहाँ जांच एजेंसी ने छापा मारा है। और छापा भी वही जो चोरी, जो भ्रष्टाचार उन्होंने अस्पताल बनाने में किया, दवाई और उपकरण खरीदने में किया, जिसकी शिकायत भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार करती आ रही थी। और हमारा ये मानना है कि सौरभ भारद्वाज हो, अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, मनीष सिसोदिया हो या सत्येंद्र जैन हो, ये सब वो भ्रष्टाचारी हैं जिन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार की गंगा में खूब गोते लगाए हैं।
But the Aam Aadmi Party won't change its script. They call it vendetta.
ध्यान भटकाने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की डिग्री के मसले से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए सौरभ भारद्वाज जी के घर पर रेड की जा रही है ईडी की। और मजाक है, बच्चा भी हंसेगा इस बात को सुन के कि सौरभ भारद्वाज के घर जिस केस में रेड हो रही है वो उसके मंत्री बनने से पहले का केस बताया जा रहा है।
सौरभ भारद्वाज पे जो मामला बनाया गया है वो पूरी तरीके से निराधार, झूठा और बेबुनियाद। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पे लगातार झूठे केस बना बना के उनको जेल में डालना भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मोदी सरकार की एक नीति बन गई है।
Saurabh Bharadwaj's colleague in Aam Aadmi Party, former Health Minister Satyendra Jain, is also under the scanner. He has already been jailed in the past in another scam. The ED is investigating the possible systematic manipulation of project budgets, misuse of public funds and collusion with private contractors. Will Team Kejriwal cooperate?
Okay, it's a straight face-off here tonight between Sanchu Verma and Priyanka Kakkar. Rules for this conversation today: we won't speak over each other. We'll be absolutely disciplined. We'll maintain the rules. We'll have no personal attacks on each other. Both the participants will stay with me till the end of the program, and neither of them will walk out. So, having said that, Priyanka Kakkar. See, let's get this persecution vendetta thing out of the way and come to the basics, because then we'll waste the entire time we have on, vendetta. Let's go to the real issues. None of the 24 hospital projects worth 5,590 crore which was sanctioned are fully completed even today. 1,125 crore ICU hospital project promised 6,800 new ICU beds. Huge spending happened, not even half is complete. So, the nation wants to know where the money went. Must have gone somewhere, if not into the beds or the hospitals, into someone's pocket perhaps. So if there's going to be an investigation, what's wrong? Saurabh has not been arrested. He's only been followed up because he's the man in charge. Surely he should tell us where the money went, and you can't support him blindly just because he's from your party. You're from Delhi, you'll also suffer. Where did the money go?
Arnabji, there are few things that I must first correct. This is a vexatious exercise. I am getting a bit of echo. Please, if this can be corrected.
Yes, please correct it. Thank you. Please continue, ma'am.
So this is a vexatious exercise where multiple agencies are investigating the same cause over multiple people repeatedly. Please understand this. Now, you are saying that Saurabh Bharadwaj as a minister sanctioned certain projects. You very well know only a minister can sanction projects. The period that they claim these projects were sanctioned are 2016, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21. But Saurabh Bharadwaj became the health minister in 2023. Now, for that period already, multiple agencies are hounding Satyendra Jain ji. He's been incarcerated for over 3 years and already 3 closure reports have been filed. This also will not stay. Now coming to your basic question, what happened to these hospitals? Now first let's acknowledge कि भाजपा झूठ बोल रही थी कि हमने हॉस्पिटल नहीं बनाए. There are 31 hospitals in total. The CAG report which they tabled also claims that 11 are near completion. Rather than this hounding of Aam Aadmi Party, perhaps they should say that ये जनता को समर्पित अपने नाम से कर दे, मोदी जी के नाम से कर दे. इनके जो आरोप हैं उतने ही असली हैं जितनी मोदी जी की इंटायर पॉलिटिकल साइंस की डिग्री. Now all I'm saying is how much, we are one government who has continuously worked on issues like healthcare and education, although they tried to defame us. Their problem with us was that we actually gave a model. For example, the mohalla clinics, which they now call the Arogya Mandirs, and जहां पे अब दवाइयां और टेस्ट नहीं हो रहे जैसे हमारे टाइम में हो रहे थे. एम्स तक में पानी भर जा रहा है आज, जो हमारे टाइम में नहीं हो रहा था. So we worked on that primary model and we gave these hospitals also. In these hospitals, you just have to do a basic Google simple check and you will see the hospital in Burari was completed, for example, in 2021, and you will find other hospitals too. Now what I am telling you, see, I am learning of the charges through you, but even then I know the facts and I can tell you the complainant in this case will be another Bhajpai who has previously filed a frivolous case against us, which has been closed. I assure you that.
Okay, now 31 minus 11 is 20. You said 11 are complete out of 31. That is less than 30%. What happened to the rest?
No, I didn't say that, Arnavji. Arnavji, I didn't say that. See, if we are talking about deliverables, you may question us. Like you may question Modi ji about the smart city, like you may question Modi ji about the bullet train, like you may question Modi ji about electoral bonds also perhaps. That is a different issue.
Now, I need to comment.
Where is the scam? They just want to manage optics and headlines.
I would like to tell you this. I would like to tell you this.
The same cause.
Okay, so I would just like to say this to you.
I need to come in now.
Before you come in, I just want to come in for a moment. The entire edifice of the Aam Aadmi Party was built around the faith of India against corruption on allegations of the CAG at that point of time, not too long back, 13 to 14 years back. They said, India against corruption, and Kejriwal said, whatever is in CAG is the last word. Whether it is on 2G, whether it is on any other scam. Now, the same CAG is pointing out flaws here right now. There are delays and extra spending has happened.
No, not the CAG, Arnab.
This is not done.
There are lapses. There are lapses. There are lapses under your watch. Now, my point is.
No.
There are lapses. Yes.
No.
See. I'll just tell you one thing. Just one point. So she doesn't. No. So Priyanka, you don't get away by just saying no. See, I'll tell you. Listen here. 10,250 crores were needed to complete the construction of 24 hospitals and additional blocks in existing ones over 3 years. This is for public welfare. Another 8,000 crores were needed every year to run these facilities. Now, the budgetary allocation for capital works in 2024-25 fiscal was 372 crores. At this rate of allocation, completing the construction of 24 pending hospitals will be difficult in another decade. Obviously, you got something wrong. You spent the money, but it does not show in terms of deliverables. Now, I'm saying should you not welcome a transparent investigation? See, during COVID, we know what happened in Delhi. There was oxygen shortage, bed crisis, ICU gaps. If 6,000 crore odd was sanctioned before the pandemic, why were these hospitals not ready when people needed them? What was the need for the cost escalation?
The BJP's allegation.
The cost has escalation to the
you told me this is a face-off.
Okay, one minute. Okay, one minute. The first 5 minutes have gone entirely to Priyanka. Sanju, make your point. Priyanka, please listen. Face-off. Face-off. The counter question before the face-off starts. To you, you have not had a very good record of late, you as in the government. When, if not clean chits, closures have happened in the Satyendra Jain case. How good do you look? The AAP says that you're filing a case right now to put pressure. There will be a closure tomorrow. If there was such a strong case, why was there a closure and a significant case against Satyendra Jain recently? and should not be used as a precedent. Sanju.
Thank you, Arnab. And Arnab, who can dare to walk out when you're the anchor? But on a more serious note, the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson spoke for a full 3.5 minutes, and I extended the courtesy of not heckling her. I'm sure she will do the needful as well. First and foremost, let's get one thing very clear. The Enforcement Directorate was set up way back in 1956 as a statutory body, and today, with reference to 2003, since then, it has actually gotten powers akin to a civil court. So Enforcement Directorate is a body that has powers acting to a civil court, and each time you say the Enforcement Directorate is a handmaiden of the Modi government, you're undermining the credibility of a statutory institution. The second point I would like to make is, be it Sanjay Singh, be it Manish Sisodia, be it Atishi, they've been saying Modi Sarkar ne isliye ED ke chhape marwaye because they're scared of Kejriwal. Scared of Kejriwal? Are you kidding me? Kejriwal was defeated by Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Kejriwal could not retain his own seat. Scared of Manish Sisodia? Manish Sisodia lost his seat. Scared of Saurabh Bhardwaj? He could not retain his Greater Kailash seat. So why should Modi Sarkar be scared of a bunch of losers? The third point, how is it that when the Aam Aadmi Party or not in Punjab, the Bhagwant Singh Mann government, when it arrested Sukhpal Singh Khera of the Congress Party, they said, oh, we are doing this because we want to send out a message that corruption will not be tolerated. Tab Sukhpal Singh Khera ke arrest ke baad, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson said, wah ji wah. When Bikram Singh Majithia was arrested a couple of weeks back, Aam Aadmi Party's Kejriwal said, wah ji wah, we want to cleanse Punjab of the drug menace. When there was an FIR issued against Amrinder Singh Raja of the Congress Party, the Kejriwal dispensation said, see, Bhagwant Singh Mann is doing a great job by filing FIRs left, right and center, arresting people like Bikram Singh Majithia, arresting people like Sukhbinder Singh Randhawa, who was the former deputy CM of Punjab. Matlab, aap karo to sab sahi hai. If you arrest Majithia, you arrest Sukhpal Singh Khera in Punjab, you arrest Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, you want people to applaud you. But when the BJP says that, Manish Sisodia is out on bail, Arvind Kejriwal is out on bail, Satinder Jain is out on bail, the closure report has not happened. This is something Amit Shah has clarified. Amanatullah Khan of Aam Aadmi Party out on bail, Somnath Bharti out on bail, Naresh Balyan out on bail, Naresh Yadav out on bail, Sandeep Kumar of Aam Aadmi Party out on bail, Sharad Chauhan out on bail, Prakash Jadwal out on bail, Jitendra Singh Tomar out on bail, Akhilesh Tripathi out on bail, Dinesh Mohania out on bail, Vijay Singla out on bail, Bhaggu Wala out on bail, Manoj Kumar out on bail, Raman Swamy out on bail, Gulab Singh Yadav out on bail. Puri ki puri Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and Punjab, all their top leaders are out on bail. And with reference to Saurabh Bhardwaj, as Arnab Goswami rightly said, there are grave allegations under Section 17 of the Prevention of Corruption Act against both Bhardwaj and Satinder Jain. A, deliberately delaying the project. Out of 6,800 beds, you barely completed 3,000 beds in the ICU hotel project. Misappropriation of funds, over-invoicing of expenses, under-invoicing of income, and most importantly, collusion with private contractors. Saurabh Bhardwaj, whether he was then the health minister or not, whether he was the urban development minister or not, whether he was the water minister or not, is not relevant. Did he collude with private contractors? Did he misappropriate funds?
What she's saying is, Sanju, you've crossed 3.5 minutes. I'm just coming in for a moment. Because, the unfortunate thing in these conversations, I don't get half a word in. My point is, just to summarize what Sanju has said. See, now you're going to have to do some Atmachintan. Your pattern is clear. You claim a BJP conspiracy behind everything. Sisodia arrest, BJP conspiracy. Liquor scam probe, BJP conspiracy. Sheesh Mahal controversy, BJP conspiracy. Unspent hospital funds, BJP conspiracy. Seat sharing troubles, BJP conspiracy. Even chili powder is BJP's conspiracy. However, Priyanka, as she has pointed out, when you go to the people and you say, kuch mila nahi ji, that's not true. That's not true. You have not got a clean chit. Kejriwal has not got a clean sheet. Sanjay Singh has not got a clean sheet. So maybe you are over-exaggerated things there, right? And at the end of the day, see, if you said health was my strongest...
I expect better from you, Arnab, because you know the PMLA laws very well and you know what the PMLA courts held in case of Arvind Kejriwal or Manish Sisodia or Sanjay Singh. So I am surprised at this comment coming from you. Also, let me also clarify this. See, the cause of action remains same. These 31 hospitals are in contention. आप डिफरेंट एजेंसी से डिफरेंट लोगों को डिफरेंट टाइम पे हाउंड करते रहोगे तो जिंदगी भर सारे केसेस चलते रहेंगे. आप नया केस बना दोगे क्लोजर.
Let's go to the moot point. You see, that's a subjective point you made. Let's go to the moot point.
किसी और पे हो जाएगा.
Let's go to the moot point. 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. ये छोड़ दीजिए. ये you know तो मैं वाली बात पे नहीं जाते हैं. There was a 1,125 crore ICU hospital project to create 6,800 ICUs. You'll agree with me. This is important to save the lives of people, right? Why was it not completed? Where are the remaining funds? Why was there heavy spend?
Why are you taking their allegations at face value?
No, 1 minute. Okay, now if you say Arnab, don't take allegations at
why
face value.
Why are you saying
okay, now one point. You are saying don't take their allegations at face value. However, if I go through the spending, I went through the spending pattern for healthcare projects lapsed, unutilized and returned. See, Priyanka, you showed a lot of urgency, you as in the Delhi government, in clearing all these liquor licenses. Okay, but if I look at the period 2016 to 17, from then to 2022, you know the area which was worst affected because of your governance, you didn't even bother to spend the money. You were interested in earning the money through the liquor licenses. But you will be shocked to know, Priyanka.
So we didn't spend,
you will be shocked to know. Let me. No, I'll tell you. Where, see, if you have the money...
We pocketed the money or we didn't spend it? What is it?
Understand it very well. See, there is a question of intent. 1 minute, let me. No, I need to. There is a question of intent. If you want to serve the people, No, 1 minute. On some projects. 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. Let me explain it to Priyanka. Sanju, why are you doing this? It's all going swimmingly well till now. And you've decided that Arnab should not successfully maneuver this program in the right direction.
This cannot be a one-way narrative. This cannot be a one-way narrative by Priyanka Thakkar, who's deflecting your questions. And she had the audacity to talk about Modi ji ki degree. Sharam karo. Modi ji was hounded for 20 years.
ये देखो, now you're gone off track.
आप बताओगे क्या पहनना है, किस टाइम घर आना है, क्या करना है, और आप डिग्री नहीं दिखाओगे?
अमित शाह
पकड़े जाओगे? 7 साल की सजा हो जाएगी. नकली दिख गई तो कोर्ट में क्यों नहीं दिखाते डिग्री? बताओ, कोर्ट में क्यों नहीं दिखाते डिग्री?
इनोसेंट मैडम,
इतने प्राउड हो अपनी डिग्री के तो?
अरे मैडम,
क्यों रहे हो कोर्ट से?
आपके केजरीवाल
I am not like you or you. I am not from BJP. Nothing about me is fake, madam.
There was a 3,000 crore.
Modi ji has a fake degree. That is why he is not showing it in court. क्योंकि दिखाते ही 7 साल की सजा हो जाएगी और उनको पद छोड़ना पड़ेगा. पता है ना आपको, इलेक्शन एफिडेविट में झूठ बोलने की सजा, फॉर्जरी की सजा. अगर नहीं पढ़े तो घर से बोलने नहीं पड़े. किसी पढ़ाई का मोहताज नहीं होता. But you lied. Your entire existence is a lie.
Mohalla clinics are a sham.
BJP's existence is a lie.
No, okay, can you govern? Thank you, Sanju and Priyanka. Now let me come in forcefully. Can I tell you, ladies, just give me a moment here. Priyanka, may I? Sanju, please, let's not get into the aapke nikal dungi.
All your Mohalla clinic model is a sham.
Now, please.
How many roads did you build?
Now, please.
How many bridges
now,
did you build?
Dumb arguments. Arnab ji, I need somebody who knows better knowledge of laws, who knows how to speak, who has better arguments. ये क्या riffraff बुला लेते हो आप हर बार?
Don't call her riffraff and all that.
You did not build a single hospital.
Well, she's making personal comments. How long do you want me to stay quiet? She's
Sanju,
telling me she'll be violent
Sanju,
towards
can I now?
me.
You see, this is where it starts going down. The quality of the debate was going up. Suddenly it came down. And Sanju, can I request you to pull back because I have a very important point to make. Thank you very much.
She spoke.
Thank you. Let me come in. Now, Priyanka, my question to you is this, and the very important point.
Delhi has a revenue deficit today thanks to you.
Sanju, you don't have to give all your points
Do you
in
know
one
the
shot.
meaning of these words that you're using?
Okay, now my question to Priyanka is this. Viewers, you see, Arvind Kejriwal kept saying that I am going to do this for the people and that for the people. Now, when I go through the data, I find that in the critical election year of 2024-25, you ran out of money. Listen to me. Let me complete the whole thing now. Don't disturb me, anyone, please. I'll just take 30 seconds. You kept saying that we are going to do this for the people, that for the people. In the first 3-4 years, you overspent in some areas, okay? Then you underspent for the first 4 years, which is why during COVID there was a terrible situation because people were gasping for oxygen and beds. You had not done the work. There was 56% underutilization of funds, which means the money was being used somewhere else. Thank you, Sanju. Now, most important point here is that you needed thousands of crores to complete your promises. But in 24-25, the allocation for capital works was just 370 crore. Which means at the end of his term, Kejriwal and Atishi Marlena put their hands up and says, kuch hone wala nahi hai. Na paise hai, na aspatal banenge, na ICU banenge. Now, if you go through this, my question is, you can't blame the LG for that.
Arnab, can I please?
Why did you allocate only 370 crores when you had 24 pending projects, when you knew that you needed more money, but the money was spent somewhere else, which means you were not spending money to fulfill your own promises.
No, let me.
These are checked numbers.
Okay, too many allegations coming at me. Let me speak.
You need 10,000 crores. You allocate 370 crores. How fair is that?
Arnab ji, you'll have to let me speak.
Hospitals built
On the
by the
first
Aatmanirbhar
day
Party,
when
name 10
BJP government
hospitals.
came,
You said you
my
guys built
God.
31 hospitals. Can you name 10
Madam, please.
Sanju, please let her answer my question. Let her answer my question, yeah, please, yeah. Thank you, Sanju, please. Be so kind. Mercy, man, mercy. Thank you.
You're giving her a free pass. Name 10 hospitals built by Kejriwal.
Arnab ji, I am saying you will recall the first.
10 hospitals.
हाँ मैं बता देती हूँ मैं इतना निकाल लेती हूँ लेट मी आंसर अर्नब्स क्वेश्चन और मैं आपको पूरे आंसर दे के जाऊंगी
मोहल्ला क्लिनिक
अरे नो
Sanju please
डालिए बुराड़ी
now calm down please calm down both of you
इतने आप वो गूगल करो मैं आप बता रही हूँ हाँ all I'm saying is Arnab ji that the one, let me factually correct you from what BJP is alleging. They are claiming one incomplete hospital of 2016 and then they are claiming irregularities in the other. This is BJP's allegation. One that. Secondly, you will recall LG's. Your challenge accepted. Wait, let me answer first. Challenge accepted. Keep quiet. Wait for your turn, madam. थोड़ी सभ्यता सीखिए. Then Arnab ji, on the first day when LG gave his inaugural address, he said that the Delhi government is in surplus और पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है. This is LG, BJP का LG praising our budget.
Do you remember that?
I don't know how to put my points across on your debate. It's very tough, Arnab ji. That is why I sometimes avoid it.
Okay, now Priyanka, please. Priyanka, see. Raids are not raids.
Delhi revenue deficit. Who's responsible?
Why is she so ill-informed and then she screams such poor arguments and then she screams over you. And you know, every time I come on your debate, you say, Priyanka, you will not scream over her. I never do. But you let her continue.
No, I am not responsible for anything. My job...
Google में डालो बुराड़ी. मैं अभी दे देती हूँ. इनको 10 हॉस्पिटल देती हूँ. उनका बड़ा बेसिक रहेगा. ये एलिगेशन भी नहीं है बट मैं दे देती हूँ. बीजेपी ने भी ये एलिगेशन नहीं लगाया बट मैं दे देती हूँ. मैडम रुकिए.
I challenge you. Google करना पड़ रहा है. Google करना पड़ रहा है.
Priyanka.
अच्छा.
अरे नहीं, I'm taking out the names. I have the list.
Google करना पड़ रहा है. Google करना.
Why are you so dumb, yo?
Priyanka Thakkar exposed closed.
Now listen, I'm telling you. नहीं
Sanju.
A single hospital.
मेरे पास लिस्ट
Read out the
देखिए
names. Read out the names.
वालापुरी हॉस्पिटल
Read out the names.
मादेपुर हॉस्पिटल सिरसपुर
Not
हॉस्पिटल
built by you. Not built by you. Not built by you. These are all pre-existing. These are pre-existing hospitals.
No, built by us, madam.
Priyanka.
रघुबीर नगर हॉस्पिटल, विकासपुरी हॉस्पिटल, किराड़ी हॉस्पिटल 2020 में बना है मैडम, चेक कर लो यार.
Not built by you. Not built by you, मैडम. झूठी कहीं की. Not built by you.
मैडम check.
जीभ लड़खड़ाती है या नहीं?
What is this language? इतनी बकवास डिबेट करते हो यार. अर्नब जी, I don't want to be here. I want to.
Not built by you.
She's so lame.
Not built by you.
So lame, so ill-informed.
This woman, you have been
wrong.
exposed. You could not even name 10 hospitals.
Okay, viewers. Now you know. I thought the BJP fight would end with the Delhi elections, but my instinct told me today it moved to the next chapter. And Sanju Verma and Priyanka, I thank you very much for that very calm and tame and tepid conversation we just had. Thank you, Priyanka and Sanju. My second, ladies and gentlemen, the second big story this evening, and something that we need to all talk about here. We need to take a position on it. There is a serious issue with infiltration in Assam. There's a very serious issue with particularly, and I'll say it as clearly as possible, with Bangladeshi Muslim infiltration in Assam. And as a result of that, I have repeatedly been saying the entire demography of the state has changed. Now, in the northeastern part of the country, the most significant, largest state in terms of land area is Assam. And if the entire demography of Assam changes, obviously it has a big impact on socio-political stability in the entire Northeast. Viewers, today my question is, you see these people here, and these people are people like Prashant Bhushan, these people are people like Saida Hamid. They, I can tell you confidently, know absolutely nothing in terms of detail or lived experience about the situation in Assam. But for far too long in India, we have had a trend. And that trend is that there are people who say, we represent the people, we will fly down from Delhi, and we will say that we'll take a position on Assam. Now, Saida Hamid yesterday said, Bangladeshi bhi to insan hai, let them live in Assam. Saida Hamid, if you take such a pro-Bangladeshi position, then why don't you leave your home in Delhi, leave your entire Lutyens circuit, and why don't you and all the people from your Lutyens circuit give up your homes and tell the Bangladeshis to live in your homes? And when these people say they have a name for it. They call themselves People's Tribunal on Assam, Eviction, Detention and the Right to Belong. This is the name they have given. They've called themselves a People's Tribunal, ladies and gentlemen. My point is, who gives these people the right to represent the people of Assam or the people of India? Who gives Saida Hamid the right to say that she represents the people of India? I am from Assam. My family is from Assam, but even I wouldn't say that I single-handedly represent all the people of Assam. But these people, these usual suspects, Jawahar Sarkar, former MP of the Trinamool Congress, earlier with Mamta Banerjee, Wajahat Habibullah, slightly out of favor, out of reckoning, former CIC, Saida Hamid, who was part of the Congress party circuit, Harsh Mandar, completely biased and prejudiced activist, Prashant Bhushan, who I call one of India's best-known trolls, who says he's an advocate of the Supreme Court. All these people, and some person called Fawaz Shaheen, these people, along with 3 others, go to Assam and they say there is no problem that these people need to be evicted for. And, what Himanta Biswa Sarma is doing by removing the infiltrators and removing the people who are being evicted right now is wrong. Now, these people give themselves name. They call themselves the People's Tribunal. It is a tactic. You name your organization and association in such a way that it looks like you are genuine representatives of the people, whereas the fact is you are exactly the opposite. I'll give you some examples. Popular Front of India. How was it the Popular Front of India? Was it not effectively a terrorist group? Another name I'll give you, People's Vigilance Commission on Human Rights. What gives them the right to use the word People's Vigilance Commission? Two groups associated with separatism in Kashmir, J&K People's Movement, Democratic Political Movement, they project themselves as unbiased and non-aligned. Are they truly non-aligned? Wajad Habibullah, who is part of this group today, on the Ram Mandir verdict, he had said the verdict is flawed. So I can call him anti-Hindu. Therefore, I would say that Wajad Habibullah, being anti-Hindu, has a vested interest in the Hindu population in Assam going down. I can draw that inference. Nadeem Khan, National Secretary of the Association for Protection of Civil Rights, was booked by the Delhi police for quote-unquote hatching a criminal conspiracy. Prashant Bhushan has contempt for nationalists. He says honoring murderers, rapists, terrorists, that is our Hindu Rashtra Brigade. He hates Hinduism. He hates the world nationalist. Therefore, I'm asking tonight, who are these people after all? Who are these people? These are the usual suspects. These are the people who will turn up questioning the abrogation of Article 70. They will ask for sabut on surgical strikes on Pakistan. They will cry foul about India's democracy. They will say you should not believe the EVMs. These are the usual suspects, the elite group of Delhi people sitting in their ivory chairs, self-appointed people. Self-appointed people who have now taken a pro-infiltrator stance. And if they are the real representatives of the people, I want to know where are the SMEs in this so-called representative group? How many Hindu SMEs are there? Because the Hindu SMEs feels threatened. Why is there no Hindu SMEs in their group? What is the proportion of Hindu SMEs in this group? If you're representing people, are they not representing the locals? Are locals not people? Or is it only Bangladeshis who they want to support? Ladies and gentlemen, this Khan Market group, this Lutyens Brigade, has to be exposed because it is not the demography of a state which is at stake. It is our sovereignty which will eventually be at stake. This is what happened. Then we'll debate.
अच्छा, बांग्लादेशी होने में क्या गुनाह है? अरे भाई, बांग्लादेशी भी तो इंसान है. अरे दुनिया इतनी बड़ी है, बांग्लादेशी भी यहाँ हो सकते, किसी का राइट डिप्राइव तो नहीं कर रहे. Bangladeshi, it's become a curse word now. It's become a horrendous word now. अगर आ भी गए हैं कुछ बांग्लादेशी, okay, so sit down with them, negotiate with them and escort them back.
The backers of Bangladeshi infiltrators greeted with slogans and placards in the heart of Delhi.
हमारी डिमांड है प्रसाद भूषण और सैयदा हामिद जब बांग्लादेश को रोहिंग्याओं को बसाने की बात कर रहे हैं, ये देश भारतीय लोगों का है, भारतीय मुसलमानों का है, भारतीय हिंदुओं का है, ना कि बांग्लादेशियों का है.
When confronted, they had nothing to say in their defense for Bangladeshis living illegally in India.
It's a normal question. What would be your say? And don't you think that this will be the rights of Indians will be deprived?
Why are you pressing the mic on my hand?
Ma'am, what would be your comment?
Your mother, okay? I'm like your mother. Don't do it. I'm like your mother, okay? Don't do it, okay?
I'm just asking the questions as to what you have to
I will talk in the press conference.
Sir, but then please understand why.
Goswami is a pathetic toady of this government. I don't talk.
So just once, please answer. So, why are you supporting illegal infiltration? So,
the rhetorics of Osinachi people is.
If the government is convinced that X is an illegal immigrant, there's a process. You collect the evidence, establish that the person is a foreigner, you deal with the other government, and you hand over that person.
From New Delhi to Assam, the message is clear. There's no place for infiltrators in India.
घुसपैठियों की बढ़ती संख्या चिंता का विषय है। बिहार के सीमावर्ती जिलों में तेजी से डेमोग्राफी बदल रही है। इस खतरे से निपटने के लिए मैंने डेमोग्राफी मिशन शुरू करने की बात कही है। बहुत जल्द ये मिशन अपना काम शुरू करेगा। हम हर घुसपैठियों को देश से बाहर करके ही रहेंगे। देश के भीतर बैठे घुसपैठियों के समर्थकों से भी सावधान रहिए। जान जाइए कौन घुसपैठियों के साथ खड़ा है। कांग्रेस और आरजेडी जैसे दल बिहार के लोगों का हक छीनकर घुसपैठियों को देना चाहते हैं।
The sympathizers of these infiltrators can hide no more. The message is clear. The real boat chori and veiled backing of illegal Bangladeshis has to stop.
First question, who are these people? Where do they come from? Why is there no Assamese in the group? Not one Assamese. And not one Assamese Hindu. These people will sit in Constitution Club, have lunch in Khan Market and say we represent the people of Assam. Can you imagine this, Karan? Can you imagine? It's unreal, man, Karan. Unreal. People's Tribunal in Assam. Where people? Which people?
Arnab, these are the
Who appointed them?
Who were a part of the NSC. You remember the National Advisory Council?
Yeah, all Congi group.
Manmohan Singh, Harsh Mandir. These people were busy writing mercy petitions for Afzal Guru and Ajmal Kasab, you would remember. At the same time, they would oppose CAA.
Yeah.
Talk about humanity. Their humanity took a backseat when we spoke about CAA, which was giving citizenship to the persecuted Hindus, Sikhs, Parsis, who were already there, by the way. And now these people, they were the ones who drafted the communal violence bill, who opposed the Sardar Sarovar Dam's height being raised, who opposed infrastructure, critical infrastructure. These are the same people, Arnab, this virtue signaling band of hypocrites, the bluff that you've called out loud. And then they camouflage as those humanists, masquerade as them. Arey, inke bhi to arman hote hain.
One of the people sitting there is G.K. Pillai. Now, G.K. Pillai was Home Secretary when Chidambaram was Home Minister.
Yeah.
What did he do? Now he's sitting there. He's been a failure as the Home Secretary. How much infiltration did he stop? Did he tell Mr. Chidambaram, I will resign as Home Secretary if you don't act on this issue? Nothing. He was quiet then. Now, retired many years back, he wants to sit there and tell you people that I'm going to talk about infiltration in Assam. What does he know? Now, see, we are going to have to throw out the infiltrators, Harish, Muhammad, Ibrahim and Arko. We are going to throw them out and we are going to throw them out really fast and very clearly and very brutally. That's the only way to do it. And by the way, it's happening in Assam, it's going to happen in Bengal. All the infiltrators you have brought will be picked up, identified and thrown out. Arko, you know, these people, they have said they've given a field report. They are pro-infiltration. Why should anyone listen to them, Marco? These are the same people who go to the Supreme Court to help Waqf. These are the same people who go to Pakistan and speak against the government of India after the abrogation of 370. They go to Pakistan, you know, Arko. They go to Pakistan. You will support them here now.
So far as, no, I would be very clear, infiltrations of any kind from any country to our country for any religion is not acceptable.
I don't keep saying any. What is it? Come to the point, no. Any. Why are you giving so many riders? You're not confident?
No, I am not confident because you just now accused somebody for going against the Waqf in the Supreme Court. It is his right. If he feels that the government is wrong in...
Yeah. Did I say it's not his right? He doesn't exercise the same right. He doesn't exercise the same right when Assamese can't speak. As Assamese can't speak Assamese in Assam. Tomorrow, somebody tells you don't speak Bengali in Kolkata. Will you accept it?
Going to Supreme
Suppose
Court
I say to you, you can't speak Bengali in Bengal.
Given the right,
will you accept
go
it?
to Supreme Court. No, we cannot speak. We cannot speak Bengali in any other part where BJP is in state government.
No. Don't create this hysteria. There's nothing like that. Nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Lot of cases are being filed.
Nothing like that.
Absolutely.
Nothing.
Bengalis are unsafe.
I live in Uttar Pradesh and NCR. I speak Bangla every day. Nobody's arrested me. Don't talk. Don't lie to the people. Don't be a liar.
Arnab, nowadays the criminal law with arrest, we refer to the Arnab Goswami case. So let us not talk about your arrest because...
Yeah, you're fine. You people arrested me and now use my case. Where you were told that you were cheats to arrest me. There was no argument.
No, we did not arrest you.
Anyway, your government files one case against Republic every week. Republic Bangla every week in Bengal to keep yourself occupied.
I am repeating...
Harish
I am
Ibrahim.
repeating once again, infiltrations are not to be entertained, but at the